Water is life. And of course, if as important as life to each one of us is water, then it means that it is something that we need to ensure that we take very seriously as a part of our understanding and appreciation of water. And because of the importance of water, because of how us at UTech, in particular the School of Engineering and Computing, view water, we believe that it was important to have stakeholders who are actually practicing professionals and persons who have vested interest in water to partner with us to have a discourse. And this is how we're seeing it as a discourse to inform the general population, because I should tell you that we're going to be on radio and we're also on the UTech YouTube Live and Zoom link, so we are international. So this session today is going to be something where you're not only educating and going to be educated on aspects of water and water in Jamaica, but we're going to be distributing and disseminating our information to the world. So let me take this opportunity to again welcome you, and we are going to have a lot of interesting presentation, and at the second portion of the afternoon we'll be having, so these beautiful white chairs, we'll be having some special guests who will be telling us more succinctly as to their experiences in terms of water and water management in Jamaica. So we want to, again, welcome, and we're going to start off this morning by invoking the Lord's presence. And at this time, I want to invite the Faculty of Engineering and Computing Faculty Administrator, our prior warrior, Miss Denise Henry, to lead us off in prayer. Miss Henry.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. May I invite you all to stand? Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Most righteous and eternal Father, this morning as we come before your presence, we want to thank you for your loving kindness and tender mercies. We want to thank you for today, a day we had never ever seen before, and at its close, we'll never see it again. Lord, we just want to lift up this water symposium before you today, and we ask that you guide the proceedings. We pray, mighty God, that you will, as the discourse continues and the presentations are ongoing, I pray that learning will take place. I pray that our behavior will change, recognizing that water is critical and very important to our existence and our sustenance. And so, Lord, we pray that we will learn new methodologies, new ideas, new frontiers as it pertains to the topics, that will be presented today. And I pray, mighty God, that we will understand the seriousness of the matter. I pray for those who are on their way. We pray for direct guidance, and we pray that you will have them to be here, reach here safely and in a timely manner. I pray, mighty God, that your divine will be done in our lives. Whatever we fail to ask, fail not to grant. These and other mercies we ask. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You may be seated.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Henry. All right. We'll be doing some exercise today because we want to actually start the proceeding, or continue the proceeding, by having the playing of the Jamaica national anthem. So again, we invite you to stand for the playing of the national anthem. So we're, as usual, we have technical issues sometimes, but our team have it ready. If not, I'm sure we have a powerful, powerful voice that can actually lead us, right? So again, I'm going to welcome my able FA to guide the process, and we follow in singing the Jamaica national anthem. Henry.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guide us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil paws. Be our light through countless hearts. To our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to give us vision lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love.
Thank you so much.
Pointing to cubic meters.
That's one of the things that, in our faculty, we're blessed with many talents. And we never fail to have a singing engagement that is led by our faculty administrator. One of these years, I'm going to go into a different field. I'm going to go into producing. You probably can onboard her as a new artist. All right. So thank you so much, Mrs. Henry. UTech Jamaica is hosting this water symposium today. It is my fervent belief that this is one of many more to come. And in lieu of this, we want to have our host institution, the University of Technology, President, Dr. Kevin Brown, bring us greeting. Dr. Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Balvin Thorpe, Vice Dean for the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, and a man that wears many other hats, very active in the engineering community, the Jamaica Institute of Engineers, the IEEE, and now Master of Ceremonies. So he's a man that is very active, and that's what I like to see. University faculty who are engaged in community service as well as their own technical areas. So please keep doing what you're doing. I should also use this opportunity to commend you as the chair of this symposium, commend you and your team. I know you have a big team behind you, including the dean of the faculty, Professor Sean Thorpe. I'm observing that this is one of a few symposiums coming out of the Faculty of Engineering. And I want to laud the faculty for this because We're not just here to keep the knowledge inside the campus. We want to also share it with other technical leaders. I see a past student coming through the door. You're in the right place. We went to UTEC together, so good to see my friend coming through. But I want to commend the faculty because the university is not just here to teach students and to do research. We're also here to solve society's problems. We want to be the thought leaders on many areas that affect society, including water. We have been producing graduates, including the president of the NWC, and many others. I can see them in the audience here who are past students. So we have been contributing to this topic, and I congratulate the Faculty of Engineering for this symposium, and also by extension the sponsors of this symposium. But let me also welcome our keynote speaker, Honorable Matthew Samuda, MP. I made sure I add the MP there, Minister, to congratulate you also on your recent election to the House of Parliament. Minister Samuda is the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with responsibility for water. And I see we've given him a really big topic here. So by the end of this symposium, we should be well aware of Jamaica's strategy and vision for water going forward. So welcome, Minister. Good to have you, and welcome to UTEC. I hope this will be one of many visits you pay this institution as we work together to solve Jamaica's problems. And as you know, I should know, Minister, this is the university that has been mandated to supply Jamaica's STEM workforce. We're also the university that has been leading in providing engineering solutions for this country, whether at the policy level or otherwise. I want to also recognize our sponsors, and there are many. I hope I won't leave any out, but of course, we see the National Water Commission here. And as I've said before, many of our past students are working at that commission. Anything that goes well, it's them. If it goes wrong, it's not them. No, so we're not taking any liability for any problems. When your water goes off, it's not our past students, right? But as you can see, the NWC, I'm sure, will be the first to acknowledge that they face many challenges, right? Returning to Kingston last year, you'll all acknowledge that this is a building site. The entire corporate area is a building site. And of course, if you're constructing residential homes, you are going to attract people, and they're going to need what? They're going to need water. So this symposium is quite critical in terms of trying to address the water challenges of the country. I know Mia who are here, one of our sponsors, have been working with the NWC to resolve issues around non-revenue water or leakages. We also have other sponsors who I'm sure Dr. Thorpe will acknowledge, but I just want to thank all our supporters, all our sponsors for making this symposium possible today. I also want to welcome our guest speakers. There are quite a few esteemed panelists that we've lined up for you, including our very own Professor Thorpe, who will be talking about artificial intelligence and how that can help with water management. So just briefly, I want to just say that UTEC has been involved in research in water management for some time. We have been leading actually in wastewater management through Professor Nizzle Aples and others. And in fact, we have a wastewater management center that provides short courses on that topic. And we also cover other areas in the water sector as well. We will continue to do more work. And Minister, I would use this opportunity to say to you that research needs funding. We would want to expand our research in water, whether at the policy level or technical and scientific areas. And I hope that within your budget, there'll be some allocation for the universities, not just UTech, to be able to access funding to do research that is relevant to the country. We do need that support. We also provide consultancy services. Our faculty, our talent do provide support to the private and public sector as well. So I hope that, ladies and gentlemen, you will enjoy the symposium. It's a very critical topic. Does anyone know how long you can live without water if you get lost in a desert? I'm hearing, I'm hearing 1 hour. 3 days, around 3 days. Yes. So, no, you don't. I'm hearing 1 hour, 3 days, 1 week, 7 days. We're guessing now. Who's going to go on Google and confirm? Right. So it is quite critical. And Minister, I'm a country boy. You know, any of us remember standpipe? Any of us lived? Okay. And I know the government of Jamaica is working really hard to eliminate standpipe. But I'm a country boy and I know all about standpipe, which is, for those of you who aren't familiar, my friends from Mir, a standpipe is a communal water outlet. So everybody has to congregate on that single water outlet. But I know Minister Samuda is working hard to eliminate standpipes and to get piped water into everybody's home. And we share the same vision, Minister. And Minister, finally, going off topic as I end, but I see you here, so I'm going to take the opportunity to mention it, that you did quite an amazing job, Minister, with recycling in terms of getting rid of plastic bags or scandal bags, right? We don't have any more scandal bags anymore. And so, Minister, I want to encourage you to continue on that recycling drive. We are getting rid of styrofoam, but I know would want to see recycling of aluminum cans, recycling of cardboards, recycling of papers as the next phase. So I want to encourage you to continue on that journey and commend you on what you've done so far. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand you back to Dr. Thorpe, and thank you so much for coming out and supporting this event. Unfortunately, I have a meeting with some international partners, so I won't be able to stay with you. But nonetheless, it was good to be here and enjoy the symposium. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, President Brown. As always, you're always welcome, even if we don't invite you, all right, to our event. And thank you, sir. All right. I'm happy to also welcome at this time Minister, the Honorable Matthew Samuda, for taking the time out, sir, to be a part of this water symposium. We are very appreciative that you are understanding the importance of this topic and the symposium. So thank you for coming. We also want to thank Acting President NWC, Mr. Kevin Carr, for joining us as well. And actually, without further ado, I want to welcome Mr. Carr as one of our chief sponsor and the president acting for NWC to bring greetings. Mr. Carr.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. Who could believe that after 20 years leaving UTech, I would be here today as the acting president. And as President earlier shared, UTech is a good ground to groom and prepare future presidents. And I know Garwin and others will agree with me because our past presidents are also graduates from UTech. And yes, you're president at UTech, and I went to Robert Morrison Technical High School. And yes, I'm a countryman as well. And the records also shows that good men are from Montego Bay. Yes. I see Glaister, one of my vice presidents, here confirm such. And I saw one of our senior managers, Ms. Carol, is reminding me that good women come from Moby, and I agree. My wife is also from Montego Bay. And I don't want her to hear this, and I go home and there's no peace. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to bring remarks here at my alma mater, UTEC, for this year's inaugural Water Symposium. Welcome, Mr. Sweeney. I am particularly pleased because your focus with this event shows that you fully understand the need to sustainably handle our water resources has never been more urgent. While we at the National Water Commission are officially charged with managing the water and wastewater systems, our success strongly depends on stakeholders like you and your ability to raise awareness, conduct research, and generate innovative approaches as well as solutions to the immense challenges we face in the modern world. That list of challenges is long. Climate change, rapidly growing population, urban drift, aging infrastructure, and so on and so on. As Dr. Jeffrey Sachs of the UN Millennium Project noted some years ago, securing water for a growing world will require the best of science, ecology, economics, ethics, and international cooperation. That will require entities with foresight and determination to change. And that is what is happening here. That's why the National Water Commission is extremely pleased to partner with UTEC and our non-revenue water reduction partners, MIA, for this groundbreaking event. Here in this space of ideas and exploration, we can unite around a common cause. Here in this place of higher learning and excellence, I want to encourage each of us, students, educators, policymakers, water sector leaders, and workers to continue innovating and dissecting the various problems, perspectives, and positions. Just as we need the other things that will engender an enabling environment for water management in Jamaica, a supportive physical environment, a supportive policy and regulatory context, a collaborative private sector, and responsive customer base. We also need the discussions, insights, and commitments that I expect will bubble up from today's proceedings. I look forward to the way the ideas will flow as the very water we seek to manage. And I look forward to the splash we will make with the many solutions to come. And finally, as I close, the future depends on all of us to ensure that the water, that is life, continues to flow. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
All right, thank you so much, President Kerr. As I sit there and listen to the President, I'm also, in full agreement with you, sir, that UTEC is a strong place to develop your skill and your craft. I went to UTEC. Well, it was cast back then. And I want to follow in your shadow, boss. I want to be a president. So I'm working on it, all right? He said it. He gave us the charge, right? Thank you, Mr. President. And also thank you to the NWC partnering with us on this journey for presenting this water symposium. I also want to thank the Mayor Water Company as one of our main sponsors as well, the ZDA Group, the Rural Water Supply Limited, and JSIF. And I actually left JSIF last because I wanted to a special welcome to the MD for JSIF while the president of NWC was actually making his presentation, Mr. Omar Sweeney, walking on Sir Sweeney. We want to welcome you, and thanks again for coming and for being a partner. All right, so today we have with us the Honorable Minister. And Minister, I know you have a busy schedule, so I want to jump right to it by welcoming you to UTech and asking you to bless us with your presentations. So please join hands in welcoming Minister Mr. Matthew Smoother.
I'm going to follow it faithfully, but we'll see.
All right, good.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to acknowledge Symposium Chair, Dr. Balvin Thorpe, also Dr. Kevin Brown, University's President, of course, President of the morning, Mr. Kevin Carr. I also acknowledge your senior members of your team led by Dr. Flipper Campbell-Francis, Professor Sean Thorpe, Ms. Catherine Palaracio. Of course, all guests here, not least of all, and not because he came in last, but also Mr. Sweeney. My team will be, as usually, frustrated as I depart from the script that they have prepared for me, which is supposed to, I understand, guide a 30-minute presentation. I'm not sure if that's still the time you have budgeted for me. I suspect it's about 15 to 20 minutes. But it is incredibly encouraging that UTech would stage a water symposium at this particular time. Jamaica is at an interesting point in its development journey. You know, we are a people with great ambition, we're a people with great expectation, and sometimes that can create an impatience in society. And that impatience is actually good because it drives us to action in line with our national ambition. Jamaica is a young nation, as an independent nation, and Jamaica is not immune from the challenges of small island developing states. And those challenges in an increasingly unstable geopolitical environment are exacerbated by what UNEP dubs the triple planetary crisis. So if we contemplate, and for any of you who, as I did in high school, struggled with history because of the volume of reading, but if you reflect on what you'd have studied in history and you contemplate the varying geopolitical challenges which would have affected Jamaica negatively over the last 60 years, we would have to assess that despite our ambition, we have not done too badly. But we would also have to acknowledge that because of several of these challenges, some created externally, some created internally, we have not achieved what we want from our development process. The water sector is a very key pillar in that development process. And it is sometimes not understood in terms of the economic potential that the water sector must help us unlock. But we have to first contemplate the water sector in the context of the environmental challenge and the nature of the responsibility of managing this critical resource. I won't go too much into what I imagine will be Peter Clark's presentation a little later this morning, but I think it is important to note that Jamaica earlier this year tabled and gazetted its water resources master plan. This is a gazetted document that tells you how Jamaica intends to manage its water resources. And it went about assessing our surface water, went about assessing all of our water resources to see whether Jamaica indeed was managing its water resources well and what was the scale and scope of these water resources. And from that assessment and that document will tell you that Jamaica still has sufficient surface water to be able to supply its potable water needs, its irrigation needs, and its future ambition. It does, however, point to challenges because there have been declines in some regions, and that, much as with the economic realities, in some cases is that better? Yes. So, as the inevitable discussion is about 3 months away for desal or what about this or what about that, I think it's important to understand that your government has assessed what its water resources are. Now, if we look at how Jamaica would have developed, Jamaica did not develop around its water sources. Otherwise, the capital of Jamaica may be Black River. And if you talk to folks from St. Elizabeth, they may tell you that the capital of Jamaica is Black River. But that's not how we chose to develop as a nation. Because in many ways, for the former colonial government, Jamaica was a logistics stop. We developed around our ports. It is why there was a time when Bowden Wharf was booming as an economy. It's why Kingston became the capital. It's why Montego Bay became your second city. It wasn't necessarily whether or not there are significant water sources in proximity for this, because it was a logistics stop. And that has benefited and that has hurt in some ways. But important to note from a macro perspective, Jamaica has sufficient surface water sources to deal with its population and to deal with that population's ambition for its own development and comfort. So that's point one that I'd like to establish. Now, having established that we did not develop around our water sources, as numerous as they may be, we have to then accept, well, how is it that a country with our GDP, a per capita GDP of $7,000 per person, a population which is scattered across the length and breadth of Jamaica, in valleys and in hills. Yes, the bulk is around the coastline, but there's no part of our land where you don't go and find a house. How are we going to deliver potable water, irrigation, and sanitation solutions to our 3 million Jamaicans who are scattered across the country, not all living within reasonable proximity of those freshwater sources? And I imagine that is the core reason why UTEC has brought this group of august individuals to a single room to discuss these challenges. And I think it's timely. It's very timely because of where Jamaica is in its development journey. The first thing to contemplate is, okay, the water sources are sufficient, but how will we protect them? And I think that is the first thing, because regardless of how we're going to deal with the other developmental challenges, we have to protect what we have to ensure that it is there. The government of Jamaica has committed to particular land use protections. The government of Jamaica was a member of what is called the High Ambition Coalition that had pushed for an agreement which was actually approved and signed at COP16 in September in Colombia, which called on all governments to protect 30% of landmass, 30% of their marine environment by 2030. It is why the government has, at today's date, protected 25% of its landmass and is on track to complete protection of 30% by the end of calendar year 2025, because land use is critically important to watershed management, to ensuring that there isn't dense development in places where there shouldn't be, to ensure that you're not building on riverbanks, etc., etc. So the government is well down the wicket in protecting that land space. The government has also tabled a watersheds management policy, which is now the policy of the land, which is guiding how we manage our watershed areas. The government is actively participating in a major project for LiDAR mapping of much of its watershed areas. So we're taking a very serious look at our watersheds, at our supply, to ensure that what we have assessed to be there is as stable as it can be. There are factors outside of our control, such as climate change. It is a pillar of the triple planetary crisis, but we are taking the steps within our microclimate to ensure that we protect our water sources. 3 million people all want to go to a tap and turn on water and have water 24 hours a day. I did hear in the previous presentation that we don't take the blame, but I assure you that I take the blame every single time someone goes to a pipe and there isn't water, and it is something that weighs on you, because that is a reasonable national ambition because of where we are. So it is not something we take flippantly or take lightly. It is our responsibility to move from the 75% or so of the Jamaican society that is supplied by NWC to 100% in a reasonable time frame. And even within that 75%, it is the mandate of the government to ensure that that 75% becomes far more resilient, reliable, and efficient with how we operate. 3 million people, you know your 20 major townships, you know the parish boundaries that you have. You generally, if you think about it, regardless of where you are, can think of the pockets that are densely populated and can imagine that most of those densely populated areas are indeed receiving water. But when one contemplates, okay, we're managing the sources, or rather we've put in a structure that allows you to manage your sources, how is it that that source reaches to pipe? And how do we pay for it? And those are the critical issues that I hope will be examined here today. Well, the Water Commission is generally your largest player in the provision of water in Jamaica. And they extract from sources, treat, distribute, and send you a bill. But when one contemplates the amalgamation of municipal water systems that started some 45 years ago, or is it 44 years ago, in creating the Water Commission, one understands the issues that you have, because if you are also to draw charts around how the NWC grew and draw economic charts around how the economy grew during that period, you'd understand why you have some of the challenges that you have. So Jamaica has an inadequate water infrastructure. We have adequate water sources, inadequate water infrastructure. Now, in many ways, I don't want to oversimplify the issues, but there's never been a challenge that I've asked Water Commission, what is the answer for, that I haven't gotten a well-researched answer. So it's not that it's simple, because I'm not simplifying the answers, but I can tell you your water network has been studied and restudied and is well understood by the men and women who are charged with extracting that water and distributing it. What's not well understood is what the financial route to achieving this has been. So you contemplate all of these municipal systems that were brought in to one system, one commission that distributes water to 75% of your citizens. Firstly, each municipal system had different procurement rules, had different standards, had been built differently. So you didn't start with a single standard water network that was easy to upgrade. Then one goes through the economic challenges that you've had, and if you think of the ebbs and flows and the periods of surplus and the periods of decline, you understand what would have taken place in that space. But you say, we inherited this very old, in some cases the water system that was given to the Water Commission was old when it was given. You inherited this very old, very weak, very inadequate network that simply didn't have the funds behind it to facilitate the level of distribution that we would want. Now, the Water Commission has come a long way, but where are we today? As I said, the first point is we start the discussion with the fact that we're at approximately 75% of the country getting reliable water from the Water Commission. But that is on the back of a very aged, very weak network. There has been chronic disinvestment in our water infrastructure over the last 40 years because of our fiscal realities. The last major investment in our water system was what gave birth to the Rural Water Supply Limited, which was the Yalas pipeline, which was done in the 1980s. When one contemplates the infrastructure that supplies Kingston, St. Andrew, and much of rural Jamaica, and certainly your growing towns, it's infrastructure that was inherited from the former colonial government. So if you contemplate the fact that you've had population growth, you've had aging of your infrastructure over that period, and you start to say, well, let me point to these major projects, and you find that you're running thin on a list, one understands the challenges that you have. So Jamaica is plagued with a few issues within its infrastructure. There's inadequate storage. Now, our geography reduces the need for some of the storage relative to some of our neighbors because we have such strong surface water systems. But it doesn't mean in a world that is facing chronic effects of climate change that you don't need significantly more storage to be as resilient as you possibly can. So you have inadequate storage both at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. So Jamaica needs to build dams. And you can cue the article in February when the rainfall stops that you need more dams. We know. We know. I assure you we're aware that you need more dams, and you need more reservoirs, and you need significant increases at community level tanks also to help with how we manage and to cut line losses as you store closer to source, etc., etc. I assure you the men and women of the Water Commission, Rural Water Limited, and even some of your municipal systems, they're aware. Question is how you pay for it. That's one. Two, you have a network that admittedly I was frightened by when I joined the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. You have a network which in some places has 70 and 80-year-old pipes, either for water or for sewage. The first time we had a sewage line break and, you know, like all good politicians rushed to catch the cameras downtown, and I saw a wooden pipe and nearly had a heart attack. The reality is your network is old, it is inadequate, and it requires massive upgrades. Massive upgrades to replace lines that have been degraded, which contribute to disgustingly high NRW in many parts of the country, being your non-revenue water, which is your leaked or stolen water, and a network that does not keep pace with the societal growth that you've had and the population growth that you've had in many areas of Jamaica. That's the reality. So network inadequate. You say, well, storage, network, treatment surely must be good enough because you have enough water sources. Wrong again. We've not invested in our treatment capacity in the rate that we should over the last 40 years. So you have two major problems in Jamaica with water. Either you get too much rain or you get no rain, because the nature of our geography is that turbidity affects many of our surface water systems. So that becomes a source of frustration for society. So you say, okay, well, you know, surely as a country that was built on agriculture even before tourism became our main driver of foreign exchange, surely we have enough irrigation systems. Unfortunately, I wish we could say that. The Essex Valley system, which is nearing completion, was announced in the 1960s. The Pedro Plains irrigation system was announced by Michael Manley as a reality in 1973, and we seek to break ground next year. So if we look at the investment that has gone into our water system, we start from the perspective that the water system has to be rebuilt. It has to be led by professionals, local and foreign, and it has to be funded. It is why I think it is incredibly important, though not on the screen now, that someone like Denise Arana is also here, because the situation and the discussion and the innovation must be as much around financial solutions as it must be around technical and engineering solutions to make sure that the dollar that we find stretches as far as it can. So we start from the perspective that this conference is absolutely important because innovation is critical to unlock building a new water system, which I believe we have started. So I start with the doom and gloom to share with you what we're doing so that you understand that we're not sitting back and going to have the same conversation in 5 years or 10 years as a state. I think that's an important place from which to start. I mentioned what we're doing for environmental protection. Jamaica is also very active in global climate change fora and is working with several task forces around unlocking its own climate change financing challenges. And you know, every time someone says, why don't we go to this fund or that fund or other funds, and persons will say, well, you know, what is the scale of the problem really for Jamaica? Well, though Jamaica is working on what's called its National Adaptation Plan, if one was to say, what is it that would make Jamaica's water infrastructure resilient for potable water, sanitation, irrigation by 2030, that bill is $5 billion US. Okay? $5 billion US. That's what's required to bring the network in line with the ambition and the demands of society, as well as to create the space for economic expansion that we desperately need in the country. What does that $5 billion US look like, and what is currently taking place? Well, the Water Commission is active in $7 billion Jamaican dollars of infrastructure projects, which it is taking on as a part of its capital works. There are ebbs and flows, as you have things like union negotiations, and you have particular insurance payouts, and you have weather events, etc. There are moments where work go faster than other moments, but generally you're active in about $7 billion of infrastructure programs currently in Jamaica. That is massive. That's from the Water Commission perspective. Mr. Sweeney can share with you close to $1.5 billion of water work he's doing at different spaces through JSIF. Rural Water can share with you how they've already invested some $900 million this year and expect to complete projects of another 600 million this year. You can point to municipal water systems. As I said, the Essex Valley project is nearing completion. That procurement is at an end for the last $9 million that will do the pumping infrastructure and electric. So there's a lot happening. The problem is that when you switch between currencies and speak so fluidly, since it's water we're discussing, we have to say, well, how much billion is that in US and is that enough? And the truth is it isn't. But Jamaica is in its final stages of planning for about 4 major water infrastructure projects that we believe will start to close the gap. The first is the Pedro Plains irrigation system. We expect that to be a reality next year where we'll break ground. That will unlock in excess of $200 million in investment into irrigation systems from eastern Westmoreland to southern Manchester. It'll be the single largest investment in our irrigation and in our food security, in our resilience to drought, etc., etc., etc. Tick, that one gets a tick. It's a good project. And it's something that should have happened decades ago, but we're very happy that we're finally bringing it to the fore and that it will unlock prosperity for those who are invested in agriculture in that part of Jamaica. The Essex Valley system has spent billions of dollars and is almost ready to deliver significant water to farmers in Essex Valley, specifically in southern Manchester, into Clarendon. Massive, massive expansion. On the water side, there are 2 projects that we've discussed publicly, which I think you should be aware of. One will see $100 million of PPP investment into the Rio Cobra water system, and the other will see close to $200 million of investment into our distribution network in Western Jamaica. And I start with those 2 because they are massive and they are in the public domain, and that's the easiest place to start. Why does Rio Cobra matter? Well, in the worst of your worst drought, last year, February, where Kingston had 17%, not 17% below, but 17% of its 30-year average rainfall in the driest month of the year, we were short 12.5 million gallons daily. Now, that is after significant work was done on NRW by the NWC team and the MIA team, and it bore fruit. Otherwise, you'd have been short close to 30 million gallons in that space. So that's the benefit of investment and shows you that problems can become more manageable when you have that space. But 12 million gallons, and about 3 to 4 million in Portmore. This $100 million project, which will see the water treatment plant being built on the Rio Cobra, will supply 15.5 million gallons daily. So in drought, you won't have a shortfall in Kingston and Portmore. And that is contemplating still a ridiculously high NRW score of high 30s in Kingston and St. Andrew and about 40 in Portmore. So as we continue to invest and do the work that we're doing on our NRW and bring down line losses in Kingston and Portmore, you see an end to droughts and water lockoff, well, the impact of drought rather, on Kingston, St. Andrew and Portmore, and you create a space where you can safely say in 2 years you have supplied or completed the supply gap for Kingston, St. Andrew and Portmore. 1.3 million people have achieved their water ambition. Not the national ambition, because there needs to be more resilience and storage, and because we don't know how extreme climate change really will become, but we would have achieved supply to our main population center. Big deal. And that project is underway. It's nearing financial closure. In 2 years, it is something that I expect to be very proud of in terms of my part of the relay in that project. Many have worked on it before, and I think that is where innovation needs to be focused on, because no one can tell you better than Denise at DBJ the challenges we have with getting PPPs together and getting them to work faster. And that it has to be one of the innovations that you contemplate. The second one is a line which will see significant upgrades in your distribution from the Martha Brae all the way to the western end of Westmoreland. That line is a sore point for anybody who's worked in Western Jamaica in water. It is a sore point for the people who live in the Grill. It's a sore point for those who live in Hanover. And it's very frustrating to the people of St. James who already have traffic challenges when that line breaks constantly. And once you're doing water work, you can expect additional challenges. That will see a massive upgrade of that line from Martha Brae pretty much to Westmoreland, some $200 million. That project will start before the end of the budget year. We're nearing completion on contract and the part of the Ministry of Finance and all the stuff that has to happen in the back end, and that is a major, major project. So when one contemplates it, you say, well, there's $5 billion of needs, but I can speak directly to $500 million of projects that we're unlocking currently outside of the regular capital program that NWC is pursuing. One starts to say, well, this is doable. This is achievable. The problem is that I wish the $500 million that we are currently involved in was the $5 billion. That's the only way you're going to achieve the ambition that you have. So what it means is that NWC, Rural Water, all of its partners, the municipal systems, NIC, have to work so much more efficiently because they have this gap with this amount of work being undertaken. And that is just the reality. So how do they do that? Well, firstly, the first 2 years back-to-back that NWC has not been operated at a deficit was last year and the year before. So NWC is operating efficiently, or as efficiently as it ever has. Because if one looks back at every single IMF report, and even goes back to the dark days between 2010 and 2013, when you had global financial collapse, National Water Commission was always listed as a fiscal risk to the government in every single IMF report. It is our ambition to also make that a thing of the past and something that is just simply academically studied. So the way we achieved that was very simple. You appointed a good board, and you allowed managers to do their job without political interference. Because they're highly competent people who, many of which came to UTEC, although I'm not sure if that's the particular reason, but many of which came to UTEC who know how to run an organization. So yes, you may argue over which project comes first because politics is a reality in any democracy, but you've allowed the professionals to do their work. And we expect to have, despite significant changes in our salary arrangements this year, we still expect to operate at a surplus by the end of the financial year. So the first 3 years in a row that you'll have that space, that is with a hurricane, that is with a tropical storm, that is with chronic drought earlier in the year between February and May, that is undertaking massive projects, the entity is being well run. Rural Water is meeting all of its audit standards. So you say to yourself, well, at least the governance structure is in place to make the investments. But you say, even at $5 billion, we need to make sure that if a tank that used to cost $60 million, if there's an engineering solution that allows it to cost $45 million, that spreads our dollar a little further, that these fora allow for those debates, allow for innovations to be brought to the fore. And I'll put it to you this way as I close. I'm sure the talent and the exposure and the experience exists in this room. My hope is that this symposium will create room for greater collaboration, though institutionalized through our Integrated Water Resource Management Council, which is a council of the cabinet, which brings all agencies to work. I'm hopeful that this symposium will see the broadening of that coalition to deliver water to our citizens at a rate that is within their ability to afford. I thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I look forward to the outcomes of the symposium. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Minister Matthew Sumuda. I'm sure those who are here online would have learned a lot from the history and the situation that currently obtains as it relates to the water from the government perspective. And you know, I'm probably a little bit old, Minister, but I never know that actually you had piping system with wood. So that is something that is new to me. So I'm learning, as I said before, we'll be learning today. But before the Minister actually leave, could we actually take 2 questions, Minister? So do we have, can I get one of the, let me see if this one works. Do we have, okay. I don't need a mic. All right, I don't need a mic. Let's go first with your question to the Minister.
Morning, sir. Mr. Samuda, I noticed you gave copious details of the major project. Probably 70% of tourism. And I noticed you are renewing the MP in Fortress, that corridor there. The last major project on water and water resource management in that area was also in the 80s, where a sewage plant was put in a setup and some minor piping work was done for potable water. And we in that area have been agitating to have the systems upgraded. And the housing stock between Port Maria and Discovery Bay has gone up by about 20-25%. And of course, in the last 15 years, you know, most persons here can say the new hotels that have opened up, the housing development from Richmond to Draxall Estate, etc. And we've seen a deficit of water. Not only that, the nutrification of the harbor in Ocherius, where when rain falls, you know, you can't swim. I'm old, I'm retired. So I spend a lot of time there. I am from that area. And so I noticed that that is not how the priority. When about 50% of the tourist income in this country comes from that area. So I'm just saying, you know, are we going to prioritize that area? Because the only Jamaica can do it.
So I assure you, as Member of Parliament for that area, that area will receive its appropriate level of budgetary allocations for upgrades. But let's contemplate what has taken place in that area and what exists. I've been at pains to explain even to the citizens of Negril that what happens at the White River treatment plant affects them, because a system like Martha Brae pumps both east and west. So if you contemplate that all of your treatment plants along the north coast are interrelated and impact each other, I'll go through the particular upgrades that are slated for each of those systems. But the first thing that you should notice, I'd imagine, driving beyond Prairie Beach towards Landover, you'd notice that there's already an upgrade taking place of the main distribution line along that corridor, and we expect that to be finished in a couple of months. Now, that will create significant resilience and improved service to areas like Seville, Farmers Heights, Steertown, Draxall, etc., in that particular part of the corridor. But what is the critical area or critical issue that you face there? Like the rest of the country, the distribution lines are aged, but that will benefit from several replacements that will take place. The Martha Brae treatment plant has 3 major intakes. Only one of those intakes is currently modern, meaning every time you get too much rain, you close off 2 of those intakes and it can only produce what it can produce. Our intention is to expand both the processing capacity of the plant and move from 15 to some 25 million gallons a day from the Martha Brae treatment plant, as well as make the investment, which is what, $2 million US per intake, Kevin, on the other 2 intakes over the next 2 to 3 years. So you'll change one at a time, and that will get that plant running to the sort of capacity that it can. We're also doing the scoping for upgrades to the White River treatment plant and indeed the Bogue treatment plant above Duns River. So those are already underway. The scoping is being done for major well upgrades in Walkerswood. Now, Walkerswood is outside of my constituency, but we'll see a major line being installed all the way to Breadnut Hill with a major tank at the top of Breadnut Hill, which will do gravity feed from Great Pond for areas of Dunsville, Warwick Mount, heading all the way to the top part of Content Gardens, etc. That should significantly change the water situation, certainly in the constituency and its environs. But as I said, every system is interconnected. We expect to break ground early in the new year on the Jordan Wells in St. Mary. That will produce sufficient water for everyone in Port Maria, heading all the way through southeast St. Ann to, what's the name of that system on the boundary there? Not southeast St. Ann, western Portland, that system that Itabaral system. So that will take the pressure off of the Itabaral system, which pumps both east and west with the Jordan Wells now dealing with most of St. Mary. Now, why does that matter? Because then western St. Mary will not have to be totally served by White River. So you reduce what is being pumped east and you'll have more to pump west. So in essence, we're improving all of the systems in that corridor that will allow more water that is produced in St. Ann to stay in St. Ann. Now, that's important for us economically as well, because the further you pump water from sources, the greater risk of line losses. So there are significant investments, and I could go through by constituency which one it is, but I only had 15 minutes. So I could also tell you which line is being run in Claremont, which line is being done in Monique currently, where you're putting in major community tanks, etc. And I can assure you that with all the development taking place with the housing and hotel stock, there is appropriate structure for impact fees that allows the country to not have to put in all of the money for the upgrades necessary to facilitate their development.
Thank you very much, Minister. And obviously you prepared well for this. Can you explain to ones who said that for a new MP, you see no every school?
You should also note that over the last 2 years there was the upgrade and installation of the new system in Exchange. Phase 1 is complete and the second section is in procurement now. You should also note that we're putting a major storage facility in Liberty to deal with bamboo, etc. in that space. So there are a number of systems. The final component, which is funded by the CDB, has a project which is for Southwest St. Anne, which will see some water brought across the Clarendon border to feed into Alexandria, etc. So there is no parish that doesn't have a very integrated, detailed infrastructure plan. There is one single gap, which is that I need the 500 million to be 5 billion. Sure.
Thank you for that response, Minister. We'll take your question.
I can take two more, and then leave.
All right, so the Minister will take two more, so I'll yield to the lady there. Do we have a microphone there? No, before you, Chris, there's a lady that was on. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the information. I'm glad you mentioned history and some unsuccessful stories regarding colonial water supply. However, on this very landscape, we have the 1758 aqueduct, which has not continuously flowed water to this day and is responsible for Kingston's water supply via the Hope filter plant. In 2058, it will mark 300 years since that aqueduct coming from the Hope River is successfully transmitting water. So I would like to know what are the plans for this story, because something must have gone right for us to be benefiting when the plantation system went into decline, the whole of Kingston was burning down, and they turned up here for water. So can there be some kind of documentary highlighting this success story? Thank you.
So I certainly will refer the matter to JNHT. I think protecting and documenting the history related to our monuments and engineering feats is important. But even that system has some threats currently, not just seismic events, but also because of land use. So if you go through the hills and valleys that are covered with many rivers and tributaries, we are having an issue of backyard pooling where people are building unapproved systems and pooling several of the tributaries that do feed into your major supply, both for the Hope plant and for other small systems in the space. So it comes back to your environmental management again, because there's no doubt that source water through that aqueduct, despite its good functioning, is declining. And that is a concern, and a lot of that is because of poor environmental practices in the area, which we'll have a little more detail to come very soon, not just as it relates to that, but how we will create the legislative framework to better manage our rivers. And I think what I would point your attention to is that you can expect it to be something similar to the governance structure that exists for your beaches because of the multiplicity of uses that exist there. But I'll certainly pass on the suggestion to JNHT, and it would have my support for that particular effort. But just one other point to note in that system. The colonial system in 1923 contemplated the mahogany veil system. So the oldest drawing that the Public Works Department can find is in 1923, where the mahogany veil system was to dam an area called Hagley Gap, which is close to the boundary of Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Thomas. It's where two hills converge very closely. It's almost a perfect site for a dam. That Mahogany Vale system was to end in the Mona Reservoir. So the Yalos Pipeline, the Mona Reservoir are a part of that colonially designed water system that saw the expectation, rather, of harnessing the water from both the Yalos River where it begins and the Negro River where it begins into one single source. It was expected to be able to create some 60 megawatts of hydroelectric power. But that project, which is really when you achieve resilience for Kingston and St. Andrew, requires an additional $1 billion to build the tunnels, build the dam, etc. So that's just to give you, so we're very familiar with the details of the colonial designs as they existed. Some have held the test of time. Some are being affected by climate change and other environmental factors in terms of the strength of the source water. But it is something that we do spend time looking at to understand reason why engineers of the past would have designed systems in a particular way.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. Jamaica is a land of wood and water, and you mentioned in your presentation that Jamaica has enough water. Is there any plan to subject this water to hydrophone? What I mean, there's what they call seismic operation, where we use hydrophone to check if there is any crude oil within the waterline areas in Jamaica. If this test is made, there could be pentane, butane, ethanol. That will help in alternative energy. Now, second question is there any plan to go into water turbine? Water turbine, hydro turbine, on the sense that Jamaica relies more on gas turbine, where we use gas, we automate gas to drive electric energy. The same gas we're using to drive our turbine to get electric energy. It's the same gas we use to drive our cars, cook at home. That makes the cost of energy high in Jamaica. So if we go into hydro, there could be enough alternative energy in Jamaica so that cost of all this electrical consumption will be low. Thank you.
So I'll start at your last question first. I'm not aware of any assessment that says we would have sufficient hydro capacity to generate the energy that we need, the approximately 1,100 megawatts that you need at high peak. I don't know of such an assessment, and I think the nature of our geography is that you probably, if I'm to guess, have a developable 100 to 150 megawatts of hydro capacity that wouldn't be financially outside of your capacity to generate. I certainly, as Minister with oversight of climate change and environment, I'm supportive of development of all renewable systems. Certainly you have to do your studies, your land use studies, your environmental impact assessment, your social studies to see what the impact will be for any such dams, whether you proceed with something like Mahogany Vale or other systems that could generate power. But electricity rather, and the cost of electricity and the need for reliable carbon-free or carbon-neutral systems weighs on the mind of NWC very, very heavily. If you think you're stressed out when your JPS bill comes at the end of the month, I can assure you Mr. Carr has sleepless nights when he knows the bill is coming, because NWC pays approximately $1 billion Jamaican dollars a month. We are the single largest customer of the Jamaica Public Service. So for us, it is absolutely critically important, and it feeds into the water policy of Jamaica and the energy policies of Jamaica, the need to both reduce cost, but also ensure that our carbon footprint is being reduced in line with our international commitments. So there isn't any dissonance in terms of wanting to engage greater renewable sources, whether hydro, solar, wind, wave action. I don't know that we are married to any. I'd say that we're energy agnostic. Whichever one has the financial model that will have the least environmental impact will get the support of the government, because it is the intention to onboard up to 50% of your energy generation from renewables. That's already a matter of public policy and publicly known. And we're well underway. The Water Commission will undertake a 44 megawatt floating photovoltaic system over the Mona Reservoir in short order. That process is in the final stages of getting its licenses from OUR, etc., and its wheeling licenses from to facilitate sale of energy to JPS. That's, the pilot phase of that project is over. We're at the final stages of license issuing in that space. So we expect a 100-acre solar farm at Mona, and if there is a water source that can generate cost-effectively hydroelectric power, I don't believe the government would have any difficulty with that. But hydro can be more expensive than other sources now where solar prices are falling, etc. So you also have to keep that in mind. As it relates to use of technology to map our water sources, I assure you that we're already using very good technology in terms of mapping our water sources, as well as using the old tried, tested, and proving technologies. So even when we were looking at the boundaries of the cockpit country, the old-time dye tests that tell you what flows were done for the length and breadth of that space. So people say, but water is there. And you say, well, I hear you, it isn't. But, the tests were done, the technology to scan underground was done. Even when we had critical issues in Portland and St. Thomas 2 years ago, we got some international help with technology to identify water sources and to confirm what was extractable and what wasn't. So we do engage the best technology we can afford in finding water sources, in managing water sources, and there are significant investment, as I'm sure you'll hear, into the water network on improved technology.
That is it. A round of applause for the minister. And one thing I can tell you is that the minister, from my perspective, is full of information. Minister, before you actually walk out, I actually want to use this opportunity to inform you that we'll be at UTEC, we'll be calling on your office. We'd love to have a further chat to get to delve deeper into some of the historical context and some of the plans. So I hope that we, I'm inviting us to your office with your with your blessings to have a discussion, further conversation with in some of these areas. So again, thank you, Minister. And as the Minister leaves, we also again want to give him a round of applause. All right, so the Minister has actually laid the wicket for us today. The interest, we're gonna actually ask the Minister to come back in right here because we have a little gift for him. But whilst we're doing that, we want to actually, in the interim, and the interest of time, we want to introduce you to our next speaker. And our next speaker is the acting Vice President of Operation at the National Water Commission. And she has been involved in the aspect of the water administration for some time now. She was also the regional manager at the NWC. And this time we want to welcome to the podium to make her presentation Dr. Philippa Campbell-Francis. So please make welcome Dr. Campbell-Francis to our presentation. Oh, just before you come, right, Minister, we have a gift for you. And actually before you run out, we want to ensure that we provide you a gift, Sharon. So let's just ask. All right, so Minister, we have Mrs. Booth Thompson from the Chemical Engineering Program and Program Director, who would like to give you a token of our appreciation, a small token of our appreciation for you to be here today. All right, so we just invite Dr. Philippa Campbell Francis to give us her presentation. So you have the presentation lined up already. We have the clicker, so you can just get into it, all right?
Okay. All right. I thought you had it. Dr. Balvin Thorpe, members of the faculty, students of UTEC, Jose, Catherine, Maya. I saw the NWC president was here earlier, but our vice president, EDPM, is here, and some of the NWC team members. I am seeing the rural water supply persons here as well, WRA as well, and I want to make the point that I am a family member of UTEC. Yes, I am. So in addition to the many engineers that the NWC has from UTEC, we also have persons with students. So I'm a UTEC parent. Yes, my son graduated from this faculty last year. And so, you know, UTEC continues to do an awesome job, and we are really proud to be integrated in some of the activities that UTEC has ongoing. So the presentation this morning, it is always difficult to come after the minister, because the minister is super knowledgeable and he shares many things because he goes off script that would be in my presentation. But I am going to work through as best as I can to ensure that we cover all the bases. I want to make the point that while the minister's presentation was more high level, what I want to talk about today is really about how it is that as an entity, from the president through to every member of staff, how it is that we manage the water resources. That's our responsibility, and we'll talk a little too about the challenges and opportunities. So for this presentation, we will look at the water sector policy, which is the policy that guides what happens with our water resources in Jamaica and speaks to the integration of the different arms of government that has an input in how we manage our water resources. We'll have a snapshot of the NWC. We look at our vision, mission, strategic objectives. We look at our regulatory framework, the major water management challenges. As Minister mentioned, the challenges are many and they are varied. So for this presentation, we're looking at what are the, I think, 5 big items. And then we will look at some of the opportunities that we have and how it is that the NWC is capitalizing on those opportunities. So Jamaica is guided by the National Water Sector Policy and its implementation plan of 2019. This plan guides the overall water sector in Jamaica and talks about really the measures that are to be implemented to protect the resources while we ensure universal access to potable water and sanitation by 2030. The goal of the policy is to ensure that Jamaica's water resources are managed in a way that provides for the nation's social, economic, and environmental well-being, both for now and in the future. So the policy has 6 guiding principles. 1, that management of our resources should be sustainable and intergenerational equity should be present. We should also be efficient, integrated water resource management, and so we talk, for example, about what JSIF does, what the WRA does, what Rural Water Supply Limited does. All of those arms have to be integrated, as well as forestry. Universal access, responsiveness to gender and vulnerable groups, and stakeholder participation. So the water sector policy depends on the National Water Commission to be the driver of large infrastructure projects. The policy also recognizes that we are losing some of our traditional water sources and that rainwater harvesting is critical, and a lot of the rainwater harvesting activities will come out of Rural Water Supply Limited. And there is now currently a rainwater harvesting guideline that is to be incorporated in the development approval process. So, for example, in Kingston here, it is unpalatable for some people for the NWC to sell the idea of rainwater harvesting. And so, as a part of the development process, we are saying that the new developments must make provision if it is that we will or we should have adequate water in the future. So the water sector policy also looks at climate change adaptation and currently has an integrated water resource management council, multidisciplinary and multi-sectorial, and it is led by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. So a snapshot of the NWC. NWC is Jamaica's major provider of potable water and wastewater services. We have close to 550,000 water service connections. We currently supply over 75% of the population. We have 1,000 water supply facilities and about 400 springs, wells, and rivers. And we have more than 12,000 kilometers of water mains. Now, what some people do not understand is that although the NWC is publicly owned, it is anticipated that the NWC must be commercially viable. And so our mission statement speaks to contributing to national development by providing high-quality potable water and sewage services, and we have to do this in a way that is cost-effective and also sustainable. For Vision 2030, the NWC has tied the vision statement into that, where by 2030, service reliability in the NWC should be at 90%, coverage should have moved up to 85% for water and 30% for sewage. Now, the strategic objectives, if you look closely at the NWC's strategic objectives, you will notice that it is tied into the 6 guiding principles of the Water Resource Authority. So we talk about improved customer satisfaction and public image, increased operational efficiency and service reliability, improved coverage, revenues, and cash flow, and improved staff and institutional capacity. And later on, I'll talk about the importance of improved staff and institutional capacity, although all 4 of these strategic objectives are linked. In terms of the regulatory framework, we are regulated by the Water Resources Authority. So the Water Resource Authority will tell us, will provide our abstraction license. And I note, for example, and this is an experience I've had because I've worked in water for so many years, is that people will see water running off a hillside, running off a gully, and say, oh, but you need to go and harness and treat and distribute that water because it is water that's wasting. But it doesn't work quite like that. And even for our licensing, we have to take into account that we are part of an ecosystem and that we cannot extract every last drop of water for domestic use. So water has to go back to the environment. We have the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness monitors our potable water quality. The National Environment and Planning Agency, this is tied into our wastewater activities, and they monitor effluent, and Office of Utilities Regulation. They manage our economic condition, situation, they grant tariffs, they ensure that our standards for service delivery is really high, and also granting of some licensing to operate. So, as we talk about the major challenges that face the NWC, and remember that I indicated that what I want you to have is a real look of what it is and how it is that we manage water every day for the men and women who work in the utility. And so one of the major challenges that we're having is the climate crisis. Now, what the climate crisis does for us is that when I would have started out with the NWC many years ago, our systems were more reliable. Yes? What is happening now is that when we have drought periods, they are for longer periods, and when we have wet periods, the rain falls heavily for longer periods. What this means is that this affects service reliability. So persons will say, but the rain is falling. Why is it that I do not have water? You do not have water based on our system, some of the older system designs, as the minister would have explained. And so, for these older system designs, we find that in order for us to manage, to be able to serve our customers, it really is about managing in a way that mitigate and overcome the challenges that we're having. So we have 4 activities that we do. So we're currently doing systems redesign. We have a tank installation program, well rehab and maintenance program, and we have done a project on artificial groundwater recharge. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slides. But we have there, for example, finding new sources, and I have new in quotations because it really doesn't mean that we're going to look for water in undiscovered places. It's really areas we know that have water, but we have just never used the water in that kind of a way before. And you will hear a little more about the PP arrangement for Rio Cobre. Minister spoke to that, and the budgeted for that is 77 million US. I have a simple chart here that shows the water purification process. Now we understand the process all too well for the persons in this room. Water comes into an intake, you have coagulation, sedimentation, you have filtration and disinfection. In some water systems, you will have a pre- and a post-chlorination. Now, what I have at the bottom there is what our men and women go through every day when the rain falls. This is a channel. On the left, on my left, you will see that there's a gabion there, and on the other side, there's a concrete structure. Now, when the water comes in to these smaller systems, and I want to make the point that some years ago, I had the opportunity to go to a major water utility provider in the US, and they said at the time that this system is similar to what you have in the NWC. It was similar in numbers, meaning they had close to 3 million customers that they served, but they were served from one source. We have 400 sources island-wide. So apart from our major sources, your Martha Brae, your Great River, your Mona, your Hermitage, you are looking at small sources in the interlands. We have in West Rural, I see a team member there, an area that I have never been, and it's the only place in my region that I have never been, and it's an area called Second Breakfast. And I have not been because the guys said to me, we're not taking you to Second Breakfast, because it is so far up in the hills, the walk to get there is so treacherous that in order to get back to the main road, you have to have a second breakfast before you reach back to the main road. So these systems were designed where water comes into what we call an impoundment. It is then piped, sometimes it's right out of the river with stones. It is then piped to a tank, usually not a large tank. Some amount of sedimentation takes place, but then all you have is treatment and dispatch to customers. Now imagine, in a climate crisis, where that system cannot work for this time, because that system cannot manage the turbidity levels that we experience from day to day. And that is why people will say the rain is falling, but the longer the rain falls is the longer you have no water, because a system that looks like this is very turbid. We do not have a filter system. And that is just how the systems were designed then, because truth be told, the water was cleaner. Anybody who works with the NWC or in any water sector, any part of the water sector, knows that some of these systems, what you had was really very clean water, and so it was easy to just pipe that to a tank, treat that, and dispatch. But we've found that climate change has changed that experience. Another issue that Minister spoke about, and I'll expand on a little, is our storage capacity. So the NWC needs more storage, and we are seized with the urgency of that. And it is for that reason that we always have a tank replacement program taking place. At this point, we have a 3-year program in place where we have replaced 2.5 million gallons in storage. We have done 31 tanks already at a cost of $511 million. And over the next 3 years, we will be adding another 1.7 million gallons in storage. Some of the pictures that I have here, these are two 50,000-gallon tanks. And when I say they're island-wide projects, they're really island-wide projects because we're doing them right across the island. So this one is in Mineral Heights, Clarendon. The other is at Moy Hall, St. James. Those are 50,000 gallons. These are 100,000-gallon tanks. And this is Montego Hill, St. James. And we have another 100,000-gallon in Duckensfield, St. Thomas. We also have a solid well rehab and installation program. And so from 2016 to 2017, you would have noticed that we have spent over $1 billion to rehabilitate 60 wells and to drill an additional 30 core holes. And what this means is that we are building resilience in the system. We also have a steady well maintenance cleaning program. These are some of the activities that we would have done. What happened just now, right? Test pumping of the well. We did a replacement well at Montgomery Corner. And this now is where we've been using the technology to video log our wells, yes? And then we have a good look, as is demonstrated in the bottom picture, of what inside of the well looks like. Another thing that we have done, this is not something that we do all the time, but we have done it over in Northwest Spanish Town. We had a shortage of about 3 million gallons, and we wanted to get water from the systems, the wells, the deep wells in that area. The WRA said, hey, we cannot issue the license unless you have made provisions for recharging of the aquifers. And as you know, aquifer recharge can be done naturally from runoff, or it can be done artificially. In this case, we had to ensure that the aquifer was recharged in that particular area. And so what we did, we diverted excess water from underground pipeline, via underground pipelines from the Old Harbor Canal through a series of detention ponds and wetlands in order to reduce turbidity and suspended solids. And then that was then reintroduced to 3 sinkholes and 2 existing deep wells. This was at a cost of $1 billion that the NWC borrowed from the IDB, and this system was handed over to WRA for management in April of 2018. Now, outside of the climate crisis and all of those things we're working on was really to deal with the issue of climate crisis, we also have high NRW, physical and commercial losses. I will not go into too much with regard to NRW because Catherine will present later on what Maya has been doing with the NWC through the co-management program. And I want to make the point that when the co-management program was introduced in Kingston, it was the first of its kind in this part of the hemisphere. And I think greater to Catherine, first ever. So really what it means is that Maya comes in with the expertise, NWC puts some money up front, or the money up front, in this case between KSA and St. Catherine, because these projects are very expensive, $65 million US, and that does not include the staff costing part of the program, because what you have is a kind of twinning arrangement where the staff, because you're building institutional capacity while you're going on, the staff is trained to be able to manage NRW on their own. And the truth is, for KSA, when the project ended, we were about 40% NRW. We are currently still at about 40% 3 years later. And that, I believe, was testament to the building of our staff capacity and institutional strengthening. We also we had to look at the adjustment of our internal structure within the NWC. So the NWC, at a point, had an NRW VP. So we recognized that the NRW management was serious, but we looked at it as managing as a project. The NWC is shifting its position to where we manage NRW in the ground every day with the teams that are there. So right across the island now, you have some amount of NRW expertise because we have built out our staff structure to make provisions for the people required and the resources required. And I must make the point that NRW across the island is at about 70%. And I had a president that used to like that to, if you were a baker, and you baked 100 loaves, and on the way to dispatch or delivery, you throw away 70. And so when we talk about new systems, the NWC is one of those entities, or Jamaica generally, where we've realized that it is not all about building new systems, because if you were able to save on your losses, you would be better able to distribute to your customers. And that is why also the NWC now has a planned island-wide program which will be done at a budgeted $300 million US. Another major challenge, high cost of energy. And how we are fixing that? Increased use of energy from renewable sources. And so we currently have underway and to come this financial year, 3 projects, and Minister would have spoken about the Mona floating solar project a little earlier. And we also, to deal with the high cost of energy, we're changing out our aged, inefficient electromechanical equipment through our pumps replacement program. And I just have a picture here, or 2 pictures of our Forest Hills facility, where we have or renewable energy activity taking place. It is still underway. And as we indicated, we have plans for Leaders Avenue and another in Mobile. So this is the floating solar panel. Now, this was done as a pilot, and as Minister said, we are awaiting approval of licensing and so on to be able to continue this project or to move it forward. We are systematically replacing our old and aged electromechanical equipment. So the NWC has set a target of doing 20 facilities each year. And remember, 20 facilities seem low, but remember, this is a part of the regular, everyday activities. This is not your major, large CapEx projects. And so we would have started that. We did 20 facilities last year. We're doing another 20 facilities this year. We also have a current procurement underway, and now this is with the support of government, to procure procure pumps at a cost of $900 million, and another to procure pumps and generators also to build resilience at a cost of another $900 million. And these are some of our, these pictures here show where we have upgraded some facilities, again, right across the island. Aged infrastructure. Now, Minister would have told you about the $7 billion in capital works that is taking place in the NWC at this time. For our aged infrastructure, we have a number of upgrading programs. We can't give you them as projects because there are so many. But as a program, we would have the Greater Mandeville Water Supply System at a cost of $770 million. There are 32 contracts let. It includes new MCC buildings, steel tanks, new pumps, and new pumps at Spurtree, and then Hopetown to Walton Road transmission line. So if you should take a drive down to Old Pepper, you will get a good look of all the activities that's taking place in Mandeville. Then we have the island-wide potable water supply projects. This is again at a cost of $2.1 billion, and it includes the pump upgrade works at Rhine Park, Cookham-Dean. We have pipeline works going on as well, Juba Spring, Tavistock, Harriman, Springfield, Violet Avenue, and Plumbago Sewer. So the major potable water transmission main replacement is really 6 projects at a cost of $500 million that is now complete, and it's the Port Royal transmission main, reservoir, and upgrade of the pump station. So all of that has recently been done. Now it gets me to my final challenge, and that is the unavailability of the required cash that impacts the general operation of the NWC. And this comes because there is a challenge in Jamaica where people do not see water as the service that they should pay for first. But the truth is, if we are talking about management for the future, we have to get our people to pay for the service that they get. You're going to ask me another question, which is, why have you not disconnected them? And I like that to the situation I was explaining recently, that for the Jamaica Public Service, our flow, you can flick a switch and the service goes. But the NWC has a fully manual process of disconnecting customers. So you remember that place I told you about up in Second Breakfast? It means that if I had customers there, I have to physically make the trek to that location, and then, having disconnected the services, I come back down to the main and I'm trying to wonder, are they stealing water? It means I have to then send a team to check if they have water there. And it is just the nature of the business that, for example, people will tell you that JPS, the electricity will kill you. With water, you only get wet. So we have to find a way to change the mindset of Jamaicans. So while we push the need for management of our water resources, managing our utility in such a way that we are able to have something for the future, we have to do that in a way which says to people, the service is valuable. You will never be able to pay for this service, but at least pay for the water that you have received. And so when we talk about NRW, I touched it, the commercial losses. A lot of people in Jamaica steal water. And I just don't want to throw a lot out there. I want to say that our studies have shown that having disconnected persons, 40% of those people reconnect their supply legally. And then we want to talk about bypasses as well. And I want to be honest. I'm taking just a second to be honest. That this is not only in what we call socially challenged areas. Yes, because I know some person's mind automatically go to the socially challenged area, but we have to get our people to understand that we have to manage our water in such a way so that we have water available in the future. And for us to be able to do that, we need your payments. Opportunities. I have just a couple listed here. New technologies available in the water sector. So for NRW management, Catherine will get into that, some of the technologies available. SCADA, where we're monitoring our facilities using SCADA technology, GIS technology, asset management technology, smart metering. So currently the NWC is in the middle of a project that is supposed to provide 450,000 smart meters, which means we have already procured 206, so we have already installed in the ground 206,000 of these meters, but it allows us to read meters via walk-by or drive-by. So now I have customers calling, this can't be a reading because no one visited my house. We don't have to visit you because the technology allows us to read remotely. What I'm hoping for that I will get is where we can now lock you off remotely. That is going to be a very expensive venture, but I know it's there. It just means that for each lateral, and we have 550,000, we would have had to make provisions to be able to do that. But that is where the NWC needs to go, some of the things that we're looking at. I have here training, UTech, NWC for NRW. I could have ad production. I know you would. But as I said, the partnership with UTech is strong. We get a lot of interns out of UTech. We do a lot of work with the, you have a course that you do, IWE, Industrial Work Experience. We get a lot of students for that. And the NWC is now working on a partnership with UTech, which should make provision for the training of our people as we get ready for that $350 million US project that will come on stream over the next few years. Mr. Cunningham, look at this one. That's our VP EDPM, grant funding. I have it there as an opportunity. But I'm very wary about this one because we had a discussion recently that while grant funding is available, what you really want is money for infrastructural works. Grant funding usually don't do that. What you get for grant funding is really for consultation and some amount of technical support. But what we really need, those systems that we have all across the country where these archaic systems are there, what we really want is real money to be able to upgrade some of those systems. But there's the ability for grant funding despite the challenges. And then we talk about other partnerships, the intra-island, inter-island, other international stakeholder partnerships. So for example, there is so much that is out there. There are so many people in the water sector who are looking for new partnerships, whether it be through PPPs or other kinds of recommendations, recommended arrangements, but there are other things that partnerships will be able to allow us to build out. And then the final one I would have spoken on before is not the final one on the screen is public education, where really we have to have a serious public education program with regard to management of water and how it is that they will feed into that. The expectation, not just for paying their bills, but looking at water conservation, looking at rainwater harvesting. So I believe that there's opportunity for us to do more work there. And finally, one that is not there, but that I was discussing with Jose recently because I went to the CWWA conference a couple of weeks ago, and this new thing came up, and it is carbon credit. So I imagine Jose will speak to us about that lately, but that has been on my mind as well, to explore how that will work a little bit more and how Jamaica can benefit from that. And what it means is that NRW savings means energy savings, and it means carbon credit, which you can then exchange on the market for other things which he'll tell us about. And finally, in conclusion, the NWC takes the opportunity to reassure all stakeholders that we are seized with the critical need for the prudent management of our water resources. Through the programs implemented and to be implemented, the NWC will continue to do so in a way that accounts for our current realities as well as our future needs. I thank you. Just in case.
All right, let's hear another round of applause for Dr. Campbell Francis. I like the pace and the way how they are actually setting the tone in terms of the challenges. Dr. Francis, you actually made my day already because I see that connection with the UTech, and you know where that comes. And I'm sure that we'll be able to help you in especially the public education part of things as well. Any question? All right, so I can take two because we're running way behind time. We take your Lees and we take your Charlotte because I think we saw those two come up first. So, ladies before gentlemen, of course. So, welcome you back on.
Good morning.
So you didn't touch on it, but it's in this. Good morning. Is this on?
Testing.
Good morning. Yes. So you didn't touch on this one, but it's important to me based on the timing that we're in. So the Jamaica Fire Code is in effect, and we're experiencing very high urban township areas. So how are you going to be managing our aged infrastructure, our NRW reduced pressures in areas, and yet support the needs for fire services? That is a challenge that I have been trying to work through, so I would like to know how you're going to work through it. And I have a loads more that I'll write to give Balvin, and the panel discussion can take them up.
Okay, as it relates to provisions for fire services, in a drought period, I'm going to use Casey as an example. In a drought period, we would have periods of extended lock-offs where there really just is no water at all. What the NWC has been able to do through the partnership with Mayo is to ensure that even in a drought period, through pressure management, that we are able to have water in the system. We also ensure that there are some areas that will not lose water. So in case, say, for example, if you have a leak, say, if you have a fire, say, on Ashenine Road, you will have water. The pressure is low. However, if you were to get water from elsewhere, another pressure zone where the pressure is higher. And what we have with the fire brigade is really excellent partnership. And so we had a situation 2-3 days ago where the fire department says, hey, I have water. I need a little bit more pressure. 20 minutes is long for you for firefighting, but our team was there in 20 minutes and sent back the pictures because the project allows us to move water across borders. You may not have that everywhere in the country now, but the island-wide NRW project is expected to take care of that, whereby saving water, we then have enough to be able to spread it over a longer period of time and in greater sections of our communities.
Thank you so much. Dr. Stokes?
Good day, and thank you for your presentation, Dr. Campbell. I have twofold questions. You mentioned, summarizing your presentation, I gather that there are 3 major targets: NRW, reducing NRW, reducing energy costs, and replacement, well, probably 4, replacement, maintenance works, and new capacity. Do you have available information regarding how the budget is allocated across these sectors in terms of proportion? I imagine, the reason I asked that, and do you have available information regarding the efficiency of the budget? For example, $1, how much would that achieve in terms of reducing NRW, percentage-wise, as opposed to increasing capacity, as opposed to implementation? A study's been done in relation to that, to effectively allocate budget across these different sectors. So that's my first question. And the second question, or should I allow you to answer the first
Yes,
question?
please.
Please, proceed.
Because I'm trying to keep track of that.
Okay.
But when it comes on to budget allocation, the NWC has a pretty robust budget planning cycle. So, for example, where we talk about the 4 interconnected activities as our strategic objectives, when we meet as a team, an island-wide team, we have the discussions of what the focus will be on this year. How much will we be spending on this activity? And then we are able to put off some works, because the truth is we cannot cover everything in a single budget year. But what you will have, as Minister said, you have a $7 billion program that takes place over a series of years because of space in the budget and also because of having the available funds to do the activities. I must make the point, though, that the NWC has agreed, every single manager, member of staff, executive minister right down, that the NRW initiative right now is critical, and that is where a lot of our money will be spent over the next few years. Because the truth is, we have found, and this is what is out there, that we don't need to build new systems because we have water available. We just have not been adequately moving that water through our distribution systems. So if we can find a way to do that, then we will be better off for it. And so for this budget cycle and the last budget cycle and the next budget cycle, NRW is the agreed big ticket item in the budget.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So the second question was in relation to water harvesting. I'm wondering if enough is being done to promote private persons, setting up tanks to harvest the rainwater. And I remember earlier the minister said that during the drought there was a $15 million gallon shortfall.
Deficit.
12 million in Kingston, 4 million in Portmore. So, and I did a quick Google search, and I realized that your typical water tank, toilet water tank, stores 5 gallon. And so every flush you make, that's 5 gallon. 3 million people times 5 gallon, that's 50 million gallons of water flushed daily, assuming everybody goes at least once. So if I'm wondering if you mentioned the water treatment process, and I was wondering, you know, what if, are there considerations for promoting water harvest, rainwater harvesting, and separate water channeling to do stuff like flushing? We would save 50 million gallons in flushing daily. That would that would reduce our dependency upon the treated water that is wasting for flushing. So I was wondering, are there projects, considerations by your company in regards to such?
Okay, so I'm going to share a quick story. A couple of years ago, I'm from country, St. Mary. A couple of years ago, I was in the country and it was flooding. And I got a call from my manager to say I need to truck water to a lady that I know who lived across the road from me. Water is, I'm right there, it's flooding, it has been days of rain. The issue is that not a lot of people have storage. And this is in the country, where country usually have storage. So I found the request very strange. Suffice to say, my boss instructed, so I had to do it. It's a discussion our communications manager will tell you that it is agreed that NWC is not the entity that will be pushing for storage. On the basis of, for individual storage, it is not very, so in a drought, we make sure we tell people, make sure you have storage for water up to 3 days. So we send the message then. But in terms of the driving force for rainwater harvesting, that is more palatable coming from an entity like the Rural Water Supply Limited. Because people will tell you now that you provide 70% of the water. You need to ensure that water is in my pipe 24 hours, 7 days a week. That's your job. Your job is not to tell me I need to have rainwater harvesting because we're in the business of producing and selling water. But through the water sector policy, the NWC and the rural water are so interconnected that that is where those activities take place, where the rural water pushes the rainwater harvesting side of the activities. So as I said, in the drought period, the message is out there, ensure you have storage. We tell people every opportunity, but it is not palatable for the entity who is supposed to be providing the water to be the one pushing the harvesting, although we are connected in those discussions.
And is there discussions about the ways of water for flushing, treated water, as opposed, is there policies, all of these new developments, is there policies for separate piping that could facilitate water that is not treated or filtered being used for flushing as opposed and saving, as opposed to the water that is supplied in the pipes by your company?
So the NWC pushes conservation generally. Yes, and it is also built into our tariffs, which is why you will see persons who are using less water getting greater benefits. That's a part of how we push conservation. And we will encourage our customers, because we do a lot of PR work, a lot of work through community meetings, a lot of community outreach programs. And in those programs, what we introduce to our customers is adjusting from that 5-gallon flush to a 3-gallon flush. So we have been pushing for that, and the conservation generally is also built in the water sector policy. As I said, that is something that is being actively worked on now, and so we expect that the conservation drive we will be seeing a little bit more of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell Francis. Before you sit, we want to give you a little token of our appreciation. Again, I ask Mrs. Mrs. Booth Thompson from the Chemical Department to make the presentation. All right, thank you, and thanks again for the presentation. Again, we're going to move into another presentation very quickly. We're running behind time, so we just want to welcome our next speaker, who is none other than the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, Professor Sean Thorpe. And Professor Thorpe is going to take us into a new and interesting direction as it relates to the view of water. So put your hand together in welcoming Professor Sean Thorpe.
A pleasant good morning. Good morning. This has been a very interesting symposium, and I think the recollection is that when we were having a meeting with MIA and NWC in August of this year, Dr. Balvin Thorpe, myself, Mr. Cummings, we didn't realize that it would have been an outcome as significant as the one we have before us this morning, called the Water Symposium. So I really want to thank the entire faculty staff, the entire team that has put the effort behind this, staff who is working inside the room as well as outside, along with the students who have come out to provide the support, and the rest of the university communications team that is covering this event. So I needed to say that as the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing before we get into this very important conversation. I have loved everything I've heard so far, from the minister's presentation to now include Dr. Campbell Francis' overview, and to now position the Faculty of Engineering and Computing to reflect very carefully on how we can be a part of the implementation and outcomes that support what you're doing. Just to let you know, Catherine and her team is here on campus looking at a non-revenue water initiative as we speak. So it is very timely that we are having these conversations. So I want to again welcome everyone who is here, including my colleagues, not limited to just faculty, but all faculties and colleges across the university. I think I see a dean. Is that dean I'm seeing up there? No, I'm not seeing. Okay, all right. Persons coming from near and far, those who are also online and joining, welcome to this presentation. So we have heard about climate change and the need for climate action. We fully agree with the fact that there is a significant water scarcity consideration, not only limited to Jamaica, but global. We have fully recognized that there is population growth at scale, and we wonder if we have enough water and sustainable water resources to support the outcomes of the growing population. Which brings a very important conversation to point when we speak of sustainable water practices. We have to think long-term about the availability of these water resources that we have. And if we are putting enough metrics or controls in place to ensure that this is within our grasp and outcomes. I've listened to the presentation from Dr. Campbell Francis, which clearly indicates that there's some work already happening. So if we think about the key areas specific to sustainable water practices, before we jump into the whole argument of where the innovation is tied to this presentation, from the water conservation practices to having a healthy ecosystem to provide those resources is consistent with what you have been saying since morning and what is very well known out there as it relates to sustainable water management. I will contend that for this conversation this morning, we are here to talk about how we leverage artificial intelligence and big data, which is an area of practice within the curriculum of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing that relates to what water resource authorities should also be supporting as it relates to how you treat with this sustainable water practice. By definition, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it should be well known by now that you're really taking human intelligence, some of it, and harnessing it as machine readable intelligence. That will significantly upskill and upscale the amount of automation that you need to support the outcomes of how you treat reasonable water management practices in Jamaica. Artificial intelligence, by its very basic definition, is that the situation where we are pre-programming all the algorithms into the features of our applications that can help to manage any type of outcomes within an environment, no less, water treatable systems and environments that you are using. There are three basic pillars on which artificial intelligence is built. Namely, there's machine learning, right, as one of the pillars. There's natural language processing as another pillar. And there's computer vision. And I heard the minister talk about LiDAR technology this morning that is consistent with using computer vision, for example. So in thus hearing the views shared, there is clearly a situation where there is a level of practice already occurring within our environment to use technology. My conversation is not to talk just about the technologies, it's now to look at the very creative or innovative ways in how we treat with what comes with the technology and how our water resources are actually handling the kind of information that is processed coming out of this space. But if we start with machine learning, the assumption here is that we have a lot of data that we'll be able to process. And I'm sure NWC, like MEA and Rural Water, you're handling several data points around the country in terms of the care of the water resources. So in terms of machine learning, the first thing that we need to look at is that we want to collect information relating to things like rainfall data, the adequacy of rainfall data and the patterns. Prime Minister was actually speaking to this general concern that he had just about 3-4 weeks ago when he was also on campus in a climate change conversation with us. So when we talk about machine learning, it means that every entity that is treating and handling with water, the professionals need to understand predictive analytics, which is one area that machine learning harnesses. We also look at the fact that there may be unusual patterns in terms of water flow or even water quality that you may have that you need to be checking for, because we agree that there are several waterborne diseases, for example, that are out there. But can we do the preemptive checks to understand if there's any patterns relating to the information that we collect about water and the type of data supporting that? So you have the need as well outside of anomaly detection to recognize that you can also support water treatment facilities using AI algorithms to understand the ebbs and flow, and including the energy consumption that actually is picked up coming out of these systems. So like you attaching solar panels, I noticed, to facilities, we can use artificial intelligence to study the type of data in terms of utilization and how effective that is in terms of the provision of those treatment facilities. Now, machine learning is one pillar. The second pillar is natural language processing. And natural language processing refers very simply to how you actually extract and process various types of text data, image data within the environment, or a hybrid of same, right? What you'll find is that we can use for public awareness and education that I heard Dr. Thorpe speaking to, and what you're speaking to, Dr. Campbell, Francis, is that I actually have a program running at home that I'm testing. And I am seeking to use that AI as it is right now to just understand what is coming out of the newspapers on a daily basis. So I've been doing a periodic analysis of what is coming out of the newspapers for the past 5 years. And that is using features relating to sentiment analysis, because the newspapers have a lot of opinionated data. There's structured data from sensors and there's weather data, but when I look at opinionated data from the social media posts and so on, number one problem coming out about public awareness and education is actually how water and water drainage systems, for example, are impacting the various road surfaces, right, or the lack of it. I'm saying to you that one of the things that we may not be doing in a very clear and coherent way is to recognize that you're already producing a lot of data for which we can now use artificial intelligence through the method, right, of sentiment analysis as well as information extraction to summarize and provide timely reports within the organization. Mark, a lot more applications are being built these days to support these things, but the context here in Jamaica, I don't think this is sufficiently well done, although our curriculum boasts these contents and concerns relating to how we train our students. There's the use of chatbots and virtual assistants, which became quite prevalent, particularly in the pandemic. I mean, I actually had to interact with a few virtual assistants in COVID with NWC because I couldn't get to a particular customer office, and the contact was measured and limited. But I will argue that there's a lot that you can be using in terms of chatbots and virtual assistants which fall under the area of natural language processing for what AI supports. Finally, under artificial intelligence, by way of the pillar, there's computer vision. You need to do a lot of remote sensing on the various water bodies that are around the country. You're using LiDAR. I picked that up, right, which is significant. And therefore, there's a lot of image data that you can actually collect and do analysis on the image data, right? More likely, you're collecting that data, but the informed analysis by having the type of technical expertise to support the analysis. We should not be relying on tools, but we need to rely on a set of data scientists who are working with National Water Commission and MIA and Rural Water, data scientists who are engineers who understand these core principles, right, and applying them. So there's the need for remote sensing, object tracking and detection, and image analysis, which is a function of computer vision handling. But no AI really works without the data. So in other words, we can't talk about leveraging sustainable water practices, especially when we're talking about water conservation, without really recognizing that you collect a lot of data. Peter Clark, who is supposed to be here later this morning, was saying to me, if we had more rainfall this week, he may not have been able to come because he would have to send out the teams to actually do a lot of data collection relating to rainfall. And I said to him, so particularly important, what do you do with that data? Are you using AI to provide the kind of analysis, predictive analysis, or are you just doing statistical analysis on the data? For the most part, you're doing statistical analysis, but you're not doing interpretive, predictive analysis, which is what AI is actually alluding to. So this is how you can leverage within the organization the use of this. Very specifically, when we talk about big data, we're talking about massive amounts of data. I mean, right now, every student here probably walks with a terabyte hard drive. I mean, the days of kilobytes and megabytes are over. We have a lot of data processing in the form of petabytes, and you now have even orders of what is called zettabytes of data, right? Just for consistency. You are putting in all of this technology infrastructure. You have several data points. Because you have all these several data points, you are collecting data at every juncture within the organization, not realizing that as a part of informing the direction, right, including policy, that you need to be interpreting what is coming from this data, which we describe as big data. So I hope that is clear so far. The key characteristics of big data, which you are actually handling as water resource authorities, is that you have volume, which is every day, once you retrofit these aging infrastructure and putting in the Internet of Things sensors to start picking up the smart metering coming off of the various provisions of the services that you're offering. You have so much volume, given the fact that this data is coming to you at speed, you'll also have large varieties of data. And if you recall what I said earlier, data is coming in various types. It's coming in as text, it's coming in as image. This is significant. And of course, you need to ensure that the data that you're actually in receipt of is actually data that you can trust, which speaks to the veracity of the data, because if that data can't be trusted, it is going to misinform the actions that you would like to take with respect of the implementation programs that you are putting in place within the organization. With that said, the outcome of having volumes of data will allow us to provide meaningful insights based on trends, right, that you may pick up in the data, and that value proposition is coming from the artificial intelligence. So you have lots of that data handling. So far, so good. So I could say artificial intelligence is everybody's business. Okay, after me. Artificial intelligence is? Big data is? All right, so we're on the same page. So with that said, I will argue very quickly that when you combine AI and big data, you can do real-time monitoring, right, and NWC. I know Mia is doing some of that work already, which I'm very impressed with. But it will also allow us to inform policy positions very well, when we collect this data. In terms of optimized water allocation, you talk about those distribution channels. And you may have locations or locals where you have undersupply or oversupply, or you have a high demand, but you have, you don't have the necessary supply. And all the initiatives I'm seeing you're looking at with Rio Cobra and so on helps to respond to that problem. When we apply AI using the pre-programmed algorithms, we can actually treat every project implementation as various data points to collect that necessary information and process them accordingly as a part of a predictive analytics, or what we call demand forecasting metric. You also have the need for, just like you have early warning systems, you have early detection. So if you know that there is a viewpoint, so here's a theory that I have, which I now need to test by way of experiments. The rainfall and the rain we've been seeing from the other day, you notice that this being November, I've not seen so much rainfall since I was a child. In this period, no, in this particular period. I don't know if NWC has done the assessment yet to disclaim what I am saying, but just anecdotally, we could study this very carefully. We're also noticing the pattern of the hurricanes and the tropical storms. They tend to be going south, you realize? A lot of them going south mean they're going around St. Elizabeth's side. So next year, this time, let me knock on wood, it doesn't keep hitting that area. What I'm saying, if we step back and use the AI and the big data, we could do the necessary trend analysis that supports a clearer understanding, probably over the next 5 years or 10 years, of the impact. Mark, you may already have that data, you know. I need to ask Peter Clark if he has that data. I would pump it into, right, these algorithms and start doing an evaluation. So I'm giving thoughts to the process here now, you know. And to determine if this may have some patterns that we could apply to actually see if there's anything that is out of the ordinary that we would now need to address if we go south of the country, where St. Elizabeth is our breadbasket, heavily impacted by these rains. And I say that to say, you now have the situation that we could do early detection and prevention, which means that some of that rainwater harvesting that I heard Dr. Stubbs referring to, which could be taken on as a separate project, or look at ways we actually can reduce the water loss, are important measures for early detection. There's also enhanced water quality. A lot of the water, and when we have rain, we usually recognize, even right now as we speak, that a lot of Jamaicans are actually coming down with some kind of influenza. There's an argument that, and I actually had a conversation with a doctor over the weekend, who was indicating that once you have this persistent rainfall, the water sources become sometimes contaminated, and lots of persons now are going in because they're having all kinds of sicknesses. Can we not literally start doing greater analysis on that type of water quality by using the AI and big data to inform credible positions coming from your organizations, including the Ministry of Economic Growth and Development, about these things? We can also speak to the fact that it will support optimized irrigation practices, particularly including smart irrigation, for where you actually don't have sufficient water resources in those particular parishes or locales, right? And of course, reducing the wastage in those areas. You already referred to infrastructure where you are putting that in, but I don't know if the conversation has yet really zeroed in on the fact that the aging infrastructure that we have been talking about, including the wood, the wood I heard the minister refer to this morning. Even if you retrofit the infrastructure, you need to be able to predict over time where the infrastructure is what? Deteriorating, to do preventative maintenance. Artificial intelligence and the application of using big data supports that predictive maintenance and preventative maintenance that is required to support those outcomes, all right? And in making that clear to you. So these are clear opportunities tied to this. In essence, when you look at AI and big data, you really recognize that you're operating in a space now that by doing the significant large-scale technology adoption, you'll be harnessing a lot of data. And artificial intelligence works along with the data to fast-track the processing required and to produce the results that we all need, both as citizens, service providers, our public-private partnerships here, to know exactly what is happening within the environment. So from data collection to automation. AI and big data will do the data processing, the predictive modeling, and the decision support. We can do what is called model development and then model deployment of AI systems, which are things that we are creating now within the curriculum for students to be working on as projects. But how applied are they within your enterprises? You know, not limiting that you can go and buy these things through special consultancy projects, which is millions more dollars, which I don't know if the figures that you quoted, Dr. Campbell Francis, include licensing software to do monitoring and so on of such systems. So with that said, let me quickly bring your attention to, I think, the case study that represents our situation in Jamaica best. I've looked at Netherlands, we have looked at Australia, we have looked at the UK, but Singapore has a very unique connection with Jamaica, right? Anyone can tell me where Singapore is a very small country. It's like a single island state, you know, a single city state. It fits well somewhere in Hanover, I think. You can correct me. It's not really bigger than one of these parishes. And they used to come to Jamaica to look at how we were actually building out the infrastructure that we have here from the 60s. Now, the thing has been reversed. Singapore has one of the world's leading smart water management system. They have fully integrated the technology between 2000 and 2010 to support these kind of outcomes. And I say that to say that if you look carefully at Singapore, Singapore went on a drive from 2000 to start looking at real-time water quality monitoring. Now, the national water sector policy that is being alluded to, the equivalent in Singapore suggested that they had to do data-driven smart metering as a part of the outcomes that they want. So they started looking at sensor networks, and sensor networks means that you have these small pocket sensors that they would actually retrofit across the entire water distribution network and plant, and they would use that to collect real-time data about the ebbs and flow, the pH, the dissolved oxygen, and the turbidity that I heard you referring to and the minister referring to earlier this morning as it relates to what is happening over the ecosystem that you're running. They also actually use AI-powered analysis to drive significant analysis relating to the timely interventions wherever they would have recognized anomalies, including poor water flows as well as non-revenue water in their environment. Significant early detection saved them millions of dollars, right? Then there's a whole area of predictive maintenance. Singapore was and each of these points that I have on slide is a phasing of project. Between 2000 to 2003, then between 2003 to 2006, 2007, they started putting in these feature sets based on the AI and big data integration of projects to support the kind of modeling that they needed. At the end of the day, they were able to come up with optimized water distribution based on analyzing the data, right? It makes no sense. Here's a caution I think that we should look at in this country. Don't simply put in technology infrastructure and then you are not understanding what is happening with the data. Because the infrastructure is now heavily driven by data. When you indicated that you were wondering if when you disconnect the pipe and you had to go back with a set of technicians to check if they actually had sort of rebridged that to get back water, if it was smart metered, you could stay at your office. You know, Dr. Campbell Francis, you could stay at your office to do that monitoring, which is where I think we ought to be going using the Singapore case. They do it very well. Against that background, you could actually very carefully recognize that you can see the benefits in terms of reduced wastage and improve water security practices in the environment. So they didn't have persons trying to sabotage water. You indicate that we are at about 70% non-revenue water now, 70%, right? That's significant. That's significant, you know. Sitting down and listening to that is a significant figure, you know. And the amount of investment that you now need to make, I think you said somewhere about $300 million. If you leverage AI and big data very carefully, right, into the operation, it can realize these type of outcomes. That's really what I'm saying. Importantly, water conservation campaigns using natural language processing, right, in the context of the AI to text summarization of data, which was what I was explaining earlier. We could fast track giving you that kind of results that you need on a dashboard in your office without having to necessarily go around the country only to keep the public awareness sessions, which are still required, you know. But you could actually have the dashboards that actually support the real-time information to allow for the environment to understand what you're doing. So this is significant in terms of what Singapore was able to achieve, while at the same time ensuring environmental sustainability as a part of this. If we in Jamaica adopt the Singapore example of how they have leveraged AI and big data, there are some useful insights that I think that are required to be appreciated from that case study. As you now plan the 2019 National Water Sector policy that you mentioned, as you build out that plan, and probably you can tell me, have we sufficiently looked at the application of AI and big data as a part of the responsible policy action? Have we done that? Right? That's a deep question that needs to be answered, and in the context of that, it will allow us to do a lot more proactive planning and investment, because the amount of dollar figures I see you put on the screen earlier, I feel we could just be grabbing off these numbers and putting them into a bank account, right? But it could cost you a lot more. It could cost you a lot more, and that's really the essence of this stuff. It could cost you a lot more if you do not leverage the use of artificial intelligence and the big data that will come or is coming out of this retrofitted infrastructure that you are putting in place. And the entire staff complement needs to be built up in terms of the core competencies where this is concerned. It will allow us to prioritize the water infrastructure very well. It will allow us to do real-time monitoring and smart metering. Smart metering. I should have a smart meter in my home, just like how you have digital and flow, telling me that if I pay my bill early, they give me back a cash incentive. I don't know if NWC, who's laughing? You're laughing. NWC should be able to give me back a cash incentive for paying my bill early if I have a better understanding if you use smart metering. The only way we're going to achieve that is to leverage the AI and big data integration into your stack in a meaningful way. And I will contend that these are valuable lessons in terms of what the Singapore case study highlighted to me. Of all the case studies that I know that are out there, this one is very close to Jamaica, but we can relate to it a lot, and a lot of our evaluations have actually been baseline with Singapore in terms of the practices, including leak detection and repair, right? So my content was that we need suitable pricing. Singapore does it. They do it well. They give cash back on your water bill if you actually conserve on the usage of water within a particular threshold. I know we have our deficits, but these are opportunities that AI and big data leverages in terms of the insights that it provides you. You mentioned strong governance and regulation. This is particularly important, but AI and big data governance as it relates to the overall institutional governance in terms of how you treat with water and water resources is something that needs to be carefully looked at in the conversation as you retrofit the technology infrastructure and actually look at this type of innovation interagency where this is concerned. In conclusion, I would argue that we are on the cusp of something significant in Jamaica, given the need to actually conserve more on water, considering the water scarcity problem, adversely impacted by climate change, and AI and big data supports significant climate action response that you need when you integrate this into the stack. I will contend from Dr. Campbell Francis' presentation, the entire staff community within the NWC and otherwise need to be trained upon AI and big data as a function of the curriculum, not necessarily just NRW in its pure form, but understanding the importance of data science and big data and AI to how you treat with the provision of water and the support for water resources. That's really what I'm saying. Which therefore is to suggest that there are two things I think that could come out of this going into 2025 early. AI and big data right now is only going to really be leveraged properly, which you have to leverage it. And the fact that the Jamaican government has implemented the Data Protection Act, you have to also be compliant under that act as it relates to how you use AI and big data, so you don't breach certain protocols in terms of personal identifiable information. A significant training program and research tied to the arguments of data privacy, specifically as it relates to how you treat with water quality and in particular areas where you have particular citizens living, you can actually provide this not only for your staff, but to the public and the citizenry that we actually provide water resources to. They don't know that, or some will come to you eventually deciding to put you under the microscope that you may be breaching how you're using the data collected from the retrofitted infrastructure in that environment. I will also argue that there's a significant opportunity for us to now revisit that training program that Dr. Campbell Francis spoke of earlier by looking very specifically at using AI and machine learning as a part of water management practices. The data that you collect, right, from all these various data sources as data points, you have to now know how to handle and process that data. Mark, your MEAS team may be doing that using different pieces of software, but the staff complement both in the companies as well as your partners, right, including us in the academic institution, need to be training a workforce that is doing these things. So I will say we could go there come January, and in February move on with the component of the AI and AI integration and big data into water resources as a special course, and move that course development and outcome into research and otherwise, and consultancy and otherwise, based on the initiatives that you have laid out this morning. So it's a very timely conversation, and that concludes what I wanted to say as a courtesy to this morning's input on this very useful symposium that we are having here. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
All right, before you go, Prof. Thorpe, again, thank you for your presentation. And we, two questions, only two questions, and please make them questions, all right? All right, so I will take the first one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe, for such an informative presentation. Big data and AI, of course, in an integrated way is very crucial at this time.
Yes.
But can you, what are the primary data challenges in applying AI for water management, would you say?
The primary challenges?
Yes.
Relating to what? Applying
AI to water management.
Oh, the primary challenge is to ensure that the data, the actual data quality is consistent, because garbage in is what? Garbage out. And hence, the thrust of the conversation to look at AI and big data is that you can't afford to have any levels of bias in the data that, insignificantly produces erroneous data, coming out of the provision. So it has value, but if you do not do the necessary checks, the integrity checks on the data quality that is there, then you are literally, that is the most significant, if not the single most important challenge that we have to deal with on that side. Whilst it gives all the benefits otherwise to water resources and in terms of providing meaningful and real-time information.
Okay.
There was our second and final question, you said? Oh, there's a gentleman there. And I should take Chris one offline, that's what you're saying? But go ahead, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, give the gentleman the mic.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I don't need the mic.
They don't need, all right.
Good morning. So you want to use some AI in water management. I have something I would like AI in water management used for. Okay. So we have WRA and Met Office have a lot of rainfall data that needs analyzed.
There you go.
We do not have any modern rainfall hyetographs for Jamaica. With climate change and changing rainfall patterns, the use of AI and your students could give us some very appropriate hyetographs used to size rainwater harvesting systems and tanks, and hopefully our drainage systems for roads, stormwater management, gullies. So that is a place that we are very lagging behind because of lack of trained personnel.
That's right.
And as such, I would implore you
Right.
and Balvin and your students to do some work with
All
our
right, let's-
hyetographs that I'm desperate. 1992 is a long time ago.
Okay, good. We'll look at that. Thank you. I think.
Well, Prof, she gave half of my exhortation. So
Go
I'll be
ahead.
very short. Thank you very much, ma'am. One of the things that has righted wrongs or inadequacies in this country is educating people.
Yes.
From road traffic to issues to public health.
Yes.
We are one of the most vaccinated countries in the world because of what happened in the late 50s up to the 70s.
Yes.
So can we introduce some of these AI short courses in the Faculty of Engineering?
Right away. Right away.
Right across the board.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
the
For
lady
January,
says,
that's
pardon me
correct.
for calling you the lady, I don't know your name. Right. So we can achieve those things. So when the people come to the workforce,
Yes, they are prepared.
they are ready to work.
They are prepared. That's
They are
correct.
prepared. One of the things with our classic education system, science, technology, education, is that standards are not taught classically. Engineering standards are not taught.
Right.
So we would like, I would prefer if those are included and the concepts of AI,
Are
because
presented.
that is how
Yes.
they drive development all over the developed world. You made a reference to Singapore.
Yes.
I would ask you to take a look at the Israeli scenario,
Yes.
which has been in its development since
Yes.
the 60s.
That is true.
About monitoring and managing water system using small data and big data.
And
Thank
big
you.
data. Right. The Prime Minister yesterday, the Prime Minister said yesterday that 60%, he had a next chapter press briefing to the country, and he said 60% of the workforce really needs to be retooled and to be reskilled to become more productive. In the context of water resourcing and the fact that we are applying AI and big data to that upskilling and resourcing has to incorporate the use of AI and big data and the engineering standards that must now go with it to realize the outcomes of which you speak. So we take all of this into context with immediate next steps of having some of those courses and training provisions available from January 2025. All right? That's the outcome from my talk, at least. And we will now take up the offer of looking at the meteorological, and following through on that. There's another presentation running behind time. So, right, I think, yes. All right.
All right, give Prof. Thorpe. And I know that we have a lot of questions because these are actually very, very pertinent and current situation that affects our life, not only for water, but otherwise. I know that that was going to be the case in terms of the whole AI presentation. But guess what? Prof. Thorpe will be here, and we can actually have more conversation and discussion with him, all right? But we have one more presentation that we want to take. Another very, very interesting presentation. You would have heard the minister spoke earlier about the whole aspect of the NW, NR, right? Let me take that. The fact that they're not actually getting money for water that they're providing. It's as easy as, it's as simple as that. And if they can do that and now start to make the system more efficient, they can actually disseminate water to more people, get paid, and we will be more efficiently operating our water systems, right? So to learn a little bit more about that, let us welcome our next guest presenter who will tell us about how it is that her company particularly has morphed into doing that with the NWC from a Jamaican perspective. So please Make welcome our next presenter, Miss, so I call her Catherine. So for sure, let's welcome Catherine.
Oh, there's no.
So you have to kind of sit down.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I'm not used to present like this. Normally there's a laptop here, but yeah, thank you for being here. It's my pleasure to be presenting in front of you. Jamaica is my second home. Been here for 8 years and counting. And yeah, so I'm going to present about, I will try to give justice to what we did here in Jamaica from the past 9 years in 20 to 25 minutes. And I will try to speak slowly as well for some of you who's not used to my accent. And WC, they are used to it, but yeah. So today I'm going to talk about capacity building that we did in KSA and in Portmore, works that we have undertaken, the impact and results of what we did from the last 9 years, and what other activities we are doing to be able to sustain what we have started, even after we are not here in Jamaica. So, yeah, so I'm going to talk about the global water loss that we have and about MIA, who we are, brief history and relevance of the project, the results or the strategies that we have undertaken, and the results of the project that we did. So for the global perspective, did you know that globally we are losing 350 billion liters per day of water? So that's equivalent of 77 billion gallons per day. And that is enough to serve 2 billion more inhabitants in global perspective. And that costs 39 billion USD per year. So that's the magnitude of the problem we have globally. So that's why, but if we look at it in a regional perspective, the breakdown of these 350 million cubic meter per day, or 350 billion liters per day, it's 20% of that is being lost in the Caribbean and the Latin America. So how can I say that in layman's term? 120 liters for each of you. On average, we are losing 120 liters per day of water. So that's how big it is. So that's why MIA, we are here. We recognize the problem globally. And yeah, we are here to solve these water efficiencies around the country or globally. So who are we? We are the leading global provider of water efficiency project, and we specialize in non-revenue water reduction program. We hold the largest know-how of non-revenue water. We have experts around the globe in different countries that specialize specifically in non-revenue water. And we have executed 200 projects in different regions of Europe, Middle East, Asia, North and South America. And we offer tailored solutions for non-revenue water reduction or water efficiency project. We just don't give you the standard of you have to do this, you have to do that, but what we do, we go to the water utility, we study the water company, and we make a baseline measurement, and from that, we tailor fit non-revenue water solutions. And as Ms. Frances have mentioned, we are the first company that offered the co-management project. We believe that an international expertise of MIA combined by the local knowledge of the water utility is a good mix to be able to effectively solve the water problem that we have. And we offer financial modeling. Jose will be able, our Chief Growth Officer, he would be discussing that later on in the panel interview. Yeah, so just the brief history of how our company here in Jamaica, we have started the works in 2015 here in KSA, and fortunately, NWC, that's good that NWC has recognized the problem of non-revenue water since the very beginning, in the early stage of the project. During those times, so why are we doing the non-revenue water? It's because, as Ms. Doc Francis have mentioned, and the minister, we have a problem with the drought period, and we, by solving the high non-revenue water, we are going to be more resilient during drought period. And we have had excellent results in KSA, and now we are in Portmore. So what is the relevance of this project? So 30%, as you know, 3 million of Jamaica's 3 million population, 30% of these are habitating in Kingston and Portmore. So Kingston, Portmore, and Spanish Town, which I'm going to discuss later, they are sharing the source in headworks. So that's why it's important to have more flexibility in the cities, because with that, we would be able to divert the supply from Spanish Town and then bring it to Kingston or Portmore. So at the initial stage, and that headwork supply is supplying 15 million gallons per day. So during the initial stage, the non-revenue water in Kingston and Portmore is as high as 63%. So in total, that's 34 million gallons of water being lost. So as Ms. Frances is saying, if 70% of it, if you have 100 bread produced, 70 of it are lost somewhere, somehow. So same thing with water. Yeah. I can take out the mic. I cannot see the presentation. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, so that's the relevance of what we did. So we have prioritized KSA and Kingston because in reality, 30% of the problem is in KSA plus Portmore. So what are the strategies that we have undertaken? As Ms. Francis had mentioned, we did a shadowing or capacity building. So the international expertise that we have, we want to make sure that we transfer the knowledge locally. And we are monitoring the KPIs with the National Water Commissions. So what are the most important things during this capacity building? If you see here under the technical team, you have the leak detection, the leak repair, pressure management, operations and maintenance, and GIS. So each of the department that we have, NWC has a counterpart on that. And NWC works closely together with our expert in each of the department. So the hydraulic, for example, the hydraulic model, we designed the network in such a way that we will be able to optimize the system. We have the leak detection department. 90% of the leaks does not appear to the surface. So we need to find them with our leak detection equipment. Doc Thorpe has mentioned about the AI. So we have an artificial intelligence that we are utilizing to find the leaks. Leak repair teams, we have that we make sure that the right materials are used and according to the standard operating procedures. Pressure management, we install state-of-the-art technologies around the network to manage the pressure and make sure, Mr. Rosamel. Yeah, so we make sure that each of the communities have the same level of pressure or in a controlled way, because if you have higher pressure or pressure spikes, it will create burst in the system. So When we were in KSA, for example, in Cherry Gardens, we had as high as 120-meter pressure, 80 to 120 meter. So every day, we were repairing the leaks when we started. But after the pressure management, for years, we haven't had any leak in that community. So that's the importance of pressure management. Telemetry, the remote data, we are doing that, and the metering. So this is just an example of the hydraulic model. What we do with the hydraulic model is we have KSA as a big area. We cannot manage what we cannot measure. So we divide the area, in this case, Portmore, into smaller areas. And from that, we will be able to prioritize, let's say, Gregory Park has a high NRW, so we will be able to go there and do our NRW-related activities. But for us to sectorize that, we would need a hydraulic model to design in a most effective way. For the physical loss reduction, this is what we do. As I mentioned, we do leak detection and leak repair, operations and maintenance, pressure zones, and DMA establishment. We have so far detected and repaired 115,000 leaks. That's a lot of leaks that have been repaired. In average, 20% are non-visible, meaning those 20% we were able to detect them using our acoustic leak detection equipment and our artificial intelligence leak detection bugs. And we were able to automate pumping stations with reservoirs. How did we able to do that? We installed 700 loggers in KSA and in Portmore. And those loggers, they are available in the HALMA or in the system, that you can see them remotely. So let's say in Wilton Gardens, for example, they don't have water. Instead of us going there to verify, we can just look at it in the system. And we have 200 pressure regulating valves, that is to monitor the system and also maintain the level of pressure in all of the areas of Kingston and Portmore. 200 district metering areas. In layman's term, Portmore and Kingston, we were able to divide it into 200 sections, and then from that, we were able to manage them individually or separately per group. All right, so that's the physical reduction side. Physical loss, they are real losses that are in the system. But the commercial loss reduction, it's more of the theft and meter inaccuracies. As much as I want to bring more information on this, we don't have time. It will be a different symposium or a different lecture, but yeah. For us to be able to solve the problem of theft and illegal connections in Kingston, we were actively looking at the inactive accounts and regularizations of illegal connections. How did we do that? If you look at the map there, the blue and the yellow ones, unfortunately, I won't be able to explain it as much as I want to, but using the GIS, using the technology that we have, we were able to zero in that in the downtown areas, mostly the flat or the unmetered customers, hence we had a lot of illegal connections are there. And with our measuring systems, we realized during our project in KSA that they were losing 80% of supply. So with that, we did the metering, we made some disconnections, and we were able to meter 15,000 meters in the downtown area. It was it's not easy as how it is right now, but it's decades of history, or that even NWC or the staff of NWC are afraid to go there. But we were able to together to regularize some of the customers or residents. And the most important part, the results and impact. So you can see here, initially in KSA, when we started in 2015, the non-revenue water was 120 cubic meter per day. We were able to reduce that by 60%. So if you look at it, there's a downward part until 2020 here. This is where our project ended. So we were able to reduce it successfully. And how did we able to do that in KSA? We repaired 45,000 leaks. We have 547 loggers in place. We installed 14,000 meters in the SCAs. And we had a capacity building, or we trained 400 staff of NWC. And the most important thing here is, after we hand over the project in 2021, right? So from Ms. Francis has mentioned, after 3 years, NWC were able to maintain the level of NRW when we finished the project. And it means that the capacity building or the training that we did along with NWC has been effective, and until now, it's working. So, yeah. For Portmore, however, it's the same result, and we're not yet finished. We still have 16 months to go, but we have already achieved the target by 80%. So we came from 26,000 cubic meter per day, and now we are at 12,500 cubic meter per day. And that means that we have saved 3 million gallons per day in Portmore alone. Plus the savings that we had in Kingston, that's 11 million gallons per day of savings. In total, it's almost 15 million gallons per day, or 14 million gallons per day. That is equivalent to the capacity that you're going to build in Rio Cobre, 15 million gallons per day. So that's the impact of it. Our company, or MIA, we are more of water efficiency project. We are not really, what we are recommending is we make first the network efficient, and then from that, if we need more sources, if we need more CapEx project, then we put it in. But the savings that we will get, or the volume of water that we will get from non-revenue water reduction, is as much as building another water sources. So, yeah, and that's the result. Ms. Francis as well has mentioned about the resiliency in drought, how overall this 34 million or this 15 million gallons of water that we save, how did it impact NWC? If you're going to look at it, the orange line or the trend, I don't know, orange or yellow, that's the Portmore, and KSA is the blue one. So the minister has mentioned the drought, the severe drought during January or February 2023. So if you look at it, Portmore has a downward trend because of our non-revenue water program. We required less supply going to Portmore. And because of that, KSA, however, because of the decrease of demand in Portmore from savings of non-revenue water reduction, we were able to give the savings to KSA during the drought period. So this line here, the downward trend, that's when we had the drought period. If Portmore never had the savings, and KSA wouldn't get this increase in volume, this downward trend will be even more down. So the supply to Kingston will be much lower. So that's what we were saying about the impact of this non-revenue water. And yeah, so right now, KSA has less demand from the headworks, and also Portmore has less demand from the headworks. We were able to give it, I don't know, to Spanish Town, or maybe we can shut down some of the wells at some point, yeah. So that's the savings of this non-revenue water reduction. Yeah, so that's the result so far that we have. The other activities, what are we doing? We have that result. Of course, as Mia, we will not be here. We will not be here forever. So we want to make sure that what we have started is benefiting NWC and Jamaica. So we are doing award ceremony, so to motivate our local employees, the NWC. We are doing community meetings and sensitization. So we have been to 60 communities. Why these communities? Because these communities are in the inner city communities that they are losing a lot of water, 80%, 90%. And we recognize that, so we have gone through these communities to educate them, especially those that are non-paying customers, that there's cost in water, and so please pay your bills. Yeah. And we do house-to-house survey to regularize the customers on top of the operations that we're doing. Also, it's very important to engage the top management and stakeholders and key organizations, because we can only do as much, but if we don't have the support from the top management. We're fortunate here that in Jamaica, we have a support from the minister, we have support from the top management of NWC, that's why it's a success. But in the other countries, there are a lot of stories that it failed because we don't have the support from the decision makers. So, okay, so the water conservation program, this is cute. So we go to the schools. We started in KSA, and then we went to Portmore, and now we're doing it island-wide, because we believe that children, especially in the primary schools, they are not so young. They can understand the value of water, and they're not too old to be stubborn or, you know. So at the end of the day, we encourage them to tell mommy and daddy, come and let's be a detective and conserve water. So also from that visit, sometimes we will see schools that they need of wash stations, for example, or they need they have leaking tap, so we help them to have these infrastructures. Yeah, and at the end, we are partnering with UTEC for scholarships and stuff to secure the future of Jamaica. We really believe, like right now, 99% of our staff, they are locals, and a lot of them are from UTEC. So we believe that we need to secure as well our futures for the leaders and to sustain the island-wide project that Doc Francis has been mentioning. Yeah. So that ends my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Catherine, you see how quickly she says she did have, she don't know what she can get through in 25 minutes, and she's at the end, right? That's efficiency for you, right? And that's a part of what we need, and especially in our water resource and management of our utility. Again, let us give Catherine and her team from our big round of applause. All right, and again, 2 questions from Catherine. Any questions? All right, I see you have a student right there.
Good morning. Morning. I'm Norma Price. I'm just concerned. I want to ask this question. Why is it every year we have this water lockout from about June or July to somewhere there, June to about September or August, and Jamaica is a land of food and water, and we have so much rivers and so much streams.
I think with Doc Francis, you have to join me here, but where is it? Yeah, so in the graph that I mentioned, you mentioned about June, May 2023, or August. Yeah, in the graph that I mentioned, during those times, we had a severe drought period. Yeah, last year, 2023, that was last year. So the downward trend that I mentioned, that was last year. And because of the drought, yeah, we had frequent lack of. If we never had the non-revenue water reduction in KSA and Portmore, it would be worse. Maybe there's no lack of. You will not have water at all. Yeah.
Any other question?
I'm trying to resist the temptation, but
What I'd love for you, one second. As we move into a break for lunch, I'm asking that we ask questions. We know the situation, but ask the questions. All right?
Good.
So please go ahead with the question at this time.
This is mostly for the rest of the Management of Water Commission. But yes, I drive past an area, the intersection of Oak Ridge and Lakehurst Drive. And at least 5 times in the last 2 years, minimum 5, the line has broken at the same place. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take off some of the dirt to spread in my garden. Did this program involve the retraining of your repair contractors? And the same thing happens on a road behind me named Rockhampton. And when that happens, that breaks a little less frequent. Have we retrained the repair and installation contractors? I'm a former manager of Petrojam, and we had problems with welding. And same thing happened at Alpart and Alcan. So we team with Hart and retrain our contractors, recertify our welders. Have we done that?
Okay. Yeah, but before, yeah. So I'm just giving you a context as well of our non-revenue water project. Portmore the cost of Portmore is 30 million USD on top of the staff from NWC, as Doc Francis said. And of course, that 13 million USD, it cannot cover everything. Sometimes you need to invest in the pipe network. In fact, we have identified, because we need to understand that before we decide to replace a portion of pipe, we need to make sure that the system is optimized and there's no other outside reasons why they are leaking. And we identified some of those. The cost of one transmission mains in Hellshire Main Road roughly would cost, for the 5 kilometer, roughly it would cost 3 million to 4 million US dollar. But we were able to cover almost 500 kilometers of pipe with a $30 million USD in Portmore versus the 5 kilometer of pipe that we need to replace with 3 to 4 million USD project. So that's the context of non-revenue water. We can spend less with the non-revenue water reduction project. When it comes to your question about the pipes and the breaking of pipes, if we were able to train them, we can, I don't know, Doc Francis, if you want to answer that. It's out of my...
Yes, the training has taken place. But that particular piece of pipe, Mr. Cousins, who is our NRW manager, just reminded me that that is a Barbican 16-inch. Now, that particular line, the movement that you're seeing with that line, the reason it's breaking, it broke last year, and we paid $10 million to do that repair. That is not the area that has broken away again. What has now happened is that the gabion, that the support, because of the 3 weeks.
No, that is not the Barbican line.
Where's this line?
Oak Ridge intersection.
Is it piece? It's the same line. So what? It's the same interconnection works that we're doing. So we are doing, so the history of it is that the 16 inch is moving because the Gabion is moving because of heavy rains. And because that line is moving, it means the NWC has to do works to do the interconnection to move. So it affects the smaller pipes, and it also means that we are doing some works, which is what you're seeing now, to bypass that section of 16 and connect into into an old 24 that was there.
All right, so you are referring to the excavation you seen near Lakers and Oak Ridge you're talking about, right? Right. Right. So what has happened there is that the NWC is doing an interconnection work to bypass the line, bypass the older line. The leaks that you are seeing is because of the result of that older line, which we are trying to bypass. And each time we do an interconnection to bypass it, is another rupture. And as you can understand, it's big losses for us, so we're trying to avoid all of that. So that's why you keep seeing it reoccurring. It's not that, right. So we have to, the pipes are under the road, unfortunately.
All right. Well, we have all experts in the room, and I'm sure that the conversations are going to continue. And we will break in for lunch, so you'll see them outside. All right. I think I have one more. Dr. Newsom, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like the NWC on the same point that my former colleague and friend Leon spoke about a while ago. For the NWC to speak to, and listen me carefully, the Chancery Hall Falls. At the foot of Chancery Hall. I'd like the NWC to speak to that. That is a consistent overflow that happens there. And I think some years ago you had Care Construction, I think, doing some rehabilitation work, and it's almost as if that is back to square one. Every now and again, you have that looking like Niagara Falls. Can NWC speak to that one, please? And by the way, you have an NWC facility just across the road from there. Thank you.
All right. Any takers?
All right, so Chancery Hall system, we are actually doing some upgrade on that, and we have done a section of it already, where we have addressed that older section of the line. And you would have seen, since you're in the area, that older section of the line that keeps on breaking, that we used to have to use lead to fix. We are moving away from that. So we have engineered something, we have put in a new line, and we are trying to bypass that older line and connect back into it. Now, there's another issue at the tank system in that we have a little bit of an overflow, which we are also working to correct in the future so that no longer happens. But that's going to take some time because it requires some resources to get that under control. So unfortunately, we resort to manual monitoring of that particular part of the system before we can go back to automation. But we have already put the works in place, and it's an ongoing. So hopefully that will be resolved in short order.
All right. Thank you for that explanation, Sir Cousins. While the questions seem to be coming, I think they're not geared at the presenter.
It's for Miss Catherine.
And therefore,
No, it's for Miss Catherine.
No, we're going to take the question, but I'm saying that, I'm not sure the question is. The question is for Catherine. All right, please go ahead with your question.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Miss Catherine, I didn't get your last name, I'm sorry. You said that you have already trained a set of employees from NWC and that the project has ended and you won't be here in Jamaica. Have you made the necessary training for a person who would continue to train NWC employees, or is it that you're going to continually send someone from your organization to just come back and give like a refresher course, etc.?
Until now, we are still here in Jamaica. Our project in Portmore will end in February 2026. So it's also good that, and we're waiting. Yeah, and NWC has a plan of island-wide projects, so that would be another 5 to 7 years. So for the meantime that we are here, we are also assessing NWC whenever we have technical issues, for example, in the telemetry system, when they need advice in our technologies, and if we need to, what do we need to do in some of the problematic areas. So we're here, and we're still here, and we are supporting them in, not only, in fact, in KSA, but also in adjacent cities like Spanish Town or Clarendon. So the trained staff from KSA and in Portmore, they are also doing some works outside the project area. So, I don't know, you want to?
Good afternoon. The training, the co-management arrangement is not just mere expert. We have experts in NWC who are capable of carrying out the training. These are engineers, these are management trained personnel. So the shadow arrangement, and if you look at Catherine's presentation, you would see the structure that was there. We have persons shadowing Catherine, persons shadowing every single person from MEA in the management framework. So, and over a 5-year period, the institutional strengthening would have happened. And we have what we would call train the trainer. So we have persons who are well trained, know NRW just as well as our international partners, and that is why the project is so successful.
Okay, thank you.
See, it's co-management. They are helping me even to answer the questions.
All right. I'm going to use the opportunity at this time to invite the Chemical Engineering Program Director, Mrs. Booth Thompson, to make a presentation to Catherine for leading us as a country to better water efficiency through NWC, but also to actually start to engage in this type of discussion. So, please.
Thank you so much for coming here, initiating the program, and encouraging us to be a part of this and your presentation and a collaborative effort. Thank you so much. And I'm sure my chemical engineering students, where are you? And all the other engineering students have thoroughly enjoyed and I've learned so much. Thank you so much.
All right, and at this time, ladies and gentlemen, the conversations have been going, have been flowing, and I see the interest. But I want to remind you that we have a session in the afternoon. So take this time. We're gonna come back here in terms of starting again at 1 o'clock. So yes, because yes. So we're gonna have a break, of course. So it looks like it's not 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to have eating and talking and whatever right here because we have persons who are time issues, and therefore it means that if we start back a lot later, it means that they will not be able to engage us in the conversation. So at this time, I thank you so much for being such a fantastic audience, and thank the presenters who have made things a lot more clearer for us. And for those who have questions, while you have lunch, which is going to be provided outside, you can start in more discourse, all right? So we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. So I just learned what the 4 Ps are for. The Public-Private Partnership and Privatization Program at the Development Bank of Jamaica, and she's none other than Mrs. Denise Arana. So please join hands in welcoming Mrs. Arana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thorpe. I don't know why the big fanfare. It's just me, simply Denise. So good afternoon, everybody. I am Denise Arana. I work at the DBJ, and I'm the general manager for PPPs and privatization. So those of you who don't know it, by the end of this session, I'm going to be quizzing you, and you're going to be answering the questions, and you're going to be PPP experts. So take out your pen and start writing. I'm joking. So I wanted to start here. Water changes everything. This is not the topic, but when we were putting together this presentation, the team felt very strongly that we needed to start here to say that, look, without water, there is nothing. Without water, there is no life. There is no nature. Domestic use, commercial uses, economic, everything. I think probably next to air, water is the next most important resource. So Dr. Thorpe, I want to thank you, first of all, for even conceiving of this symposium, because it's that important. I want to thank you for allowing us to participate in the discussion, because we do play a role, in the infrastructure space for water. So my topic that I'm going to discuss is really leveraging PPPs for sustainable water infrastructure. Let me introduce the DBJ first of all. So you probably know DBJ as a lending institution. It's a government agency, fully owned by the government, and we live to support economic growth and development in Jamaica, and we do that in a couple of ways, right? So one, we obviously know a bank lends, so we lend to MSMEs, and we also support strategic sectors, and we also support infrastructure as well. A little known fact, and I don't know, I could ask you to put up your hands, how many of you knew that DBJ was a key player in the infrastructure sector through PPPs? Anybody knew that? Okay. 2, 3, okay. But you don't hear about us in the infrastructure. So it's very important, that's a very important role for us, because that's where the actual process of developing the PPP and actually executing the PPP happens. Generally, we also do program monitoring, I told you, at a very high level. We do capacity building, so like this session, capacity building for private sector and public sector on PPPs. We develop policy for the government. We also have to find money. To run the program. So DBJ has a very multifaceted role. So the question is, why is sustainable water infrastructure critical? And I said it at the very beginning. It has to do with public health. It has to do with environmental balance, and it has to do with economic growth. The bottom line is we cannot do without it. And I think more importantly is that there are issues, and I don't think that these issues are just related to the government of Jamaica or Jamaica. I'm sure globally there are issues related to water infrastructure aging. There is also the issue of sustainability, and there's also the issue of climate change, and there's also the issue of dealing with the growing demand. So that's a challenge. How do we tackle this issue? And again, this is not just a Jamaica issue. Globally, there is something that people refer to as the infrastructure gap. There is a significant need for infrastructure, but governments have fiscal constraints countries that you would believe are have no issues, they do. And as a Jamaican, in Jamaica, we have significant fiscal constraints, and that's why more and more people and more governments are turning to the private sector to partner with the private sector to see if we can develop infrastructure through these PPPs. I think it's very important to define what sustainable water infrastructure is. Dr. Thorpe, I know you probably teach it in the classroom, but just to be very clear, this one. The design, the construction, and management of water systems. And I think here's the rub, in a way that meets the current needs, so this generation's needs, without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That's very important. And we think about words like resilience and efficiency and environmental responsibility. And another key point to take away, this should be applied through every aspect of the water management system. So from sourcing straight through to waste management. So this is where the class starts. And so, what are PPPs? This is where the class starts. I'll tell you what they're not. They're not traditional procurement. Under a traditional procurement model, the government of Jamaica is responsible for financing the water infrastructure, for designing it, operating and maintaining it. So obviously they will put out a procurement call for designing of the water infrastructure. So they hire one firm to design, then they hire a construction firm, then NWC operates and maintains the infrastructure. In PPPs, the private party steps in and assumes some of those responsibilities. PPPs are well suited for transactions that require significant upfront costs that the government doesn't have. And they're also suited for operations where over a period of time you need to have maintenance. It requires a collaboration of both public and private parties, and the key thing and the beauty of a PPP transaction is that the government and the private parties sit at the table, they determine the resources, the expertise, and the risks, and then they sit down and speak about who is better able to manage each risk. Okay, and that's the partnership. It's not a I have 20%, you have 80% there. I take 80% of all risks and I take 20 of all risks. No, it's a collaboration where risks are assigned to each party based on their ability to deal with the risk. So the official definition is that a PPP is a contractual arrangement where a private party, they finance upfront the investment to build, rehabilitate, maintain, and operate an infrastructure facility that provides services to the public. How does a private party recoup its investment? Because they must. They don't come here to just, play. So they can recoup their investment plus a reasonable return, either from the government directly through what we call availability payments, or from the users. So for example, you pay the toll on the toll road. So from the users, or there can be a hybrid situation where there's more than one. There's a hybrid arrangement. What are the benefits of PPPs? The first thing is access to not just capital from the private party, but the skill sets from the private party as well. So we know there are the fiscal constraints, so the government is asking the private party to step in with their investment and with their skills. Operational efficiency and innovation is key because the private sector, again, I saw a lot of references before to presentations speaking about innovation, innovation. So the private party is expected to bring innovation. The government transfers some of the risks, so it's not just all about government having the risk and the accountability. And then there is sustainability and resilience built into the contracts. And I just want to say in terms of climate resilience, to tell you a little bit about, and you can go on our website to check it out. We did some work with IDB, and we have devised a toolkit for infrastructure, a climate resilience toolkit for PPPs, and it's on our website. So we've built this whole discussion about resilience into the entire process. During the business case, during tenders, when we put the RFPs out, we indicate and we award points for any kind of resilience, managing resilience and sustainability. We also use PPPs to enhance service delivery, and we accelerate project delivery. And this is another, I just want to explain why the assumption behind accelerating project delivery. The private party does not get paid usually until the infrastructure is built and the service is being delivered. So the government does not pay them during construction, generally. So they have an incentive to accelerate, to close, right? Because the sooner you finish and have the plant commissioned, the sooner you'll start getting paid for the water that you're going to provide. PPPs, and just like any infrastructure, they facilitate economic growth. Another key area of PPPs is that it's a performance-based contract. I know you probably spoke about performance-based contracts before. The concession agreement is, I don't want to use the term riddled with KPIs, but key performance indicators are embedded in the concession agreement, and these are monitored by the agency. NWC will monitor. Here are some models used in infrastructure, in water infrastructure. The key one is the DBFOM, which is the design, build, finance, operate, and maintain model. In this model, the private sector takes full responsibility for the designing, building, financing, operating, and maintenance. As I said, the revenue model, user fees or availability payments, it's mostly availability payments. And if users pay, like the Jamaican model, it's through the water authority. So the water authority is on the hook for the payment, and then the water authority also charges the users, right? Risk allocation, again, is very balanced. I sit at the table with you, we look at all the risks, and we assign the risks to each party. Ownership always remains with the government of Jamaica. We get questions all the time, we get ribbed all the time, we get cursed out all the time that we're giving away the government of Jamaica's assets. No. In PPPs, the ownership remains with the government of Jamaica. And it's really typically a long-term contract between 20 to 30 years. And that's usually because the capex is so high, you need to give the private sector sufficient time to recover their investment. The concession type model, the only difference here is that the concessionaire directly interfaces with users and collects money from them. So therefore, they assume part of the revenue risk, because if users don't pay, then that's their problem, right? Now, if users don't pay under the DBFOM model, DBFOM, it's the government's risk. This is how we develop typically a PPP under the government of Jamaica's program. This is what DBJ provides. We facilitate the partnerships, and we provide regulatory and project development support. As I said, it starts at the concept where there's a high-level feasibility of the PPP project. Then there's a deeper business case once you get the go-ahead from government to move. The business case is detailed. It has information on financial viability, economic viability, the legal viability. We also look at climate resilience, sustainability, environmental and social. The entire case looks at the overall viability. Should the government undertake this as a PPP? There's a value for money assessment that is done that says, do I do it as government, or is it better to bring in the private sector? In the transaction phase, we actually go out to the market and we say the government wants this. We want a water treatment plant. We want to expand the Soapberry wastewater treatment plant. Here are the rules. This is what we're going to grade you on. And it's a competitive tender. They submit bids. They're evaluated. And then we decide who the preferred investor is. Then we go to sign the contract. There's a difference between commercial closes when they sign the contract, financial closes when they find the money to execute, and we're ready to go. And so the plant is commissioned, and the contract is in place and in force, and the PPP is now going to be implemented. At that point, that's when the work starts, because the government has to ensure that we manage that contract very well. I told you about the numerous key performance indicators that are in those concession agreements. It's not just the private party, but the government also has some obligations there. So an authority like the NWC has to monitor that contract very clearly. Some KPIs are monthly, some are weekly, some are every time you deliver the water. In terms of quantity, in terms of quality, it has to be monitored very clearly. So again, PPPs are not the answer to every challenge. They're not a panacea. We all have problems too. So you don't just, I'll use a PPP to solve the problem. The issue is it has to be financially viable for the private sector, so the revenues have to be clear, the tariffs have to be enough to make it commercially viable for the private party. Then there's also affordability on the other side, because the government has to be able to afford it. The people of Jamaica have to be able to afford it. Again, the risk allocation must be perfect. You have to have and service delivery. If you don't monitor that contract, as I said, you're in trouble. There is public opposition a lot of times to water, as I'm sure you know, everybody feels that water, I think they feel that water should be free. It's something that I should not have to pay for. And the key with PPPs is that you're matching service delivery, regular, clean water, with a reasonable price. So that has to be a conversation that has to be had. We spoke about environmental and climate risks, and in some jurisdictions, you do not have the private parties that are qualified to undertake these PPPs. So, starting to sum up now, again, we're going to go for PPPs 101. What are the key success factors? You must have a strong institutional framework and legal framework. In Jamaica, I pointed out to you that we work along with the Ministry of Finance, by the way, because they regulate the fiscal side of PPPs very carefully. So we have a really robust established framework and process. There's DBJ, the Ministry of Finance, that regulates and develops the projects. We also have NEPA's regulators and OUR. We include stakeholder engagement, and there's a transparent process. When we go to the market, people know. There is equitable risk allocation. These are all good practices. You must have performance-based contracts. In terms of resilience, obviously, we must incorporate long-term resilience in these contracts. You must have effective monitoring and enforcement. And again, it must be financially sustainable, because somebody will go into bankruptcy and the government will have to step in. So based on what's in the future for PPPs, there's going to be an increased focus on climate resilience. Must. We cannot escape that. There's no way in this day and age that anybody should be constructing any kind of infrastructure without taking into consideration climate change. Innovation and leveraging digital and smart technology. I know that NWC has started that process already. Blended finance model simply means not just expensive commercial bank financing, but you're going to mix that with some concessionary type funding from the IDBs, IFCs. You have to have multilateral concessionary financing that balances that out. And Nicola will talk a little bit more about our blue-green facility at the DBJ and GCF funding, which is a real thing that's in the works, and it's going to happen to finance these infrastructure projects. There is a move to focus more on inclusivity and social equity. So now we're looking at how do we incorporate gender into our project development process, and how do we make sure that everybody in society is having an equal chance of participating in the opportunity and equal chance of getting access to whatever it is that we're providing. The last one, which I think is the most important one, which we've always practiced in our program, and when, I was doing a little research, this is what the world is saying too. You must customize your PPP solutions to the country context. So a lot of times when we have advisors who were in Latin America and they said that this worked in Mexico and this worked wherever. And then when it comes to Jamaica, that model doesn't quite fit. And so we say to them, that's not going to work here because our context is different from yours. And in the same way that I understand in talking to NWC, that even the MIA model is, this whole issue of knowledge transfer and, that's very innovative. And so, yeah, it's a Jamaican thing, right? We need to make sure that all of these solutions that we work out with the private sector, that it fits our context and we understand it, and it gives us the opportunity to achieve our objectives. So here endeth the lesson, and I want to end on the same note that I started, to say that water is very important to us. I remember we were very concerned that we never saw any water projects being discussed at the table where PPPs are concerned, and we kept on saying, no, we have to do water, we have to do water. And this was a very sobering statistic for me, that over 600 million people in the world live without clean water. And so that's why this is very important. And Dr. Thorpe, I'm saying that I hope this isn't just a discussion. Like this is where the minds are. You went to talk to me. Okay, good. So action, right. So at UTech, you have the seat of the brains thinking and the innovation, and you're churning out the engineers now that are going to be the future. So we hope that with all your partners here today that we're able to come up with some, real solutions to move to getting that figure down. So I thank you for listening, and I'll field any questions. No. Should I go ladies before gentlemen? Ladies before gentlemen.
We have a roving mic, a microphone going around, so we'll take some questions. Well, I see that I can have a lot of presentation. Was inspired.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Lise. So from what we heard earlier today, how challenging is it to get a water PPP in Jamaica, knowing that 7 of the 10 buckets that go to the customers don't reach, and most people don't want to pay for water? How challenging is it to get to a project and have financial closure?
Well, I'm telling you, very, 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 very. But we did it with, and it hasn't reached financial close yet, but there was a water treatment plant that was done recently. The OUR has to be very instrumental, Lise, right? We have to rely on the OUR to indicate to the public, they are like the public defenders, that you're not being fleeced. So somebody said, oh, but yeah, for real, we do as the regulator. Look, I'm going to tell you, every single PPP is a challenge. Everyone. But you just have to do the work. So that process is very rigorous. You have to go through that process. You have to convince everybody in government that it's worth it to be done as a PPP. You have to find the right partners that will understand. I see Mia is here. They've been a long-time partner with the government of Jamaica. The NRW problem, which is what you're alluding to. So when we work with the National Water Commission, we are assured that there is a program that is in place here with MIA, and we're seeing the results. So we know that all is not in vain. It's working, and NRW is reducing. There is another project, I don't know if you know about it, but there's an island-wide NRW reduction program that, and that's a very exciting one because it started out as, let's look at a PPP. And when we did all the work, this is why I'm telling you, PPP is not the answer for everything. When we did the business case, it turned out that it made sense for it not to be a PPP. Made sense for the government to finance it, but still have a partnership with the private sector to execute certain aspects of it. So that's what keeps us going, that there is a plan, not just to deal with certain sections of the island with NRW, but there is an island-wide. So I don't know if that answers the question, but it's not easy. I'm just going to say it's very difficult. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why finding the right partner is key to getting this done. And also monitoring the contract, as I said. Keep on saying that. Don't leave here without remembering that, monitoring the contract. Yes, Doc.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Arena, for your presentation. It's quite enlightening. So this is the University of Technology, Jamaica. Let us consider ourselves a part in the... Thank you. Let's consider us here in the Faculty of Engineering and Computing a partner with one of these companies as a part of the public-private partnership. We have civil engineers, we have all kinds of engineers in our program. How is the university viewed? Because it's like new territory, in a sense, to explore in this PPP. If we were to be a part of it as the university, what are we up against, really? What is the thinking if you see a university come to the table as a part of that conversation?
Okay, so the concessionaires usually, there's not one company that's going to have all of those skill sets to design, to build, to operate, maintain. And so what we usually find is that there are consortia that are formed into one SPV, and they contract with the government, right? So instead of us contracting with a designer, constructor, you have one SPV that comes with all of those skills, and they deliver. So I don't know if you're saying in terms of you now being one of those parties that forms the, as long as the skill sets are there, when we issue a request for proposal, we indicate to you what you're going to be graded on, what we're looking for. We need somebody who has engineering skill. We need somebody who has managed water projects before. You have to have successful, whatever. So we list the criteria. So insofar as UTech is able to, fill that criteria, we're fine. I mean, there are other ways I also think in terms of capacity building and us working together to exchange knowledge, to make you understand PPPs a little bit more. Maybe there's something you're doing in innovation that we should know about. There is the whole issue of climate change. I don't know how you're dealing with that, and building regs and all of that, for us to understand what's happening in your sphere, so we can apply that to our RFPs. So there are ways that we can actually work together in the PPP space.
Thank you, Mrs. Arena, for clearing up my misunderstanding with regards to the government's ownership of infrastructures that are delivered by PPPs.
I'm happy.
I'm one of those who...
If that's the only thing you take from it, I'm happy. We still own it as Jamaica.
Okay, so my follow-up question, you did mention that typically the duration of such contracts is a 20, 30-year period. Mm-hmm. When the contract expires, when that 20, 30-year period expires, sort of like a lease, correct? So,
yeah, ish.
Ish, okay. So the government now retains ownership.
Right.
What follows? Do they renegotiate an extension, or?
It depends. It depends on what's in the contract.
Okay.
And it also depends on what disposition the government has at the end of that. The government may decide, hey, NWC is going to just take this over. So we'll take it over. But there's also that we can go back out to the market at the end of that and have another round and have people compete and participate. In some contracts, you probably have a little 5-year where you say, okay, it comes to an end, 30 years, but there's a 5-year additional period that we can negotiate with you if you've run the contract properly, if we've had no problems with you, there is. So there are 1 or 2 contracts, but you have options. The government can retain and let NWC do it. The government can go back out to the market, and the government has sometimes a little wiggle room with the existing. But the options are open and clear.
And I was wondering, at the end of this contractual period, seeing that the private party has recovered their investment, assuming they have recovered their investment, would it then mean that the cost, could it then mean that the cost of such services to the consumer
goes down?
Is reduced?
Well, it also depends on the state of the assets at that time, right? Because maybe the useful life of the asset now has come to an end, or maybe there's going to be significant work that is required, although the whole point of having them maintain it is that they have to maintain it to a certain standard. But obviously, if the useful, like maybe there are some significant capex works that have to happen in the next couple of years, it depends on the
So in summary, no. So in summary, no.
No,
Unlikely.
in summary, you can't say that, Mrs. Arana said once the 30 year has gone. No, seriously, I'm being very serious in saying that we don't know. It depends on the asset. It depends on, obviously how well the contract has been monitored, how well it has been maintained, etc. I can't say no, but yeah, that's the principle behind it.
Mrs. Arana. Just to extend, just to take Lisa's question a little bit further. The fact is that water is not something that people can compete with easily. A cable company can compete with another cable company. You just come and throw up your own cables and you have your own source and thing.
Right.
The fact is that with water, to compete with the National Water Commission would be very difficult. Our sources are limited, so any viable sources are already identified and being used somewhere by someone.
Right.
So what it means is that with your PPPs, with regards to water, would you find that you will basically be always having a partnership with the National Water Commission?
Definitely.
And then in that
work
vein,
with them always.
in that vein, is it that essentially you're then limited with what you can actually engage as projects? Because apart from non-revenue water or expanding a water treatment plant, I'm finding it difficult to see what else we could be doing.
So there is wastewater.
On the wastewater
right?
side.
So,
okay.
So I don't know, Peter, if there's any other thing that we need to do with water. I'm not a technical expert. I think we just need to have more water flowing to people in the pipes. We need to be able to have an efficient wastewater treatment plant. At one point, I heard something about desalination and all of that. I don't know. But I think since you've taken the mic, that's one of the things that I'd want to point out to people when I say that we work together as government. Certainly, Water Resources Authority is the king because they are the ones who say, no, you can't. There is no more available at this point. But I don't know, I throw the question back to the audience. Apart from water production, wastewater, what else is there in water?
So the future of the PPPs that I'm seeing is actually
water reuse.
Is actually with
water reuse.
Is actually with wastewater is actually with wastewater and water reuse.
Yeah.
Because in terms of the water production, we are handcuffed by what will be an acceptable rate, because it's one of the things that came up when you had the finances. You had the F and the A, you had the finance and you had acceptability. Yeah. And we will be always challenged to produce that water at a rate that will be attractive to the private person coming in.
Right.
Who is coming in, they're coming in with good intentions, but they're coming in to make money. And the fact is that if you can't charge a rate that will suit their bean counters,
a reasonable rate to give them a reasonable return.
Right, you're going to have that challenge to get the private partnership part of it going. And as a result, we are going to find that the whole of water development will be largely still a government.
I hear you, Peter.
A government organ, a government, you know.
But we're going to do
program.
one or two. But I hear you. And it's a real challenge, as I said. It's not a, we're not living in a fantasy world. Yes, Lise.
We take two more. Two more.
Lise, one more.
Okay. Your PPP options include some NWC, NHT, some private person doing an addition to connect houses not currently connected to the wastewater system to add revenue. Those are engineering works. Those can be long-term finance with NHT dollars, with DBJ and others. The PPP works also include source protection of forestry in not the central inland, but maybe somewhere, you know, critical watersheds.
Okay.
Real forestry.
So you're outlining some more possible PPP options for us. That's good.
No, the private's not going to see the profit. Private is not going to see the profit. But your blue-green funds are going to see, and the NHT is going to see, your environmental degradation is going to see. But it's still, you're going to find people that are willing to do that social green project.
Excellent.
But you're not going to find somebody like the person in the front row or...
you can call him Mia.
Or...
We're a family.
Yeah.
Right.
Or another bank, you know, but you will find.
So here's what I'm saying to you, and the question was raised, how do you say a UTech? So these are the things that we can sit down and talk through to say, is this a possible potential PPP that could be viable? So we need to have another conversation. And so you need to have a think tank going, Dr. Thorpe, to see where are the other areas that the government could partner with the private sector.
Yes,
in the water sector.
In the water sector. I like the idea of the think tank, actually.
Yes.
So from concept to the award of the financial, the contract which you had as a slide.
Yes.
Based on your current experience of distributing these kind of projects on the PPP, what is the turnaround time?
Long.
I don't know if that's an answer.
It's an answer, long.
To complete the negotiation on the PPP?
But look.
What are you saying, Sir Clark? What are you saying to me?
We weren't involved before then.
I'm here talking
but let me tell you
about
practically. I'm not here to pretend. A PPP is a very complex project, right?
Okay.
There are some people in government, when they hear that this is a possible PPP, they run. They say, no, I don't want to do it. Remember, you're going to enter into a 30-year contract with a private party. You must do the work properly. You have to do the feasibility. You have to do a thorough business case. And guess what happens? Sometimes when you do that business case and you feel that you're on the right track, you get thrown for a loop. Something, am I looking at the proper structure? Do I need to look at a different way to execute this? And you could rush through it and produce something and go to the market. That's not our style, and that's not our model, because when it doesn't work, then they go, the DBJ, were you a part of this? So we do it properly. There's also government bureaucracy. I'm going to stand up here and admit to you that there is bureaucracy in government. We have to go through processes, and you have to get disapproval, and then you have to go to cabinet. But in the end, it protects the process, right? Because then there are checks and balances, and so the cabinet can say, I was aware of this. It was a properly structured project, and we did it. So it takes a long time. I don't want to say the time. And guess what? When we go to conferences abroad and we were there griping over our process, oh my gosh, it takes so long. And once we step into our room, somebody says, oh, there you go, 24 months. They're coming here, the DBJ, 24 months, people are here. When we go to places like Canada and we go to other conferences in Latin America, guess what? It's the same amount of time that they take to develop PPPs properly. So we're here taking the bashing, but it actually is the way to do it properly, right? So thank you for that question, and I'm still just leaving it at long. Over 24.
There, or else we're going to be going in
Late. All right.
forever. So,
thank you.
Let's hear it for Mrs. A in our presentation. Mrs. A. Mrs. Arana, we're not letting you go as yet because we would like to show our appreciation for you taking the time out to come here today to give us your take and letting us, well, at least me, understand what the other P in that 4P was all about. P4, right? All right, and I have the chemical engineering program director from the School of Engineering who will make a presentation to you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nicole Thompson. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we want to move it along. So we have another technical presentation that will be coming from the Rural Water Supply Limited. And today, our presenter is none other than Mr. Franklin Watt. And a little bit about Mr. Franklin Watt while we queue. You can come. Needless to say that Mr. Franklin Watt is a UTech graduate, right? We do here at UTech. We build capacity. So Mr. Franklin Watt now is not only a graduate, but a proud graduate, and also, I'm sure, based on her boss, a very hard-working Rural Water Supply Limited employee. So, to give you a little bit more on the topic, bridging the gap, implementing innovative water solution in Jamaica, let's welcome Mr. Watt to make his presentation.
Hello, good afternoon. So I am Franklin Watt, Chief Design Engineer from Rural Water Supply Limited. And today I'll be presenting on bridging the gap, implementing innovative water solutions in Jamaica. So for today's presentation, I will be first starting off by giving an overview of my company, Rural Water Supply. And then I'll move on to speak of some of our innovative water solutions. All right, so Rural Water was established in 1983 under the name Carib Engineering Corporation Limited. So we were established at a time when Kingston was experiencing some serious water challenges. So the government created a company that was Carib Engineering with the sole purpose of implementing the Yalas pipeline project. So that project was geared towards transmitting water from the Yalas and Negro rivers to the nearby Mona Dam. So that pipeline was a 19-mile-long pipeline that was supposed to transmit a total of 16 million impure gallons of water per day. So that's enough water to, say, supply about 250,000 persons. So now, after that project was done, the company was continued and the actual mandate was expanded to providing water to other areas in the island. All right, so in 1997, the Ministry of Water and Housing was established and our mandate was further expanded, and we were then geared towards offering project design services, engineering services, and project management services. After a while now, the big projects started to kind of dry up, and then we had to move on to other areas. So we had to move on now to doing private work to gain more revenue and doing smaller projects. But we still were in the area of water solutions. In 2006, we were rebranded, so we moved from Carib Engineering to the current name, Rural Water Supply. So now we still, as I said, we continue to implement water solutions, and we were geared now towards going to the different parishes and implementing infrastructure in the different parishes in the rural areas. And we looked at the different areas and took into account the socio-economic aspects and the availability of the water sources. All right, so now currently we are geared towards implementing infrastructure projects, as I said, and we are looking to bring potable water to different communities and also to implement sewage solutions and to look at infrastructure for various housing developments. We do that now via project planning, investigation, detailed designs, procurement of goods and works, contracting or contract formulation, contract evaluation, project management, and construction monitoring. So now, we all know about the NWC, which is the main player when it comes to water in Jamaica. They are geared towards providing water to make a profit. Meanwhile, we at Rural Water, we seek to provide water for social purposes. So our projects tend to bring water to areas that are not really profitable, so the small communities in the very remote rural areas. So we tend to do fairly small projects, but they have very big impact. In terms of funding, we get our funding from the government of Jamaica via its Cap A budget financing aspect, and we also get funding from our external private works. So via consultation to other agencies such as the NHT, National Water Commission, and so on. So many big projects, you might see the NWC taking credit for, Rural Water actually played a big part in them. That's what not to be known. So we have a number of major projects that we have done since our inception. They include the Martabury Water Supply Project that lasted from 1987 to 1988, the Great River Water Supply Project, the South Chapeltown Water Supply Project, and the Bluefields White House Project. So as you can see, most of these big projects were from the earlier days. So we partner with a number of different agencies. So as I mentioned before, we partner with the NWC, the NIC, JSIF, and other agencies in the past as well. And we currently also partner with the NHT and the WRA. As a UTech grad, I'd like us to partner with UTech as well in future, in some capacity. And now I'll speak of our innovation. So in the recent past, we have been seeking to integrate renewable energy in our projects where feasible. So we do that mainly via solar pumping technology. So there are many types of solar pumping technology, but we use specifically what we call direct coupled solar pumping. So I'll now get into the technical side. So for the direct coupled solar pumping, we have 4 main components. We have the pump, the PV array, the power conditioner, and the water storage tank. So we have the pump, as I said, that is used to transmit water from a low point to a high point. We have the PV array, which is used to harness solar power. The power conditioner now takes that power from the PV array and converts it to a more usable form for the pump to use. And then finally, we have the storage tank, which acts as a form of battery for the system. So versus using a regular chemical battery that would store electricity, we use an elevated storage tank to store water for use during times when there is no sunlight. So it tends to work out to be a bit more economical because the tank, it pretty much requires limited maintenance versus batteries which are fairly expensive and require changing every now and then. So now, so we pump water from our source to the tank, and then from the tank we can distribute to either the domestic customers or to agricultural customers. we mainly distribute to domestic customers. All right, so in terms of the applications for this technology, we tend to stick to areas where there is limited access to grid power, so tend to be in the deep rural areas where there is no power available from the grid, or a case where you have a water source somewhere in some deep bushes where there is no GPS power available. So it makes it more feasible in those cases to now use solar energy. We also tend to, well, we need to pick areas as well where we have good sun exposure. So because it uses sunlight, we need to actually find areas where there is adequate sunlight during the entire daylight period where we can exploit that to pump water. And finally, we need areas where there's available land space. So if the land is not, say, conducive for construction, those areas tend to be overlooked for solar pumping. Also, there are cases where persons might own the land and might not be cooperative and might not want to donate it or sell it. So all those factors are taken into account when we implement these systems. All right, so the technology is not a panacea. It's something that has, both pros and cons. So the pros that are fairly obvious is the low operation costs. So there's no need to actually pay for energy because it's free. It tends to have a very low overall life cycle cost, and the maintenance tends to be fairly simple. The cons now, which we would know, are the high capital expenditure upfront. So you need to spend a lot of money on the actual infrastructure to get the project up and running. Also, there is also a case where the equipment that's needed for these systems tend to be very niche, so it's very hard to come by. So in a case where you have some damaged equipment, it might take a very long time, in some cases, to procure it and get the system back up and running. So you might have some long downtimes in some cases where you can't get the equipment easily. And that applies to mainly the more integral components like the power conditioner. Things like panels tend to be very easy to find, and sometimes the pumps themselves can be very hard to procure. All right, so far we have implemented this technology in a total of 17 communities, and we have a further 6 that are currently under construction. So we have them all over the island in most parishes. So mainly, as I said, in the very deep rural areas. So places where it is very, very remote, very hard to get to, and not much access to the grid power. All right, so we have a number of notable projects. Firstly, we have Peared Spring in Manchester. So this project consists of a 5.4 kilowatt solar array, a 4 kilowatt pump, and we supply a total of 200 persons with the system. It's been in place since 2020, fairly smoothly since then. A few down periods, but nothing major. We also have Top Aberdeen in St. Elizabeth, which is a fairly large system. It was handed over to NWC back in 2021. It consists of a 33 kilowatt solar array, an 11 kilowatt pump, and it supplies a total of 600 persons. This system also has a component of GPS involved, so it's a case where, if needs be, it can switch over to the grid. So this is one of our rare cases where we actually utilize grid power along with solar. Next, we have the Maybole project, which is also in St. Elizabeth. This one is a fairly new one, consisting of a 11 kilowatt solar array and a 5.5 kilowatt pump, and it supplies approximately 300 persons. And then finally, we have the Lapland project. This is the newest one we put online. It's a very small project, supplies a total of 300 persons, and it is powered by a 4 kilowatt solar array. So as you can see, these projects tend to be fairly small in nature, and they supply very small communities, but they have very big impact. So many of these places have never actually had pipe water before, ever. Yes. So many of these places never had pipe water. So yeah, we have gone there and implemented the technology and gotten the people water. All right, so in future now, we intend to continue implementing these projects. We also aim to refine our designs because there have been, some hiccups. It's a fairly new technology. We've just started to implement it in the last, I would say, 7 years. So it's still fairly new. We have many little hiccups we want to kind of iron out, and we've been doing that in recent times. We also intend to train personnel in terms of the actual design and implementation and also maintenance of these systems, and to do research into refining our designs as well. Finally, we intend to do some sensitization, so including these presentations where we make people know of what we are doing, so they can know of rural water, because we are very obscure. No, it's true. Yeah, most persons don't actually know our name. Yeah. So we need to try to do some more sensitization so people can know that we exist and know what we do. All right, so this is our contact information for anybody interested in our services. And any questions? All right, wonderful.
Hi, Franklin. I don't have a question so much as I have a statement. I'd like to commend yourself and Rural Water for where you're going. Renewable energy is a part of our future for us to be, resilient, both with climate change, adaptation, and also, reducing our bill. I'm quite intrigued that you're using the direct couple. And that basically, everybody knows that when you have a solar system, it's the batteries that really are your cost and really are so very expensive. And the fact that you're using the water as your battery, that is quite commendable. I'm glad. Yes, you're right. I think I've heard of rural water. Yes, there's the opportunity to bring rural water and the work that you're doing is to be seized. And as I say, I would just like to say that in terms of where you're heading with your rural supply systems and the use of the renewable energy is quite commendable. And I certainly applaud it and wish you all the best with that.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Cordell Williams here from NWC. I'm interested in two things. One, could you give us an idea of the cost of one of these small systems? That's one. And two, I know that the PV system can be used anywhere. Based on your experience, do you get pilferage or anything like that, theft of any of your parts from any of your projects?
All right, I'll start off with the second question. Regarding the theft, it's not very common. We've had about one project where we've had theft, out of about 17. Yeah. Well, the main reason is most of these things are in some very remote areas. So, yeah. that too. Yes, definitely. Yes. Yeah, that as well. Definitely. Yes. Yeah, so regarding cost, it varies based on the size and also the actual, conditions where the system is installed. So for instance, let me go back. Like this, for instance, it costs about, I'll say 5 million for this. So it's a very small system. Yeah. So in total, I'll say about 5 million, so actually no, about 4 million for this. So for the solar components, so the panels, the controller, the other electrical items, the pump and so on, about 4 million. That's for this system. For this one, it was about 50 million. Yeah, so it varies depending on size. As you can also see, this one has a very big structure that was constructed. So that alone caused the cost to kind of balloon somewhat. So those things all play a part in the actual cost of it. All right, that now.
I was asking why was the solar array 33 kilowatt, 3 times the requirement of the pump? I noticed in the others they are quite close.
All right, so the thing is now, as I said, we have been working to refine our designs. So we noticed that with the past designs where we had a very close array size to the pump size, they tend to be a bit less efficient in terms of the water yield. So notice that if we oversize the array more, we got more water from the system. Yeah, so that's the reason behind that. Yeah, longer running time, exactly. Sure.
Yeah, the thing is that 33 kilowatt system, sir,
that's
when
the max,
night come, you get 0 from the sun. No, hold on. No. So if people are consuming water at night, the pump is going to run in the night to refill the tank.
No, and also I must add.
Hold on. You are going to, hold on, in my house. During the day, I can run my AC unit because I am getting enough power to run my house and to do whatsoever I want. When night come, I am totally on battery. I am getting 0 replenishing from the sun.
All right, can I add something, please?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So he doesn't have to have hours, He doesn't, but he needs solar panels to support that. I'm not getting through. I'm not a good teacher.
All right, can I add something, please? All right, so that size takes into account different, losses. So the 33 kilowatts is pretty much just the capacity it can get to, the maximum it can get to. So it would actually give it just a couple of minutes per year. So it has to be under ideal conditions for it to give you that total capacity. Yeah. Not just location, a number of factors. So the fact is sometimes you might have cloud cover. Yeah. And then there's also things like heat that also affects the panels productions. Yeah, there's also the losses due to the wires, the pump's efficiency, and so on. Yeah.
You're going to be having those frictional losses which you're going to have to compensate for. So you actually need more power just to still operate the 11 kilowatts than 11 kilowatts. Because you have to overcome a lot of frictional losses if you have a distance to pump it to. Now, if you have the reservoir right beside it, then you can size down and be a lot closer.
Yeah, but cloud cover tends to be one of the main reasons as well. Because if you have a bigger array, you can pump during times when you have overcast skies, and also in the early mornings when you have very low sunlight, and in the late evenings when you have low sunlight as well. Yeah.
All right, we have a question up front here.
Hello, Jennifer Baldwin from USAID. Two questions, if I can sneak them. How do you handle maintenance on these systems? I imagine rural water supply. Do you have energy engineers on staff? Do you have contracts with maintenance companies? And then how did your systems do in Hurricane Beryl? Because I know a lot of the island lost water because the electricity was out. Is this a case to be made for more of these to protect water access after storms?
Okay, regarding the maintenance, we tend to do maintenance in-house. So we would use our personnel to go out and inspect these things when possible. And also we'd hire contractors to do any repairs that are needed. It tends to be a bit difficult because we're a fairly small company, so to get all that work done tends to take time. In terms of Beryl, most of our systems actually held up. We had about probably 2 that got damaged. I agree it's almost 0, but almost isn't 0. Yeah, so it's still some work. Yeah.
Franklin?
Yeah, well,
a quick question. Have you done an economic analysis, like
how long the system would take to pay for itself, to cover the capital?
All right, that varies. I would say some of them would probably take about, say, 4 years, and some as much as 10 years. It varies. So a number of factors. So for instance, the actual capital cost, of course, is a big factor, and the location as well. So if it's a case where it's somewhere where there is no actual GPS power nearby, then it would actually pay back faster. Because when we do the analysis, we take into account any avoidance costs from getting the GPS power to the site. Because the actual GPS power is not free in the beginning. You still need to pay for the transformer, the power lines, and the poles. So if it's a case where you have something in some deep bush and you don't pay for all that capital in terms of the GPS infrastructure, you save as well.
One question that is a little bit departing from the core of what you're presenting about all of that is you had said that a lot of these communities never had piped water before, and they're now getting piped water. All right? I just wanted to find out, what is the willingness to pay once they've got accustomed to the system and everything that's now there? Do they fall into that trend of not being willing to pay, or they are so happy that they have been continuously paying?
All right, that's a tricky question. It varies. No, in some areas they are willing to pay, but others they are not. That's the thing. So it varies from place to place in terms of willingness to pay. And also one issue we have is in terms of collection as well, because we tend to hand over mainly to the municipal corporations, and they are not very willing to maintain and actually collect the funds as well. So that's a bit of an issue on the actual municipal corporation side. I can't speak to politics now. We're an engineering firm. Pardon?
One more? Yeah. I just want to ask, Mr.
Yes.
In that rural area,
yes,
do they pay flat rate?
It varies. I assume, the thing is, we do the implementation, and then we hand over. So in terms of the actual payment, we don't have any interaction in that area.
The ones to the municipal corporations will pay a flat rate, and the ones that go to the National Water Commission will fall into the National Water Commission tariff structure. That's how it works. Yeah. They're all in the rural area, but some of them now,
yes,
when they build it, they don't normally operate it, so they're going to hand it over to somebody to operate and charge fees and so on. The ones that go to the parish councils are going to be charged a flat rate. And the ones that they hand over to the National Water Commission will fall into the National Water Commission structure, and you're going to pay accordingly.
No, just a handover.
All right, well, this thing worked. Well, I yield to you. Sir, thank you so much for the presentation and, of course, taking the questions. And we have a little gift again for you. We want to thank you, sir, for taking the time out. But we know that you're really back at home, right?
Yes,
so,
you are.
So on behalf of the faculty, we'll be asking Mrs. Booth Thompson to make a presentation to you.
Okay, then. Mr. Watt, when I saw your gift, I asked him, is he here? Because this was a gift that I wanted. But frankly, I'm happy that you're back home and your presentation was well thorough and actually accepted. And I want to ask you, did you do this as a final year project? Was it a part? No? Okay, just you did. Oh, awesome. So this is just a small token from us as our appreciation for you being here today, okay? Welcome back home.
And yes, Nico, you can let go of it now. All right, thank you so much. I just wanna inform you all that we have some challenges. We should have in our program a presentation from our Professor Nilsa Apel, who is a professor here in the chemical engineering program, but she is remote, and we're having some technical challenges at this time. So in lieu of that, we're going to move on with the program, and we are going to now we're going to move into a panel discussion where we're going to be inviting some of our special guests to these lovely white seats up here, and they're going to be posed some questions, some of the same questions that you have, but we'll be led through this process by the moderator of the day. Please help me welcome Mr. Hugh Cargill, the moderator for the panel discussion, where Mr. Cargill is the program director for the Mechanical and Industrial Program here at UTEC in the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, School of Engineering. So, Mr. Cargill, all over to you.
Good afternoon. So we're going to be looking at this topic, real-world solutions. We're going to be navigating the lessons learned from water management projects in Jamaica, and hopefully we'll be extracting those innovative solutions, looking at some collaborative efforts and forward-thinking strategies. So I'm actually going to invite the panelists to take their seats, and I'm going to do a quick introduction. Mr. Garwin Johnson, please. Mr. Peter Clark. Mr. Gary Walters. Yeah. All right. Mr. Jose Carasso. And finally, Dr. Jay Singh. Thank you, Dr. Singh. And as we invite Mrs. Russell, Nicola Russell, to also take her seat at right. So let me do a quick introduction. Mr. Garwin Johnson, he is a mission-driven person who aims to minimize physical and financial losses in water supplies. He holds an MBA in finance from the University of Manchester and a Bachelor's of Science in Management Studies, UWI Mona. He also lectures. He has been a lecturer here at UTEC in water treatment, plant operations, hydraulics, project management, and also over by the UWI. He has held many roles at NWC, and he's currently the regional manager at the National Water Commission, Jamaica. So welcome, Mr. Garwin Johnson.
Thank you. And I'm an alumni.
Right.
Yes,
so we should really say welcome back.
I did
Mr.
chemical
Johnson.
technology here.
Very good. Excellent. And then we have to welcome another past student, Mr. Peter Clark. Mr. Clark has over 40 years in the Jamaica construction sector. He has 22 years managing water products. He has led many projects, NWC pump and tank program that I think we've been looking at, the urban and rural water supply programs, and also the Rural Water Supply Limited. He has served as managing director for the Water Resource Authorities. He has liaisoned with international organizations and had advanced many strategies and initiatives locally here in Jamaica. So welcome again, Mr. Peter Clark. And then really we have a wide spread of panelists. So next up we have introductions for Nicola Russell. Mrs. Russell is the manager at the Public-Private Partners and Privatization Division at the Development Bank of Jamaica, DBJ. Over 15 years of experience in privatization and PPPs, initiatives in energy, agriculture, and transportation. She holds an MBA from the University of West Indies, so we can't claim you. And she also has an APMG certified in PPPs, and she plays a vital role in executing the government of Jamaica's P4 program, advising when it comes to policy development, managing transactions, leading capacity building efforts in private and public partnership projects. So welcome, Nicola Russell. As we go down to Jose Carasso, he is the Chief Growth Officer at Mia Waters, where they are world leaders in efficiency when it comes to orientated water operations, a vast experience, full range of offerings when it comes to water utilization. We're speaking here of water efficiency, commercialized management, water treatment. He has a background in investment banking. He's a skilled corporate finance person. He deals with M&As, strategies, corporate development, with a special focus on infrastructure in the energy sector. And you hear the minister talking this morning about $5 billion needed for our current infrastructure. He has successfully closed more than 30 cross-border deals worth over 20 billion euros. So welcome, Mr. Carasso. We also welcome engineer Gary Walters. Thanks for being here, sir. He's a senior project management at the National Water Commission with 18 years of experience when it comes to potable water supply and wastewater projects. He's the past president of the GIE, Jamaica Institute of Engineers, a member of the National Heritage Trust, and many other accolades. Thank you for being here, Mr. Engineer Walters. And finally, Dr. Singh. Dr. Singh, when I was doing the research, I came up with like 5 pages of your accomplishments. And I was thinking, how am I going to manage to put this in 5 points? I'm going to try my best. So he is the USAID country representative for Jamaica, overseeing initiatives in citizen security, renewable energy, and climate change. His career involves senior roles at Washington, D.C., and international assignments ranging from South Sudan to Azerbaijan, right? Co-author of USAID's State Department Joint Strategic Plan. Over his career, Dr. Singh has spearheaded several inter-agent strategies related to conflict, natural resources, combating terrorism, and he has coordinated projects that involve departments like the Department of Defense, Department of State. He has many awards. Let me just tell you one. He's the recipient of the Joint Service Commendation Medal for Leadership, and this has only been given to about 2 civilians. So that's significant there. And he holds a doctorate from the University of Washington, Seattle, and a master's degree in business administration and international diplomacy. So welcome, Dr. Singh. So there has been many discussions this morning, and I didn't want to start out with a question, because you might have some ideas in your mind that you want to express while you were sitting there. So I just want to give each of you a few minutes to just express your thoughts. I'm actually going to start off with Mr. Carasso.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure being here in Jamaica again. I represent Milla Water. You know well Milla. Catherine made a very good presentation of what were our activities here in the island for the last 10 years. We've been involved in 2 big projects, Kingston, and we are still working in Portmore. So we are a company really focused on efficiency. We made more than 200 projects all around the world. We were also the largest, or we owned the largest water operator in Portugal, company that we sold 2 years ago, and we reached annual revenue water figure in Portugal of around 13%, improving it from 45%. So we have been always focused on efficiency. We are very happy working here in Jamaica with this scheme of co-management in which we can bring sustainability for the future when we finish the project. And you guys here are pioneers with this type of scheme. Is an example, and many other countries, they like to visit you to learn more of the successful projects that you have made in the past 10 years. We are really looking forward to continuing working in the island, and we can expect, or we would be willing to continue with the new projects, and potentially we listened from Mr. Samuda this morning that there are many things to do. There are many things to do all over the world, and water efficiency should be one of the best alternative probably, because in terms of cost effective, if we compare cost versus profitability, we think is the best alternative versus other alternatives more based on capital expenditure. We think it's the best solution.
Thank you for getting us started. Any remarks, Peter Clark? Sir Clark?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to UTEC for putting this together. In my browsing, I came across something just today, which I'll read it in detail tonight when I get to Negril, which says, NASA satellites reveal abrupt drop in global freshwater levels. And I'm going to assume that it is saying something that is very instrumental. Now, the fact is that as a water resource manager and as a waterworks engineer, I have to be one of the people that champion the idea that our water resources are not just the fresh water, not just the water, not just the rain, and not just our groundwater as we pump it up. That there is worth in our wastewater, that there's worth in our surface waters that run off. And regardless of whether it means going back to our watersheds to make sure that our watersheds are in such a condition that our surface runoffs are more acceptable to be captured, and to deal with our wastewater and to make our wastewater be acceptable for purposes other than just putting it back into the sea after it's been treated. We do know that it is suitable for irrigation, it's suitable for other purposes. It's also suitable for groundwater recharge. Of course, we have to always be mindful of the quality that we maintain, and so that we can be assured that the purpose that we're putting it to is useful. But I just want us to be mindful of the fact that the word wastewater, forget the first 5 letters and concentrate on the second 5 letters, to know that it is a water resource. And for surface water, concentrate on those last 5 letters, because just as we're seeing that NASA statement or coming out of NASA for sustainability, we have to recognize that it's not just, there are more than the 3 R's. There's reservation of water, for instance, and other R's. So we have to be mindful that our water resources are more than just our surface water as they run off in streams and rivers, and our groundwater as we pump them up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Clark. Let's have some opening remarks from you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here again at UTEC, proud alumni of this noble institution. My opening remarks is more about economics of scale and scope. NWC have over 400 facilities producing somewhat about 180 million gallons per day. For us to be profitable and efficient, we need to move that to about 10 mega facility to have economies of scale and scope. To operate 400 facilities in light of what we have in terms of cost of production and the cost of operating, just our staff costs alone would that would impact us significantly. Looking at 10 mega facility with 3 shifts, you will have somewhat in the region of 24 staff compared to 800 that operate our facilities now. And with the new compensation and benefit package that was put in place, how that affect the NWC would significantly reduce. I'm a farmer union representative too, so I actually know what I'm speaking about. The other thing that I am going to open with, I hear people speak of the 100 breads and the 70 throw away. It's not 70 that is actually thrown away, because when you look at non-revenue water, it is about technical and commercial losses. The commercial losses is not actually water that is thrown away. It's actually people that use that water. So it's water that is being consumed. So it's a misnomer and a misconception to think that an NRW of 70% is water that is actually thrown away. So when you look at, say, a Portmore, the socially challenged area in Portmore is actually using significant amount of water to, that we are not collecting for, and it is accounted for, or it is calculated in the NRW. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. Next, Dr. Singh. Any opening remarks?
Thank you. I think the 2 presentations we had from Ms. A and Franklin Watt were pretty actually illuminating for me. I think, and I think Jose just also said a few things about efficiency, water efficiency. We have to say, if anybody's seen the James Bond movie Quantum of Solace, we are there right now. Water is oil. And so I think we have to treat this as not just a social issue, but it's an engineering issue, but also an issue of sustainment, life sustainment. So I think this symposium, for me, is very, very critical and timely to think about water as not just something that we consume, but it is a significant commodity that will help us actually improve our lives. So if you're a betting man, I would bet on utilities and water companies like me and others to invest in, because that's the future. I think the school here that's producing engineers, there's a huge growth sector in innovation when it comes to water efficiency, water storage, water capture from we look at the storms we've had recently. There has to be ways that we can capture those immense water things, and store them and then use them for things. And the other thing that I like about the Franklin Watts thing I was going to talk more about later was the fact that we have to really scale up the solar and battery power, because if you really want a continuous power supply for water, that's the best and cheapest way to do it. So I think from our side, U.S. government, we have a global water strategy that has 4 pillars. I'm not going to bore you with the 4 pillars, but one of them is on financing. And this is something I'm very passionate about. We have to look at the PPPs, but also develop models where we provide support to municipalities through local currencies. In the Philippines, we did a really interesting project between the Japanese government, the JICA, and USAID partnered on developing municipal level water supply companies. And we provided loans, JICA provided loans, and USAID gave a 50% guarantees on these loans. And the municipalities then ran these water supply systems efficiently, because they were getting a loan, they had to return the capital and pay interest, but it was run really efficiently, and I think that's the future of it. We have to think of these. I know the Arab world is looking at this. There's a huge growth sector in Africa, for example, of looking at water utilities. So I think beyond the social thing, we have to provide water to the people, but there's a way we can do it that's cost efficient, but also provides the ability for us to expand our own scope and livelihoods. But yeah, so my own thing is we have to think about water very differently than just something that we need to consume. It's like the oil. We can live without oil, but we cannot live without water.
Yeah, thank you for those salient points. Any opening remarks, Nicola?
Yes. Thank you again to UTEC for inviting us, DBJ persons, to be here. I work with Denise Arana in the PPP and privatization unit. So from our lens, when we try to attract private sector investment to assist the government with their development program, what you find as we develop the projects is it comes down to how you structure it and also, how you finance it. And if the government has a slew of projects to do and they have limited fiscal space, there's an automatic prioritization that happens. And water is a critical component of any other kind of development that they're doing. And so personally, I would advocate for doing the water infrastructure, but there's so many other competing projects that you really have to think about what it is you want to do and what you want to achieve, and then you put climate resilience in that as well, and the climate change and all of the things that are going to be happening around that. And you also have to spend money on ensuring that these even existing facilities, not even the new ones that are coming on board, are climate resilient and are, the mitigation, are being dealt with. And all of that takes funding. So it goes right back to what are you prioritizing in terms of the funding you have. And the government alone cannot fund everything that needs to be done. So we need to partner with the private sector in order to get some of these things done. And I think that's what people need to understand. That is why we are partnering with the private sector, because the government cannot do it alone. All of these projects, all of these things, it takes financing. All right?
Thank you. And then Engineer Walters, any opening remarks?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me thank the University of Technology and Maya Water for putting on this symposium. It's a good initiative. I like to see the University of Technology putting on these type of seminars, staying close to its core. And as a former advisor to the board, it's good to see where we are now. And I note that Maya has also offered some scholarships, and I think that's very good. It's very good, and we must recognize them for that. In terms of the water, it's important to note that the last time a new source of water was brought into Kingston was about 1985, and that was in response to one of these drought events, and that's how you got the Yallah's pipeline, and that's how you got the Mona water treatment plant. The city of Kingston in 1985 and the city of Kingston in 2024 has a totally different look. And it is something that the infrastructure is struggling to keep up at pace. But nevertheless, as the representative from the DBJ said, public-private partnerships gives us that type of opportunity to have those major capital works done. And it's important that the prioritizing for such initiatives are done where you can get the most value and impact. And if you were following the news, you would have noticed that, well, earlier in the year, Negril had some issues, and you heard a big announcement that works will be done there. We've been talking about Negril, oh boy, Okay, we talk about Negril for a very long time, but we need to be able to explore different ways to get projects delivered and move from just the constant talking about concepts and getting it done. So hopefully there will be a long-term solution to Negril soon. But discussions like these will certainly get the information out there. And I hope that some of you who are students will seek to have a career in water or wastewater. Don't listen to Peter. The wastewater is important too.
Right. Thank you, thank you. Since you mentioned Peter's name, let's get back to Peter. This morning, Mr. Samuda, he mentioned Jamaica's plan for managing water resources. He called it a master plan, and he said when you got here, you would have shared details on that. So I'm giving you the opportunity to do so.
Okay, so yes, we've developed a water resources master plan for Jamaica, and it's a part of the mandate of the Water Resources Authority. It's actually written into the Water Resources Act that it must be done and that it must be updated. And we've recently completed an update. What is interesting for everybody who are interested in the Water Resources Master Plan is that this current update has taken into consideration the impact of climate change. So what we've done is we have worked very closely with the Climate Studies Group out of the University of the West Indies and incorporated the projections that's coming from them. And so we now have a water resources master plan with an event horizon of 2080, and in that we've also put in the impact of climate change. And as a matter of fact, very recently at the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Association conference that was held in Trinidad, we have, as the Caribbean, taken the decision to stop talking about climate change. We, as SIDS, have recognized that climate change is here. It's impacting us already. So for us, our climate has already changed. So we're stopped talking about climate change and we're now talking about climate crisis. And so the Water Resources Master Plan is a very important and valuable tool that can be used by water resource managers, developers, water practitioners, water producers, everybody researchers, anybody who has anything to do with water and its use and its exploitation, to help them and us to make decisions for the sustainable use of water here in Jamaica and for the betterment of our people here in Jamaica with regards to water production and water provision.
Thank you. Just before we move on, how do we access that plan?
It's online, thank you so much. Yes, it is online. It's available through our website, wra.gov.jm, wra.gov.jm. If you go there, you'll find it. You'll also find there our free share of all our data that we gather in terms of water, for surface water and groundwater, both quantity and quality. That is there, it's available. It will always be 2 months back because we have to validate. And so it is, as I was mentioning to Dr. Sean, that it is available and that, for instance, researchers can then use it to help them with, and help us with, forecasting and so on. So that is there and it's quite available.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's have a question pointed to Nicola, Mrs. Nicola Russell. Mrs. Denise Arana, she mentioned blue and green initiatives. Can you give us some insights on that?
Okay, so DBJ received the Green Climate Fund accreditation. So we're currently setting up this blue-green facility. That way you can access the climate financing for these projects. It's not operational yet. They're working through everything with GCF. But essentially you could get loans or grants for your projects, and you can access it through DBJ. So it really is climate-based, climate financing-based. right?
Thank you.
And I think there's a project prep aspect to it as well, so that they can assist with the developers. Government projects, it can be private projects as well that can come to the DBJ for the blue-green facility, but they're setting it up now. So I think there'll be more, obviously, as DBJ rolls out, and they'll be promoting it.
We'll pick that up in our second symposium.
Yes, you can invite the specific people who are going to deal with that
Right,
facility. Yes.
Thank you for those insights. So let's get some comments from you, Dr. Singh, on this question. Given the US government's focus on sustainability and its diverse initiatives in Jamaica, how do you see these efforts contributing to water management and sustainability goals locally?
So that's a good question. What I wanted to mention earlier on, the issue, water is going to be, I mean, it is the most important thing that we have to focus on besides other infrastructure projects. Our government has been very focused on this. Like the DFC, for example, one of the pillars for loans is water infrastructure. So I think the issue is not about liquidity, the issue is bankable projects. So as we go forward, I think what the government needs to do, and you have enough private sector partners here, they had to sort of develop these bankable projects that we can look through and finance. So I think DFC's on the ready. Exim Bank, if there's American involvement, would also be involved in this. So there's a number of institutions that would definitely want to look at this. So again, the issue is not about, we can talk at length about the issue of climate change, but what we have to do is develop bankable projects and fund them because there is money in the market. And the thing is, nice thing about Jamaica is given the debt to GDP ratio is so low, they have a higher credit rating. So they could actually access more financing. But the nice thing about Jamaica is also the fiscal management of the country has allowed it that you have enough funds and pension funds and insurance funds to actually do local currency projects. So I think what we have to do is, we work with DBJ, work with NCB and other banks that think through what are the projects that we can do and do it fast, because the future of investment in Jamaica is going to rely on reliable water supply, besides, of course, electricity.
Thanks for that. If we then ask you to look at lessons that you have picked up in other regions, are there any things that we can apply that they've implemented that we can apply here locally in our context?
Yeah, I think we had a project in the past, but I think we would love to do more if we can. I mentioned the Philippines project we did. That was for me, was a game changer. That we looked at the private sector to working with loan guarantees as well as mobilizing financing, and working directly with municipalities to improve the supply of and transmission of water projects. And that for us was a great success story. I know we have done some smaller projects, but I think we really need to focus on as a government, but not just us as a government. I think we have to sort of push our allied governments to look at putting more focus on these types of these programs, right? So it's not about us per se. We have, I think we have the money per se, but we have to sort of find ways we can invest in these things. So we've had some success stories. I can't really think of them on my mind what we have, but if you go through our website, USAID website, you'll see a number of these success stories when it comes to water. Water is a very big part of our environment program, and in fact, we have a water coordinator. It was our first we've had in a long time that's focused on these types of things. So we have a good track record, but I'm speaking from my experience. We really have to think about developing programs and projects with the government and the private sector to think through, because I think there is a case we made that these are viable programs. People will pay. Somebody mentioned that people pay or not pay, but the fact of the matter is if you're not getting a water supply, you will pay for it because you need that. And just make it affordable enough that it's not breaking their bank.
Right, thank you. Let's ask you a question, Sir Johnson. We've heard a lot in terms of what rural water is doing. The minister spoke a lot about the projects Can you describe some of the projects that you are currently involved in, the main objectives, and how it's going to benefit the community, the country?
Well, if I start to name all the projects that I'm involved in, I won't finish this evening.
Top two.
So, well, I'll start with the Portmore NRW program. We are actually, well, I am the regional manager for St. Catherine and Clarendon, in charge of the Portmore NRW program. That, when the program started, we were at 72% in terms of NRW, which is about 28,000 meter cube losses per day. We are now down based on Catherine and O'Neill's figure to about 12,500 meter cubes per day, which is right on target. Yes, that it is, yes, the project is properly managed. One of the things though, with these type of projects, I am expecting more. And I did a presentation at CWWA last year at the Water Loss Conference, and it's about performance-based contract. What I need to see in some of these performance-based contracts is the collection to billing ratio. The collection, we were at 92% or thereabout. I'm expecting us to be, based on the achievement in terms of water, based on the NRW reduction, our CB ratio should be at about 98% now, but we are somewhere 94%. My thing on NRW is not about just saving water, but it's about service delivery and collection, because I wear the regional collection side of things must be paramount in my, and in any KPIs that is being set for NRW program.
Thank you. Still with you. We heard a lot about infrastructure. We heard a lot about new equipment being installed and so on. Is there like a project or a policy that governs like asset care, preventative, predictive maintenance in the National Water Commission? How are you addressing those issues so that we don't lose these assets?
In terms of infrastructure, yes, we have an asset management policy, and we also have the preventative maintenance. My maintenance manager is here. We have both preventative and predictive maintenance that is run by the Technical Services Department in the NWC. We want to roll out the predictive maintenance island-wide. The predictive maintenance is skewed slightly to St. Catherine, KSAT, and somewhat in Clarendon. But the maintenance team, though, would have persons in the different areas or different regions who carry out predictive maintenance, not routinely, but as part of their core function.
All right, thank you for that. Engineer Walters, what are some key challenges when you think about Jamaica on a whole and large-scale potable water, wastewater projects? What are the key challenges?
So one of the challenges with Jamaica, if you want to, most of our freshwater sources are in the north, but the population centers are predominantly along the south. So you have Maypen, Mandeville, Santa Cruz, and you have Kings, and then on the north, I mean, I was told some time ago that Rio Bueno, if we wanted to extract 100 million gallons from Rio Bueno, we would get that license. But where would we send all that water? And then the challenge now is you have the mountain ridge. So even if you to try and move the water from the north to the south, it would be a monumental feat. So what the commission has done is look to do a ring around the coast, and it has progressed somewhat along the northwestern parishes. So but there are still areas that need to be addressed. So that's the challenge for water. Wastewater is that nobody wants a wastewater treatment plant beside their home. Just citing it, and then I'm not sure if it's a challenge, but the public don't like when you double the water bill. So so what happens when you install sewer, whether you're connected or not, you will be charged, or you ought to be. And the reason for this is that it was thought of a way to encourage persons to connect. And it does in some instances, but overall, people ask me, where's the next dam? Why we don't have another dam? And I would say to them, where's the dam for Montego Bay? Montego Bay doesn't have a dam. And I said that why we need a dam if we have one of the largest storage facilities right under St. Andrew, the Ligani Aquifer. The problem with it is that it's highly polluted. And I say that if we continue expanding the sewage network, maybe your great-great-grandchildren can start to extract the water from the Ligani Aquifer. But it's to get people to buy in that sewage expansion is important. The only time they think it's important is when they want to put up an apartment complex. Mm-hmm. But other than that, they don't want it. No, they don't want it. Or when the backyard septic tank or pit, they keep drawing it every 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. You get many calls about when the sewage come in. But it shouldn't be looked at that way. It is part of the way to protect your water resources, because it really doesn't make any sense polluting it, and it's a massive storage. So those are some of the challenges.
Yeah. I'm seeing some major projects coming out of that for students to take on. You mentioned one of the solutions, creating that central grid. Are there any other solutions you think to address those challenges?
So on the water side, for Kingston, the NWC is currently looking to do a new treatment plant out by Rio Cobre, more specific content. It's a public-private partnership, and boy, it started so long. Wow, what year did that start? That's my disappointment with PPPs, if I went to get a little controversial. It doesn't, we started when? 2014, I don't know. And up to now, there was a groundbreaking, was it earlier this year? Last year? Yeah, they broke ground, so but hopefully we'll get some water. And as I said, I mentioned earlier, Negril. For the wastewater, the challenge you may have with that is getting it to our wastewater coverage is just about probably 30% of the island, and and you see issues in Falmouth coming up, and you see issues in other towns, Maypen, that we haven't even started to actually study. So to even get to the point of actually putting a central sewage system in these urban centers, we're not there yet. And primarily because if you haven't satisfied the water side, it's kind of difficult to be looking at dealing with the wastewater. So the wastewater is primarily in Kingston and Portmore. Spanish Town doesn't really have, no. It's a poor Spanish Town, don't have any. But the tourist towns, Ocho Rios and Montego Bay and the Grill, does have wastewater solutions.
Thank you. So we're going to come back to you, Jose. So Dr. Campbell Francis, she mentioned carbon credits this morning, and she said you'd share thoughts on that. Yeah. Catherine also mentioned financial monitoring and drought periods. So I'm putting you on spot for those three things.
Sure. And first of all, I would like also to remark on the collections that you said, because in a non-revenue water project, there are very clear two different streams, water losses and commercial losses. The water losses, we need a lot of information to do the technical design in order to implement the solutions. This takes some time. But on the commercial side, the effects, if you start doing activities to correct that, are immediate. So it is very important to focus since the beginning of the projects on the collections and the commercial losses, because you don't need to do an implementation of the or design of the infrastructure to improve the water losses. You can have immediate effects since day one. So this is something very, very important that we agree. On the carbon credits, as we are focused on efficiency, the rationale is very simple. We save water. By saving water, we save energy. By saving energy, depending on the country, Jamaica has a dirtiness of in the generation mix of the electricity, as it is highly depending on fossil fuels. The dirtiness is high versus other countries that have more weight of renewable energy, which is something normal. So the effect of saving energy has a very clear impact on saving CO2 emissions. We did an analysis in one of our projects, a 10-year project in Bahamas, in which we saved 66 million cubic meters of water, and by doing so, we saved 130,000 tons in this period. The dirtiness in Bahamas is quite similar to Jamaica, so we could say, or we could establish a relationship between the cubic meter saved in water, what is the impact in saving in megawatt hour, and what is the impact, depending on the dirtiness of the generation mix, what is the impact in CO2 emissions. What we see is that there is a clear upside here. This only can have positive value, because there is a clear market, and this market, the size of this market is growing. So the governments are more and more establishing requirements for companies to meet the net zero policies for the next 25 years. And according to some reports, the price of a ton of CO2, a carbon credit, could be around $50 in 10 years' time from now. Now the market is not so clear. There are two different markets, regulated market and voluntary market, so the prices could be volatile. But we see there is a clear upside here, because this has a value. As we are saving water, we are doing efficiency measures, this has an impact on CO2 reduction. So we clearly see here an opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. All right,
in connection to to the results that Catherine was, sorry, I forgot this part of the question. We clearly see the impact in terms of, for example, not only water saving, but energy saving. In the Portmore project, we are saving above 35% of the electricity consumed. So this has a huge impact on a monthly basis in the accounts of National Water Commission. On top of that, non-revenue water projects and fighting against the water losses imply that the needs for investing in new capacity for water sources is lower. So there is also a potential impact of it. Is not only the water you save and the energy you save, but also you are reducing the need of investing, for example, in desalination plants, because at the end of the day, so there is a double impact at that regard, and this could be even considered as a positive or as an upside in the calculation of the potential carbon credits that could be achieved in an revenue water project. Just you to have a figure in mind, this is public information, it's very simple to get it. Is making $2 billion per year selling carbon credits. And the market will grow. So we need to think this is a potential upside, it's never a downside. And obviously there are legal requirements, and it's a bit complicated at this moment in time to really know what is the exact value of a carbon credit, but the trend is very positive at this regard.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Back to you, Nicola. Russell. The question, what role do public-private partnerships play in addressing water infrastructure challenges in Jamaica, and how can private sector investment be encouraged? Any thoughts there?
Okay, so in terms of, and I'll speak to the National Water Commission because that's who we partner with to work on these projects. It's part of their capital development program. They have projects that they identify that they want to do, and some of them they've identified that they want to do as PPPs, and that's where DBJ gets involved. Now, I think Denise spoke to one of the projects that we looked at, which was the non-revenue water project. And that we took all the way to the completion of the business case with advisors, consultants that were engaged under the FCGP project preparation facility. Those studies were done, and at the end of the business case, it was determined that traditional procurement was the best methodology. So PPP, first of all, is a modality, all right? It's a procurement modality. However, it involves a long-term contract with the private sector, which they could operate, maintain, develop the facilities, right? So we also worked with NWC on the Rio Cobre content water treatment facility, and that reached commercial close, and we're waiting on financial close, right? In terms of, we're also working with them on the Soapberry wastewater treatment plant expansion of that facility. That is at the business case stage now. We engaged advisors, and they've done all the assessments. And that's part of what we do as DBJ. We assist as transaction managers with government entities to develop these projects. So we engage the advisors, we do the business case, we take it to tender, facilitate the selection of a private party through that tender process, get the approvals through cabinet, etc., assist them with negotiating the agreements until they reach commercial close, and we stay on until financial close. It is the owning MDA's responsibility to monitor the concession over the 20 years, 30 years, etc. So facilitating this partnership with the private sector is coming in this instance, to do the building of the facility, design, operate, maintain the facility. And as Denise indicated in her presentation, it's always owned by the government, the facility, but you're going to transfer it back to the government after the 20 or 30 years. So you're going to give the private sector enough time to recoup their investment, because think of it, they're putting out the funds, they're borrowing funds, because a lot of times when you look at their financial model, it's debt and equity they're putting in. And it's a 70-30 split or whatever. So 70% of the money they've gone to banks, not just a bank. Several banks are looking at them, okay? And they're looking at everything that they're doing in that project. They're looking at their financial model, and they're saying, how am I going to get my loan repaid? So the banks are all looking at them, Okay? Then, on top of that, the government is also ensuring that they're building the facility, they're doing everything over the 20 years. And sometimes, yes, when you look at the models, the bank's loan is 10 years, so the bank wants to get paid out in the first 10 years, right? And then maybe the remaining 10 years they don't have a bank loan, or maybe they refinance and they got another bank loan for 5 years. So the private sector is operating, building, taking the risk, building, operating, maintaining the facility over the 20 years. They have bank loans, they have shareholders that they have to report to, they have to make a return on their investment, and at the same time, they have to make it efficient. They have to make this facility efficient because they have KPIs in the concession agreement. So, and then they have regulators that they need to report to, and all of these things. All right? So governments sometimes, and I'm going to go right back to the other pendulum where it's traditional procurement. So if it's traditional procurement, all you want to do is ask the private sector to come in, build it, because you designed it with another contractor. So another consultant did the design, and you hand it over to a contractor to build. They build it, maybe they do it on time, maybe they won't. Maybe there's cost overruns, maybe they're not. But tell me how many times the government has actually engaged a contractor and they get it built on time and under budget. I don't know. Are you a regular taxpayer? Do you see on time, on budget all the time? Or do they come and say, oh, you know, the contractor took 12 more months and it's costing us $2 billion more. When you do a PPP, the construction risk is with the private. They said they were going to build it in 2 years. Guess what? If the construction risk is with them, if there's overruns, whose fault do you think that is after they signed the agreement to say that the construction risk was theirs? All right? So it's a relationship that you have to build between the two parties over the 20 years to ensure that you get the service delivery. So that's all I have to say at this point.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think at this point we're going to get the audience involved. You might have burning questions you want to ask. I have a lot more questions here, but I think we need to engage. Prof. Thorpe, let's start with Prof. Thorpe. Mike is coming.
Thank you, sir. I'm all about for a call to action. I like what I see here. I see all the required stakeholders, including the university at the table. And my ask is this. USAID, DBJ, well, let me start with USAID. In terms of the partners who are at this table, including the university, for us to work on a special project to solve a specific problem in the country right now, we are prepared as a university to work with you collectively as stakeholders and the USAID to answer any call for proposals between now and the next month, right, where we can have a seat at the table to say, this is what we want to work on and give it a timeline. And I know Dr. Singh was indicating that there's our upcoming call. I don't know if you have identified how much money is in the call and if any of the other stakeholders on the panel have any interest in that kind of requirement. So I would love to hear a feedback on us, on how you see us working together collectively, including the university, in allowing you in your respective areas to have a desired outcome in the shortest, the medium to long term, coming out of engagement. And from the DBJ side, in the same context, I recognize that the PPP may be a longer period. Long, you said, Denise? Long. Right, okay. I take good notes, you see. But coming out of this arrangement today, where do you all see the DBJ, including the university? I'm now speaking from the fact that I'm here in the university, all of us working together, because this is one of the objectives I had when we were designing this symposium, that we want to see how, coming out of this, we can work together. So that is my ask, and I leave it there. Thank you.
Any particular?
I particularly like that question because that was one of the thing that came out of most universities would actually work with utilities or companies that have challenges. The NRW program for Portmore would have collabed with UTech in putting together a program for leak detection. We also want to go further with promoting pressure management, and I like the question about preventative maintenance, but not just from the maintenance technical services point of view. We also have the PRVs, the PSVs, all of those type of equipment that need actual maintenance. So we are hoping for business in terms of collabing with UTech. In getting research and actually problem solving where NWC might be focusing on the operational issues, but UTech with their students and staff. And, I noticed you visit my UTech would have visited Portmore NRW a month ago or two, and would have shown some of the advancement that we would have made. But we would also want, not just in a project area where we have proper funding, but in other areas, in like a St. Catherine or a Clarendon, where there is deficiency in terms of knowledge base. One of the issues we presently have is rural water quality, how we resolve rural water quality. Yes, we have some idea, but we would want relationship in treating with them.
Thank you.
Prof. Sean, Dr. Sean, for our part at the Water Resources Authority with data, we are monitoring stream flow data at over clearly more than 150 locations across the island. We're monitoring groundwater through wells, through monitoring wells, and also from the abstractors that are providing us with information in terms of the abstraction amounts and the water quality on a regular basis. So we do have a phenomenal amount of data. And what can happen is that that data can be used by your students, by your researchers, and so on, in terms of assisting the nation with, because we do some amount of trend analysis, for instance, but in terms of what's the trend that's happening with water quality in a particular area, what's the trend that's happening with groundwater levels, with increasing salinity, whatever the situation is. There's a whole gamut of research topics that are right there that students that are engineering mindful or hydrology mindful, or they can tap into that. And of course, while their output is the property of the university, I am pretty sure that given the fact that you're using our data, that you also make it useful to us for us to then act upon that in terms of water resources management.
It sounds like a low-hanging fruit, Prof. Any thoughts? Any further thoughts? Fine. We can take.
I think so from the USAID side, you asked a good question. So we have two spigots. One, Janelle can send you one on the Caribbean Encore program. So we'll send you the link for that. The other one that we have, we're talking about university partnership, is a group in the USA called DIV, Development Innovation Ventures, and we actually give significant resources for startups. So and a lot of them are university-based startups. So if you have a startup that you want to look at, apply to that. There's an open website and it's on our USAID website. I think Janelle can also give that to you, or Shiva, or my colleagues here. So we do have some spigots for funding for that. But I still think DFC and other the big banks, if you have a comprehensive plan, you have the Rural Water Authority and others, they do want to look at this collectively, and you have a partner here with Mia. I think there's, work through them to see if there's a project that you can then seek resources for.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Any other thought? Don't have on my glasses, so I'm going to. It's compounded. So DBJ, any comments for Prof. Stark?
Well, I mean, in terms of UTech and what it can do to assist and be a part of the program, that real-world examples, you could maybe reach out to us and we can have some further discussions, because there's a few avenues in which persons can be a part of the process. So yes, we work with consultants, and I suppose you're training the future consultants that will come into the engineering space. But in terms of expertise and assistance with like projects, we do have what we call enterprise teams, and it's my view that if it is that perhaps you want to be a part of the process of developing projects, being at the enterprise team level, which is a steering committee for a project, you can contribute in that way in your own capacity as Dr. Thorpe. I am so-and-so, a UTech, and I'll put myself up for service for the government as part of the steering committee to look at how we develop these projects. And so yes, you will be a part of the recommendations to the government on a specific project, and you will be a part and accountable for the 3 or 4 or 5 years the project will take. So be a part of the solution, Dr. Thorpe. That's all I'm saying. No, Dr. Thorpe, you said you wanted to how we could be. You can be a part of the solution. Be on the team and see how you can speed it up. Speed it up, Dr. Thorpe.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
The question has been answered.
Okay, great. There was a hand right there, just in front of you, Dr. Stubbs.
So one second, let me just, before I forget, on our US side, so I'm going to introduce 2 of my colleagues here, Janelle James, here who was on the phone, and Miriam Foote, and then Jen Baldwin who just left. We have a pretty strong environment team, and a lot of that is looking at renewable resources, energy, and water, so please do contact when you get their information.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Miriam is here, and then Janelle, so.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that. So,
I just want to also tell you, for instance, that I've been charged to form up a water, basically a consultation team of experts to UNESCO, and I have sent the invitation in to UTech, and you're on board, and I've got it's Balvin, right? So it's Dr. Balvin, and I always mix the Thorpes up myself. So the submission has been made, for instance, for Dr. Balvin to be a part of that, to be on that commission, and we're just waiting now on UNESCO to push it through to the relevant minister, Minister Grange, and then once that is up and running, it will be a scientific advisory committee that will work towards advancement of Jamaica's science.
significant. Yeah. Right, so we'll take a few more questions and then we'll have closing remarks. All right? That hand just in front of Dr. Stubbs there.
I have the microphone, they gave me first.
They give you the microphone first.
Yes, I have a question, but I have to make a short comment first. The NWC engineer spoke of the problems of the Blue Mountain Water Scheme, and he talked about the mid-80s. That problem existed from the 50s, and there was a national plan. But as we have heard consistently here, the resource from the minister and everybody, the resource constraint. I believe we all need a rethink of the approach to finance these projects. One, and I heard Dr. Singh, no offense to you, you consistently use the word bankable. There are a lot of things that in the classic terms are not bankable. So we need to find a way to do them without have that absolute generic bankable criteria.
I think you misunderstood that word. Bankable means also, is it viable?
Right.
It has to be viable.
Yeah.
So and social programs are viable as long as there's a buy-in from the community and the government. So,
Right.
So it's a broader term.
Yeah, I know. But if we took that way, we would not have built the National Stadium, G.C. Foster, or Cornwall Regional Hospital.
Those are bankable.
well, I was a small boy at the time, and there was controversy. So what I'm saying to us is that other countries have developed methodologies which mean in the national budget, we find a way to decide what we want and come up with a design. Then we go find creative ways of financing it. Right now, I think we have NROC shares on the market because I don't know how we took it over, so we have shares in NROC now. But in Suriname, they found oil, and in order not to balloon the national debt, they had a diaspora bond. Diaspora bonds have been around for a long, but it has not caught on in this country. One of our speakers this morning, a lady, I can't remember the name, I think she's the one on the left, spoke about the item of one size fits all when it comes to international protocol. We have to get away from that too. It can't be one size fits all. We need to go back and look and find a way, not necessarily pioneering, that we can get these things done. And nobody has looked at the diaspora bond to fix some of these things. And if we don't fix them, we're going to get poorer and poorer.
Thank you for that point. So we're going to move now to that hand, and then we're going to come down here.
Good afternoon, everyone. By way of introduction, my name is Philip Mighty, and I'm an outsider, classic outsider, and I consider myself an innovator. I'm here because I have a dire interest in water resources, and I've been knocking my head. I have two special innovations for water solutions, which is where I'm thinking of water capture. You know, I know this conference is well put together. I've seen all the, all the presentations and the technical aspects, but I want to concentrate on water capture. I have a very innovative method which I've been trying to speak with, I'll use a word, officialdom, mean people who are in authorities at the Water Commission, Irrigation Authority, Underground Water Authority, Ministry of. I've been knocking my head, trying to get some audience. And guess what happened? I get no traction at all. Why? Because everybody says, hey, we are engaged in this project. It's, your projects are locked tight. And you don't listen to any other suggestions. I find that a major problem. And knocking breaking the glass ceiling.
I'm excited to hear the projects though. That's what I want to hear.
Right,
I'm
good.
excited to hear them.
Right, breaking glass ceiling. I say, I've been trying to reach people who are in making policies. Because, other people say, okay, you have to get to the policy level, political decisions. And I just can't get any traction, although I've been knocking on these doors. But what are the projects? Water capture is rainwater, a very green, low-cost, low-maintenance, innovative way of capturing and maintaining a constant supply of rainwater using a series of catchment areas and dams.
Okay.
That is one. And two, there's the next one, which the big question about Mona Dam. We have also an innovative way of replacing or building another dam that I could call bigger than the Mona Dam right here. And I cannot communicate with anybody any of these ideas.
So
question.
I'm going to give you the solution, right?
Yes.
Come to the engineering department and let's work together to trash out those projects and publish them. And once they're published, they'll be out there in the public sphere, and we can work on even getting a patent and all of that. So you're in the right place. That's how we agitate.
No, but I'm saying, you see, is that where policy is concerned, because these decisions and these ongoing projects and these major grants are made. The minister will tell you about these major projects that are entering, the funds are already there and projects are working. When I touch base with people,
proof of concept, so that you can have the big buy-in.
Yes,
so let's start off there. Let's do the studies and let's get it concrete. Let's get some recommendations, conclusions. Let's do the study. All right?
Could I get a name, a contact? I've been trying a long time and nobody. I mean, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I'm here today, to say
we
that.
have the civil department to look at the construction of a new dam. We can collect the information, we start working on it, all right? All right, thanks. Let's have the hand right here.
Yeah, my question is directed to Peter from WRA, because my line of work directly impacts his line of work. Well, as maintenance manager at the NWC with responsibility for the maintenance of well pumps, there are many times when the NWC hydrologists would say you're over pumping and we have to scale back. The truth is the communities are growing and they need that water. And any such cutback will immediately, well, it's two ways, the impact on revenues to the organization, but also the political implications and frustration that can sometimes lead to protest. I just want to know, with the impact of the drought last year, which is one of the greatest impact the island has had for a long period, if you have any data as to how badly the underground aquifers had suffered during that period.
Okay, so thanks, Cordell. Thanks for your question, and it gives me the opportunity to say something about the Water Resources Authority. We monitor and restrict your abstraction for the simple reason that we have to protect the resource. If you overpump a resource, then if you overpump a well, then you can actually pull seawater into your aquifer, contaminating it with salt water, and thereby rendering that aquifer totally useless. So if you're overpumping in Old Harbor, for instance, and you're saying you have to do it because it's growing and you have 200,000 people or 300,000 people that you need to meet, if that aquifer goes belly up, then you'll have zero to give those 300,000 people. So that is why I will speak to your hydrologists and say this is a situation, you have to cut back on the pumping. We've actually had very recent discussions with some very high people inside of the National Water Commission with regards to that, and that solution has to be found, which essentially means going back to basics. And if your resource that you can find is 30 miles away, you'll just have to use that resource and put in 30 miles of pipeline to bring it to where you need it, because you are admitting that you have a growing demand that you cannot meet. You're admitting that in what you say. So you have to step out of that boundary and go further. With regard to the matter of the drought and so on, what we had really was more a meteorological drought. There was not so much a hydrological drought. And a hydrological drought is the one that impacts your groundwater. In the classic terms of drought, there are 4 droughts. There's the meteorological drought, the hydrological drought, the agricultural drought, and then the economic drought. So each one cascades into the other one. Yeah, there's the economic drought, because when you can't produce the food, that's right. So we would not classify the drought as a hydrological drought, because largely your groundwater reserves did not face any major depletion. All right. The fact is that your sources that were being supplied by wells, basically they continued. It was their surface water sources that were highly impacted. All right, when Gary talked about what was happening down in Negril, that's mainly from a surface water source and so on. So those were the ones that were highly impacted by the drought. Thankfully, we had a little rain over the last couple of weeks, and so you know, in terms of what would have even happened with our groundwater, those reserves would have been, you know, so majorly replenished, because in the whole water cycle, our only input is precipitation, is rainfall. So the fact is that, you know, with that, you know, Lise is itching. Come, Lise.
I wasn't going to ask, but so Peter, what would you like to see happen with the source management with respect to works, okay, like
I think they want the question.
Green River, Yalos River?
Start over. They want the question so that they can go through the.
Okay. What would WRA like to see happen with source management? Two ways. Up in the high levels of the watersheds, and also with respect to finding a way to assign lands for natural aquifer recharge, you know, assigning locations.
All right. So the first thing, thanks, Lise. I saw you're itching. So the first thing is with regards to, you know, our waters and sources, river surface waters that are in the high elevations. You were now talking about surface water, and our surface water usability is highly determined by the erodibility of the watershed. So it means that at the end of the day, for us to improve on our surface waters, we have to get back into our watersheds, and we have to improve the watersheds and recognize that the watershed is a service provider that we are tapping into. So it means what I would like to see are programs that are geared towards improving our watersheds so that we have better quality surface water that we can harness. In all the rains the other day, you may have seen videos about Hope River, for instance, and what was happening there. And in those instances, you know, Water Commission does not take the water; they divert the water away because, you know, they don't want to be taking highly turbid and muddy water and sandy water into Mona Reservoir. The reason why Mona Reservoir has lasted as long as it is because of that management that Water Commission is having with their input water. You know, the fact is that the rate of sedimentation of a reservoir determines the life of that reservoir. And the lower you can keep that rate, the longer you'll have that reservoir serviceable. And so they've been diverting. So if we had a way to improve the quality of the surface runoff, then we could harness more water. Now, the fact is that this time, Mona Reservoir is full. It's 97%. Hermitage is 100% at this time. And we're fortunate because, as I said, we've been getting a little rain of late. But generally speaking, we need to get back there so that we can have better quality surface flow. In terms of you know, more storage and so on. And Gary and I, we'll contend sometimes, and we'll have differences sometimes. And he says, you know, for instance, Montego Bay, you know, they've got by without storage, and yes, they have. But at the same time, we do recognize the worth of storage, because right now we can't shut down Mona Reservoir for one day. So we see the worth of storage. And the fact is that with what we've had in terms of runoff, or runaway, I wouldn't even call it runoff, let's call it runaway, over the past few weeks, the harnessing would have put us in some kind of a good stead for when there is that period of drought that we know is coming, because it's cyclical. It will come. So the fact is, we need to move ahead now where we are preparing for that. All right? So that's what I'll say there.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a good closing. We're just going to take like one sentence from each panelist in terms of closing remarks, and then we'll close off. One question? All right, last one. As long as it's not for Peter.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I realized from morning that we have been having a lot of discussions around water. And we place a lot of emphasis on technical solutions. And I hear the university also wanting to be a part of the conversation. But I'm more directing this question to the person at IDB, from IDB. No, one of the issues that we're having is the
DBJ.
yes. One of the issues that we're having is urbanization.
Is where?
Urbanization. And I see it as something that we pretty much don't have a lot of control over right now based on our economic arena that we're in. And with urbanization, it would require our demand pattern, our conservation efforts a little bit more in depth than what we are doing. Is the organization up for a more conservation in terms of funding from a public-private partnership like with the university?
Sorry, what you mean DBJ to fund a program?
No. Well, not funding, but having a public-private partnership surrounding that instead of a fully technical solution.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Sorry, but you're saying, okay, so here's the thing. Sometimes we get approached by different government entities, and UTEC is?
It's a government.
100% government owned, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if UTEC wants to do a public-private partnership, right, you'd have to develop first the concept of the project. And do you go to PIMS? You go through PIMS, the Public Investment Management System?
Yeah.
Right, so that concept has to be thoroughly developed internally by UTEC. Then it goes to PIAB as a concept. You fill out the form, you tick PPP in the form, and then we'll look at it when PIAB sends it to us, and we'll determine whether or not at the concept level that this is something that could be developed as a PPP. So I know you don't have enough time to explain it to me, but you have to flesh it out thoroughly and put it in a concept note, and then you submit it to PIAB. Of course, we're available to talk it through before you send it to PIAB, but ideally, you need to flesh out the project concept first, because when it goes to PIAB, and it's happened to us before, people have submitted project concepts to PIAB, like take PPP, and after all of the assessments are done, the recommendation is that they don't. All right?
Yes, to manage our demand.
In terms of a social re-engineering? Yes. Well, yes, I mean, but I still need to see, I'm sorry, I'm more nuts and bolts than high level. I need to see everything about the project in order to make a recommendation or a determination. So, but yes, social re-engineering, it could possibly work, but I need to see everything. I'm sorry. Can't answer beyond that.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you. So we'll start from that end, just closing remarks, as brief as you can be. We're closing
I'm
off
never
the
brief.
session.
So maybe I just say, no, but the PPP is not necessarily good or applicable to every project. And that's what you need to first grasp, right? So PPP is good for particular type of infrastructure, toll roads, plants, power plants, water plants, right? That's socially, yeah. I mean, we'd have to open our minds, but we're not seeing it yet. But for that type of social engagement, no. But I understand it was a good day. I hope this isn't just a one-off event. So this is the first year of many years. And it starts with Maya, and I hope it grows with Maya, and there'll be more involvement from persons in the water sector. For me, in my capacity as a project manager, there are different modes, as the DBG has stated, and it's all about risk. But I will say, my final comments, if you go the traditional route and you have good and sound engineering done, right? So there are no questions about the design. I mean, it's sound, there are no gaps. Because you get overruns when there are gaps, right? And if the drawings cover the works, and if you get a good contractor, a good client, and a good engineer, you ought to be able to deliver a good project. So thank you all for your participation and your attendance.
And thank you.
I would just end with what I think Denise had said about water being so important. Water is life, water. So just prioritizing water infrastructure going forward, and whatever you can do to advocate for that, because it really is important. And of course, DBJ here is here to assist with doing any private, public-private partnerships if it proves that it would offer the government better value for money than doing it by a traditional procurement. So we facilitate that because we want to have the efficiency and the delivery of the water, because we're not doing a project for a project's sake, okay? You're doing it so that eventually you will get to the people that need the water. We're not just doing a project for a project's sake. Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Catherine, for inviting me here and Mia for organizing this with UTEC. We still, just in the closing statement, I just want to make sure that you need my, Jen, let's leave again. But I hope we can continue this collaboration with UTEC and Mia and all of you. I think, as I mentioned before, this is a growth industry. So I think you need to look at this from a futuristic perspective, not just but also a utility that can deliver in the long run. So I just want to keep telling you to keep pushing forward from any angle, from conservation angle to just the way we look at engineering solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
On my side, well, thank you very much for the invitation. It was a pleasure being here. I would just like to end saying that there is a huge value considering efficiency measures in all sectors, but in water it's very clear because the alternative is much more expensive. And still there are many things to do in connection to efficiency in most of the countries in the world. So we expect we can continue working together here and improving the results.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to say again thanks to UTEC and NWC and MIA for organizing the symposium, this conference. The motto at the Water Resources Authority is Jamaica's water, every drop is precious. And that means that everything that we do, our entire focus is about water resources sustainability, so that our future generations will be able to benefit from what we are also benefiting from. As a result of that, we are well bought in and well contributing to the blue economy and the green economy. Now, when people ask how come we're in the blue economy, because the blue economy is really the oceans, and we really have nothing to do. Once the water leaves the shore, it's NEPA's business. It's not our business anymore. But we do contribute to the blue economy and are integral with it and involved with it because of, for instance, agriculture and fishery and certain kinds of activities that are taking place on land that are a part of the blue economy. So we are vested as an entity in water resources management in a sustainable manner.
Thank you. And
thank you, Peter. My perspective, though, for today I hear Minister speak of the $7 billion of capital budget for the NWC, but I would love to hear more, because NWC is supporting capital budget from its collection. I think capital budget should be something crafted in the national budget to support the NWC to replace the age infrastructure. Our operating costs should be supported by what we collect, but the capital budget and the renewable of our facility. I hear about PPP and all of that, but a PPP project for water in an environment where you have an INRW is, when I look on it from a financial perspective, it is going to create additional burden on our collection. If the NRW level is up very low, then PPP would be a viable option of financing. And I hear a couple of the presenters speak about alternative, and I hear one of the person in the audience speak of alternate way of financing project. Yes, PPP is an alternate way, but we need to find other creative ways of financing project that is viable to the NWC, and that's me. Thank you to Catherine and the NWC and UTEC to invite all of us here to participate in this thing, and I would want to see some amount of continuity in the years to come.
Thank you, thank you. Peter, I have one last question for you. If we had that $7 billion, what would the water network look like?
You're asking me?
7 billion.
$7 billion US dollars, you know.
$7 billion US dollars that the minister spoke about this morning. If we had that, $5
billion US dollars.
5 billion. If we had that, what would the network look like?
The network. First of all, you'd have a network that's basically modern and up to date. Kingston used to use 60 million gallons of water per day. With NRW, they are now using 40 million gallons of water per day. I am happy, because it means a reservation of 20 million gallons in, I'm going to say my resources. Double R. I'm saying in my resources that is not available for me to reallocate, to do something else with. And the more that that is fixed, and the more that that is there, that is up and able and providing and delivering in an extremely efficient manner, it means that for me, I can't tell what the network going to look like, because it's going to be brand new. But what it means is that for me, the sustainability of water resources is a lot more guaranteed.
All right, thank you. I want you all to thank our distinguished panelists. And before they get up, we have some tokens. So I'm going to invite Ms. Sharon Leslie to deliver those tokens, but a round of applause for our panelists, please. Yeah, so we have Mr. Gawain Johnson, GJ, Mr. Peter Clark, you have to reach the grill before you start that, you know, Peter. All right, Mr. Jose Caruso. Dr. J. Singh. Mrs. Nicola Russell. And finally, Engineer Gary Walters. Thank you. And I'm now going to turn over back to our master ceremony.
All right, let's hear a round of applause for the panel discussion. And I'm sure that we have learned a lot from the discussions that were had. Gary, you and I are friends, so we can have a drink, all right, after that, all right? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end. I want to thank you for being here. But most importantly, I want to again thank our sponsors, NWC, Maya Water, JSIF, ZDA, who else am I missing? Rural Water Supply Limited. And more importantly, I want to thank you so much. But before we go, I'm going to invite the head of School of Engineering, Dr. Shalon Stubbs, at this time to give his closing remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so I think we can all agree that the symposium today was most informative and thought-provoking. Yeah, definitely a round of applause for that. And the execution, timely execution, the eloquent keynote speakers, the informative, illuminating panels, it's not by any accident, but it's by the efforts of a well-designed symposium. And I want to first give shout-outs to Dr. Bavin Tarp, our Dean, Professor Sean Tarp, Sharon Leslie, from the Office of the Dean in the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. I know, just being a part of the WhatsApp group, how much effort and communications and coordination and planning that was placed in getting this done. I don't want to leave out Damon Cummins. I don't want to leave out our moderators. And I want to also say special thanks to all of our sponsors. That would be MEA, the National Water Commission, JSIF, and rural water supplies. So as Mr. Watt said, they are not very well known. And I'm glad that this forum, this event, symposium, has given these entities who are doing excellent work, such as MEA, in terms of reducing our NRW from high 60s now to sustainable 40%, giving them, shedding spotlight so we know persons who are doing work and are improving our sustainable management of water resources and the efficiency with which we deliver water. We need these people to be known more to the public. So I'm glad that this forum was able to shed some light on these actors. Rural Water Supplies Limited, Mr. Watt, one of our own graduates. I love that project, the solar pump water project. I do have a bit of suggestions. I want to sit and talk with the Rural Water Supplies about how we can probably go about optimizing their design around that. So I'm seeing some collaboration on that front. I'm glad that the NWC is happy and looking forward to working with the University of Technology. And I know that the ultimate goal of this this water symposium was to hopefully stimulate engagement and collaboration, between the university and the various players, and between the players themselves, the actors, greater participation. I think that we can all come away we can all agree that we came away knowing something a bit more. And it's good that we have events like this where we allow the experts in the field to share and collaborate, and I think it fosters and seed innovation, ideas, research, and so forth. So these events, I see that I hope that it will be continuing, and that every year we have a water symposium, and we can, coming out of this, we can have greater collaboration, more local research going, more local innovations going. And I say local because I know that one of the issues that is about procurement, maintenance of equipment, that when you source all of these from overseas, it becomes difficult procurement, maintenance become more of a challenge. And we have the expertise here, you know, so perhaps I hope that coming out of this, we can rely more on local production, stimulate local research, and you know, pumps. Why we have to source pumps overseas? We have the mechanical engineering department. Can't we engage our local engineers and mechanical teams to build pumps? You know, so these are things I'm hoping that we as the School of Engineering and the School of Computing, we can lead the way in terms of promoting local contribution to technology towards achieving our goal of sustainable water management. And I don't think this is beyond us. So again, thanks to the panelists, Mr. Garwin Johnson, Mr. Gary Walters, Mr. Peter Clark, Mrs. Nicola Russell, Dr. Jay Singh, and Mr. Jose Carrozo. And I hope that you will have an opportunity to, after the program or in future, to exchange information, contacts. I've taken a lot of contact with him, and you trust me, I'll be hitting you up. So, and I hope that you will respond, and that we can probably have some fruitful outcomes out of this event. So we have gone over our schedule, so without any further ado, I am going to allow you to chat and exchange numbers, and I hope you have a great day and safe journeys home. Thank you. See you next year.